Pursuant to the order of the House, will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. Pursuant to
the Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 4th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ralph Norman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority, minority leaders, and the minority whip are limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall the debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes and reserve and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a towering figure in the history of Kansas City, Missouri, and in the life of Missouri's 5th Congressional District, Mr. Alvin Brooks, on the occasion of the 300th consecutive meeting of the Alvin Brooks Wednesday night Black Men's Chats. 300 consecutive weeks. 300 consecutive weeks of showing up. 300 sacred spaces for dialogue. 300 opportunities for healing, mentorship, accountability, and growth. At age 93 young, Mr. Brooks has not only witnessed history, he has helped shape it. As a young man growing up in the super segregated city called Kansas City, Alvin Brooks refused to accept the limitations imposed on him by the racism and injustice. At a time when the color of our skin too often determines the boundaries of our opportunity, Mr. Brooks chose courage, he chose service, he chose to become one of Kansas City's few black police officers in 1954. That decision was not only about a career, it was about breaking barriers. It was about ensuing the marginalized voices to have a place where they could be heard. And so Alvin Brooks was a mover and shaker. Throughout his distinguished career in law enforcement, Mr. Brooks became a crucial pillar of our community. He served not only as an officer, but as a bridge builder, not only as a public servant, but as a civil rights advocate, not only as a leader within the department, but eventually as president of the Kansas City, Missouri Board of Police Commissioners. And even beyond those titles, Mr. Brooks has always been what Kansas City knows him to be, a steady presence in moments of crisis, a trusted voice in times of unrest, and a moral compass when our city needs clarity and calmness. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Darkness cannot not drive out darkness. Only light can do that." Alvin Brooks has been and continues to be that light, a light of nonviolence, a light of racial reconciliation, a light of justice, and a light to show the way for the changing and coming generations. But even at an age when many would have long ago stepped back, Mr. Brooks stepped up. In the midst of a global pandemic in 2020, a time of isolation, anxiety, and national reckoning, Mr. Brooks established the Alvin Brooks Wednesday night Black Men's Chats. What began as a virtual gathering became something extraordinary, a consistent intergenerational forum bringing together men from across Missouri and eventually from across the whole nation. The discussions included faith and public policy, civil rights, education, public health, the history of the Negro Leagues, and the urgent issues facing black communities in America. For nearly 6 uninterrupted years, Mr. Brooks has convened those meetings every single week. The chats have brought together civic leaders, education, faith leaders, civil rights advocates, students from historically black colleges and universities, and public officials, including members of this very House, in a space rooted in respect and growth. That consistency is not accidental. It is a reflection of who Alvin Brooks has been and will always become. His commitment to service extends even further through the work of a civil rights leader and as a former member of the Hickman Mills School Board, where he continued to invest in the future of Kansas City's children. He understands that community empowerment begins with education and that equity must be built generation by generation. Mr. Speaker, what makes this milestone so powerful is not just the number 300. It is the discipline, faith, and the love behind it. In an era when civic discourse can feel fractured and fleeting, Mr. Brooks reminds us that democracy is strengthened in small rooms and virtual gatherings just as much as it is on this floor. He reminds us that leadership is not about spotlight, but stewardship. For decades, Alvin Brooks has carried the mantle of responsibility with grace, helping guide communities through pain and progress alike. Today, as we recognize this historic man, this giant of a man, his legacy of resilience and courage and service without ego will continue. Congratulations, Alvin Brooks. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bumgarner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for nearly half a century, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the world's leading sponsor of state terrorism, has brutally targeted and killed Americans. Through its own forces and its network of proxy militias, Iran has killed and injured thousands of Americans, diplomats, service members, and civilians alike. No other terrorist regime has claimed more American lives. When the Ayatollahs of Iran chant death to America, they mean it. President Trump's bold and decisive actions have helped protect American lives and defended our national interests. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind this body of the Iranian regime's ongoing and bloody campaign against the American people. The following is only a partial record. November 1979, Iranian students backed by the regime seized our embassy in Tehran and took 66 Americans for 444 days. April 1983, an Iranian-backed terrorist group bombed the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, killing 17 Americans. October 1983, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists bombed the Marine barracks in Beirut, killing 241 U.S. military personnel, including 220 Marines. March 1984, Iran-backed terrorists kidnapped CIA Station Chief William Buckley in Beirut. He later died in captivity. July 1989, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists murdered U.S. Marine Colonel William Higgins after kidnapping him while he was serving on a UN peacekeeping mission. Throughout the 1990s, Iran-backed terrorists repeatedly targeted Americans in Israel and the Palestinian territories. April 1995, a car bomb in the Gaza Strip killed 8 people, including 1 American citizen. 1995 through 1997, a series of suicide bombings on buses and shopping districts and public places in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv killed and wounded American citizens and dual nationals. June 1996, Hezbollah terrorists directed by Iran bombed the Khobar Towers housing complex in Saudi Arabia, killing 19 U.S. airmen and wounding hundreds more. August 1998, al-Qaeda suicide bombers, facilitated by Iran-backed Hezbollah, bombed our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 people, including dozens of Americans. In the 2000s, Iran and its proxies continued targeting Americans, including multiple bombings in Jerusalem and at Hebrew University that killed and wounded American citizens. October 2003, Iran-backed terrorists killed 3 U.S. diplomatic personnel in a bombing in Gaza. Between 2003 and 2011, Iranian-backed militias killed at least 603 troops in Iraq. Roughly 1 in 6 of every American is killed in combat and fatalities in that war, including some of my friends. March 2007, former FBI agent Robert Levinson disappeared in Iran and is believed to have died in Iranian prison, becoming one of the longest-held American captives in history. In the last decade, the pattern has continued. December 2019, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists killed an American contractor and wounded U.S. service members in a rocket attack in Iraq. January 2020, Iranian ballistic missile attack on Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq left 109 U.S. troops with traumatic brain injuries. February 2021 and July 2021, Iran-backed militias launched rocket and drone attacks that wounded U.S. service members and American contractors in Iraq and Syria. September 2022 and November 2022, Iran and IRCG-linked operatives killed American citizens in Iraqi Kurdistan and Baghdad. March 2023, an Iranian drone strike on a coalition base in Syria killed an American contractor and wounded 5 U.S. service members and another contractor. October 7th, 2023, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists murdered 46 Americans and kidnapped at least a dozen more in the October 7th massacre. Between 2023 and November 2024, Iran and its proxies conducted more than 180 attacks on U.S. forces in the Middle East, wounding over 180 American service members and killing 3. January 2024, Iran-backed Kataib Hezbollah terrorists killed 3 U.S. service members and wounded more than 40 in a drone attack on a U.S. base in Jordan. November 2024, an Iranian national and an IRCG asset was charged in a plot to assassinate President Trump on behalf of the Iranian regime. June 2025, Iranian-backed militias attacked multiple U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq, again targeting American troops. Mr. Speaker, this is only a partial list of Iran's bloody war on American citizens. For decades, administrations of both parties have understood this threat. President Trump's actions are part of a necessary effort to defend American lives. I've spent a lot of time in the Middle East and a lot of places, and there's been one constant. Iranian-backed terrorist groups have always been trying to kill Americans. That ends now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York City, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart as our community and our nation mourn a death that should have never happened. Nurul Amin Shah Alam was 56 years old. He was a Rohingya refugee who came to the U.S. legally after fleeing persecution and violence in Burma, searching for safety for himself and his family. He made his way to Buffalo, the city of good neighbors. He was nearly blind. He spoke very little English. He could not read, write, or navigate on his own. And on February 19th, DHS gave Mr. Shah Alam what they called a courtesy ride. That so-called courtesy ride resulted in him being left alone at a closed coffee shop miles from his family's home in the dead of winter. It would also be the last time Mr. Shah Alam was seen alive. His family was not notified. His attorney was not notified. No coordinated handoff. No protection for a man that was a vulnerable individual with disabilities. For 5 days, his loved ones checked hospitals and shelters. They walked the streets in search of Mr. Shah Alam, and they waited for answers that would never come. On February 24th, Mr. Shah Alam was tragically found dead. His last known interaction was with Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security. That fact alone demands a full and independent investigation, because when someone in government custody is abandoned and then found dead, the American people deserve answers. Under Trump and Kristi Noem, we've seen a disgusting pattern of cruelty, inhumanity, and injustice from their Department of Homeland Security. A pattern rooted in hate, division, and intolerance with a willful and complete disregard for human life. Leadership matters. Accountability matters. And the Department of Homeland Security under Kristi Noem has neither. Our communities deserve a government that protects the vulnerable, not one that drops them in the cold, in the dark of night. The death of Nurul Amin Shah Alam is a failure of our entire system, and those at the top must answer for it, starting with Kristi Noem. Mr. Shah Alam should be alive today. He came to our country seeking refuge, but instead, his family laid him to rest last week. This should not just be another headline or more background noise to be forgotten. A man is dead after being abandoned by our government. His family and the American people deserve the truth. We must have accountability and justice for the family of Mr. Shah Alam. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of the completion of the Carolina Rising project in Gaffney, South Carolina, along with those dedicated individuals who have worked tirelessly to bring this project to fruition, to preserve, to promote, and to shape the deep-rooted history of Cherokee County. Thank you for your dedication to this cause. The Carolina Rising Initiative is a historic undertaking for South Carolina. It came about through the efforts of Gaffney's tourism administrator, Leanne Moon. For nearly 3 decades, Leanne has worked tirelessly to strengthen the community identity and expand rural tourism in Gaffney, South Carolina. From conversations with visitors, Leanne quickly discovered many were drawn to Cherokee County because of its historic background with its Revolutionary War landmarks and its extensive resources. This reality helped her shape Carolina Rising, a strategic effort to research, to document, and to interpret the county's contributions to America's independence in a way that is accessible to the public. It is now an innovative museum in the heart of Gaffney, South Carolina. This region was a site of numerous historic battles, including both the Battle of Kings Mountain and the Battle of Cowpens. Monumental American victories here weakened British control in the backcountry and strengthened the Patriot position at a decisive moment in the war. The Overmountain Victory National Historic Trail also passes through the area where the museum now sits, marking the route taken by the United States militia forces. These historic efforts proved critical to the outcome of the Revolution in South Carolina. The museum's construction came about through the restoration and ruse of the historic Carnegie Free Library in downtown Gaffney. Constructed in 1913, the Carnegie Free Library is one of only 14 libraries built in South Carolina. For generations, it was a center of literacy research and civic engagement. This project successfully transformed the landmark into a modern museum experience dedicated to the Revolutionary War in the region. It incorporates interactive exhibits, curated artifacts, digital interpretation, and educational programming. The facility has space for lectures, for student tours, and for historic research. Carolina Rising simultaneously pays tribute in Gaffney's past while serving as a resource for future South Carolinians. This launch is a tremendous success. It has been over a decade in the making, yet Carolina Rising represents more than 14 years of planning and investment. It reflects constant collaboration among local leaders, state officials, preservation advocates, historians, and private supporters who all share that commitment to honoring our nation's past while strengthening our local economy. By expanding heritage tourism, supporting small businesses, and increasing downtown visitations, Carolina Rising will contribute to sustained economic development in Gaffney and overall Cherokee County. I'm very proud to say that Carolina Rising demonstrates the planning, the deep respect for history, and stalwart confidence in the future of all South Carolinians, but particularly of those in Gaffney. I commend those who have brought this initiative forward and thank them for their continued service to the people of South Carolina. Their efforts have successfully seen this project come together for our children, for our grandchildren, and for our generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for 5 minutes.
As Baghdad was first bombed 23 years ago, Americans were bombarded with lies. And when that giant statue of Saddam Hussein was pulled down, the lies were paired with attacks on all of us who opposed what was ultimately recognized by almost all as a colossal American blunder. Though later President Bush announced mission accomplished, the killing continued. Ultimately, 4,400 American lives were lost, $2 trillion spent on this unwarranted invasion that, unfortunately, only benefited Iran. Now, as Tehran is bombed, we are once again being bombarded with lies. Our trigger-happy president acted with his personal declaration of war without approval of Congress, without exhausting nonviolent alternatives, and without any real plan after the bombs stopped falling. Just months ago, Trump told the nation that he'd obliterated the Iranian nuclear capability. With no imminent threat to our country, he declared war just because he likes issuing decrees. He loves issuing imperial decrees, whether it's imposing new tariff taxes, obstructing our voting rights, or declaring himself the acting president of Venezuela. But it is the American people who will pay the price in blood and treasure for his adventurism. Trump callously has responded already. That's the way it is to the deaths of American service members and so many innocent civilians. With his war spreading across the Middle East, Trump is not ruling out ground troops, since air power alone will not be sufficient to accomplish the regime change that he's obviously seeking. While certainly not mourning the death of Iranian tyrants, despicable people, rarely has assassination of such foreign leaders produced a peaceful result. 2 decades of experience in Afghanistan and Iraq tell us that even boots on the ground are insufficient to accomplish a peaceful democratic society. Only the Iranian people can do that. And of course, Trump is also sending a message to fellow authoritarians, Xi and Putin, that might makes right. Use war if it's helpful. But ironically, we learn that President Trump's action does not demonstrate strength but weakness. Secretary Rubio has confirmed that Trump was just yielding to Netanyahu's planned attack by saying, essentially, me too. He was too weak to tell Netanyahu no, as President Bush had wisely done. Trump talks so tough and he brandishes a very powerful military, but he cannot stand up to powerful leaders like Netanyahu and Putin. Choosing war is not peace through strength. It is a means of diverting attention from multiple Trump failures here at home. And coming just after revelations from the Justice Department of hiding documents accusing Trump of sexually abusing a minor, this war of choice may even be useful as a distraction from the Epstein files that have not been fully disclosed. In Trump's own words, this is a war that could go on, quote, as long as it takes. Perhaps as long as it takes for him to interfere in the November elections and secure a Congress that will continue to be little more than a doormat for him. With war so much easier to get into than to get out of, it is imperative that this Congress act swiftly this week to approve the War Powers Resolution to save American lives and stop another destabilizing, bloody conflict that will have repercussions for generations to come. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor an extraordinary American. I am proud to recognize Ms. Marcy Phillips, a fourth-generation U.S. Army veteran, for her courageous service to our nation and her continued dedication to the men and women who have worn the uniform. Marcy comes from a family with a strong tradition in military service. In 2002, she answered the call by enlisting in the Texas Army National Guard, where she served until 2010 in Missouri, Georgia, and Fort Hood, Texas. In 2005, she deployed to Iraq and was stationed near Tikrit, and at the time was one of the most dangerous areas in the operation in operations during that conflict. Like many who have served in combat, Marcy returned carrying the invisible wounds. The experiences of war took their toll, and in 2019, Marcy found a trusted companion and a source of healing in Beignet, a beautiful black laboratory retriever who has been with her ever since. But that hasn't stopped Marcy. She stepped forward time after time. She continues to serve. She continues to be steadfast and a steadfast advocate for fellow veterans through the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Today, she proudly serves as the post commander for VFW Post 4709 in Conroe, Texas, and as the District 17 commander at the state level. She leads with integrity, purpose, and commitment to every veteran, post, district, and community she serves. Mr. Speaker, Marcy Phillips exemplifies what it means to serve in uniform and in life. On behalf of a grateful nation, I say to Marcy, thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. And thank you for continuing to lead. We are honored to call you an American hero. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in observance of the 61st anniversary of Bloody Sunday and the annual Congressional Civil Rights Pilgrimage through Alabama, which will take place this weekend in Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama. Beginning this Friday, March 6th, we in Alabama will once again welcome members of Congress and dignitaries from across the nation to lay eyes on the faces and places of the civil rights and voting rights movement. Hosted by Faith and Politics Institute, we will retrace the footsteps of civil rights giants and pay homage to the sacrifices made in the name of equality and justice for all. Our pilgrimage will begin in Birmingham, where we will pay tribute to the 4 little girls killed in the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. Together, we will reflect on the legacy of visionary Birmingham leaders like Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth, who led the fight against segregation alongside Dr. King. We will then travel to Montgomery, Alabama, home to Rosa Parks and the Freedom Riders Museum and Equal Justice Initiative, where ordinary citizens take a bold stand against injustice. We will conclude our pilgrimage by crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge in my hometown of Selma to commemorate the events of Bloody Sunday. Together, we will walk in the footsteps of our former colleague, the late, great Congressman John Lewis, who was beaten and bloodied by Alabama state troopers while peacefully demonstrating for the right of all Americans to vote. This year's pilgrimage could not come at a more critical time in our nation's history. As we speak, officials at the highest levels of government are waging a concerted and coordinated effort to attack the rights and freedoms secured by our foremothers and our forefathers. They are attempting to erase our history, to roll back our progress, to silence our voices, and to dilute our power. Meanwhile, the fate of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the crown jewel of the civil rights movement, hangs in the balance as the Supreme Court considers a case that could gut its remaining protections. It is my hope that this year's pilgrimage would serve not only as a reminder of our past, but a roadmap for our future. You see, the foot soldiers of the civil rights movement were tacticians and strategists. In these troubled times, we should take a page from their playbook, because good trouble, necessary trouble, is needed now more than ever. Mr. Speaker, this year's pilgrimage is also bittersweet. It is the last time that we will be joined by it will be the last time that we will be joined in our official capacity by Congressman and former Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. Congressman Hoyer is retiring from the House this year, and I wanted to pay special tribute to him and his dedication for coming annually to the pilgrimage. No one in this body has been a more steadfast supporter of our annual pilgrimage than Leader Hoyer. He made the trip to Alabama 18 times. And yes, this will be his 19th time commemorating Bloody Sunday. I will always cherish the memories we made alongside John Lewis and our colleagues during the pilgrimage. While he will be sorely missed in the halls of Congress, I know that Leader Hoyer's service to our nation will not end with his retirement, and neither will his dedication to protecting and advancing our civil rights. On behalf of Alabama's 7th Congressional District, I ask my colleagues to join me in observing the 61st anniversary of Bloody Sunday and the upcoming annual Civil Rights Pilgrimage. May we leave this weekend renewed, refreshed, and ready to get into some good trouble. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The young lady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a remarkable West Virginian, devoted public servant, and a faithful Christian, my friend, the Honorable Justice Tim Armstead. Justice Armstead dedicated his life to serving the people of West Virginia with unwavering integrity, conviction, and grace. Born in Charleston on February 26, 1965, Tim graduated from the University of Charleston and went on to earn his Juris Doctorate from the West Virginia University College of Law. After beginning his public service career as a press intern for my grandfather, Governor Archmore, Justice Armstead went on to achieve a distinguished legacy defined by his strong leadership built on the back of his Christian faith. In 1998, he became a member of the House of Delegates and served there for the next 2 decades. During that time, Tim became the first Republican Speaker of the House in more than 80 years. Every step of the way, he led from a firm commitment to conservative principles and an unparalleled witness to his Christian faith. In 2018, he was appointed to the Supreme Court of Appeals of West Virginia. While there, his fidelity to the rule of law and people of our state truly shined, so much so that he served as Chief Justice twice. He stewarded the court through a challenging time and worked tirelessly to restore public trust in our judiciary. His time as Chief Justice earned him the distinction of being the first West Virginian to ever ascend to the top of both the legislature and judiciary, a truly amazing accomplishment. Tim joined his Lord in heaven on August 26, 2025, and he is survived by his beloved wife, Anna, his daughter, Katie, and his 2 cherished grandchildren. With his passing, West Virginia has lost a principled leader, a dedicated jurist, a devoted family man, a committed Christian, and a dear friend. My family and a grateful state will miss him dearly. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and may perpetual light shine upon him. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Cherphilus McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize our veterans. They protect us in conflict, they wear the uniform, they stand watch in places most of us will never see, and then they come home to stand in line. In my district, the wait time for new mental health appointments is 31 days. 31 days. When you're battling an invisible wound, 31 days isn't a wait list, it's a countdown or even condemnation. We say the statistics have gotten better, but better is unacceptable. There are more than 16 million veterans in the United States. More than 1.5 million call Florida home. They are our neighbors, our children, our parents. And still, on average, One veteran dies by suicide every 65 minutes. By the time we go to bed tonight, 17 chairs will sit empty at the dinner tables across America. 17 folded flags, 17 families staring at their phone that will never ring again because they weren't strong. It's not because they weren't strong enough. It's not because they didn't fight hard enough, but it's because we didn't fight hard enough to give them the services they deserve and they need. If we can send our sons and our daughters into harm's way, then it is our duty to ensure they have access to counseling, crisis services, and dignity of timely care when they come home. To our veterans watching, you are not alone. Your service mattered, and in this Congress, your lives matter during and after too. Our veterans are not lost, and you are always in our hearts. You upheld your duty to us, and now it's our duty to uphold our promise to you. Not in 31 days, not tomorrow, but today and now. To all our veterans and our VSOs who are here on the Hill visiting, we thank you for your service and your courage. And we will never stop fighting for you until we fulfill our promise to you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, March is Women's History Month, a time when we make an extra effort to honor and recognize women across the United States and the world who have made a positive, sustained impact upon society. The Wall Street Journal recently ran an article honoring the life of Gladys West, a brilliant mathematician who played an integral role in creating GPS technology. She was a 42-year civilian employee of the United States Navy, and due to the classified nature of her work, few individuals knew of her contributions to this now popular and essential technology as it was being developed. Here are quotes from the article I've referenced. In her 42-year career as a civilian employee of the Navy, West learned to program computers and solve mathematical problems she could never have imagined in graduate school. Some of her work involved measuring the precise contours of the earth on land and at sea, allowing for the effects of tides and other forces. She was particularly diligent about checking for accuracy. The research was vital for the creation of the Global Positioning System, or GPS, a priority for the U.S. military in the 1970s and 1980s, end quote. Mrs. West was inducted into the Air Force Space and Missile Pioneers Hall of Fame in 2018 and was awarded the President's Award by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers for her work in helping create GPS. Mr. Speaker, Mrs. West's story is one of service, hard work, determination, and perseverance. And I'm quite certain that her story and accomplishments will continue to serve as an inspiration for generations of proud Americans to come. I thank her family for sharing her so wonderfully with the rest of the world, and I thank her, even though she is now gone, for the wonderful work that she did in helping our country and the world. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to salute today the magnificent jewel located in the heart of the village of Mamaroneck, the Emlyn Theater. The Emlyn is a nonprofit organization that brings world-class performing arts to all of Westchester, as well as nearby Connecticut. The events at the Emlyn cover all genres of music, comedy, dance, family theater, and film. In the next few weeks alone, there will be performances highlighting Motown, flamenco dance, Southern rock, jazz, cabaret standards, and numerous community events that will be hosted in their spacious environment. The professional staff, led by Taryn Sacramone, ably directs and manages all the component parts of the Emlyn's mission. And the community commitment to the Emlyn is exceptional, led by Mark Ettinger, board president. The generosity of the board of directors and the Friends of the Emlyn provide the additional resources needed to keep this asset thriving decades after its inception. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we recognize the tremendous presence of the Emlyn in our Westchester world. Mr. Speaker, in this chamber we speak of this American experiment in democracy 250 years in the making, under principles formed in our Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the laws and the judicial rulings that have followed. But these principles will die on the vine of history if they aren't taught and absorbed by each new generation of Americans. One effort to keep those ideas alive is found in the New Rochelle Bar Association's unique outreach of the New Rochelle school system, the Lawyers in the Classroom program. The New Rochelle Bar has signed up members skilled in all elements of the law to speak to elementary and middle school students in the nearly 10 schools of the district and make constitutional principles come alive. Amendments with numbers that represent important principles, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, helping young people understand in everyday language what these principles mean in everyday life. In addition to the educators at the schools, Trinity, Jefferson, Columbus, Barnard, Webster, Davis, Ward, Albert Leonard, and Isaac Young schools, let me recognize some of the long list of lawyers who have dedicated time for this project. Mayor Yadira Ramos Herbert, Andy Spatz, Suzanne Berger, Jennifer Pasquantonio, Regina Matos, David Locker, Artemin Jakic, Adam Sattler, Lori Korngold, Jeff Lewin, Michelle Tombini, Barry Salmon, Stephanie Voigt, Susan Kettner, Frank D'Onofrio, Michael Schifrin, Julie Catan, Christina Hall, Milton Kreppel, and so many more. A real all-star lineup on the frontline team for democracy. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate a dynamic couple, Barry and Barbara Ryder, as they plan to celebrate their 70th birthdays together later this month. Barry and I were in Mount Vernon High School together all those years ago. He is a tad younger than me. But he and Barbara have given years of community service over and above their professional careers and in raising their family, serving in volunteer emergency services for their town, and Barry's service on the town council as just two examples. And take it from me, who knows age 70 is an achievement in life and an opportunity to continue to serve, and Barry and Barbara will. From the floor of the House of Representatives, happy birthday to Barbara and Barry Ryder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Morenci High School boys wrestling team on winning the Division IV wrestling title for the 2025-2026 season. The Morenci Wildcats totaled 214.5 points to win the D4 title, and they were led by 3 teammates who each placed first overall in their weight classes. Jacob Goodwin won the 159-pound championship with a total of 4 victories with a total of 3 pins as well. Emerson Montes won the 152-pound title and secured a major decision in the championship match. Caden Woodall won the 167-pound championship with 2 pins during his run for that championship. To Coach Casey Woodall, the whole team, and everyone who made this win possible, congratulations. Your hard work has made your school and your community very, very, very proud. Wildcats, enjoy your victory. You've earned it. Here is to another successful season and many, many more to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Sahuarita High School boys wrestling team on winning the Division III wrestling title for the 5th consecutive season. The Mustangs are only the 5th program in Arizona Interscholastic Association history to reach this milestone. The team won the state title with a total of 239 points, 92 points ahead of the runner-ups. In addition, the Mustangs had 5 team members who took first place in their individual weight classes. Sophomore Marcus Kilgore and senior Sebastian Serrano each won their individual weight class championship, earning both of them their 2nd straight state titles. Additionally, senior James Buck and juniors Nathaniel Gallardo and Sergio Macias also won the title in their individual weight classes. This win also marks the 7th consecutive year that the Mustangs have finished as state champions or runner-up. To Coach Paul Vasquez, the whole team, and everyone who made this win possible, congratulations. Your hard work has made your school and our community very proud. Mustangs, enjoy your victory. You've earned this one. Here is to another successful season and many, many more to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Examine us, O God, and test us. Search our hearts that we would prove faithful, and test our minds that we would receive wisdom. For you alone are righteous. Let us be mindful of your truth and attentive to your word. Then judge us when we stray from your will. Judge between nations and between neighbors in the resolution of their discord. Settle the disputes that have arisen from disdain and distrust among peoples. Take our weapons, our swords of war and conflict, and transform them. Take our words of bitterness and redeem them, that we would instead wield tools of peace and reconciliation in our time. Grant us the hope that is found only in you, a hope that promises a day when there will be neither need nor appetite for war anymore. In your mercy, show us the way you would have us go in our pursuit of freedom and democracy for our nation, and in our desire for peace and security in our world. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Tehran regime is the head of the snake of terrorism worldwide, chanting death to America. They have targeted, kidnapped, wounded, and killed thousands of Americans for 47 years. President Donald Trump repeatedly sought peace, but the Iranian regime, boasted of 11 nuclear bombs, is exposed by talented envoy Steve Witkoff. As a result, President with Israel to launch Operation Epic Fury, defending American families. The objectives are clear: destroy the missile capabilities, annihilate the naval assets, ensure that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Senior Iranian despots and murderous Khomeini have been destroyed. We grieve for the courageous service members wounded and those who have given the ultimate sacrifice for freedom. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump as Putin declares solidarity with the Iranian mass murderers. Our prayers with the devoted Congressman Jim Baird upon the loss of his wife, Denise. I yield back.
Chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S 3971, an act to extend the SBIR and STTR programs and for other purposes, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the outstanding work of the men and women who lead the Mount Vernon Chamber of Commerce. Every month they hold a Zoom meeting for all of their members and provide the latest information of value to the business owners and retailers who provide goods and services to the people of Mount Vernon. Their guest speakers cover substantive topics such as access to capital, tax preparation, availability of grants programs, health care, personnel issues, tariffs, and much more. Every month I join in virtually to give a federal issues update, and the same is true for county officials such as County Executive Ken Jenkins and Shari Rosen Asher. The Chamber is led by Omar Fields, Chairman of the Board, Anita Hunt, Board Secretary, and former Mount Vernon City Councilwoman Lisa Copeland, who serves as President. They do a tremendous service to the people and to the businesses of the city of Mount Vernon. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute the Mount Vernon Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana, the Honorable Speaker of the House, seek recognition?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I begin today with some sad news. On February 19th, the House and Senate community lost a beloved and dedicated member of the United States Capitol Police Force. Special Agent Eden Holguin tragically passed away at only 41 years of age. He was a proud veteran, a former Texas State trooper. For 3 years, he served admirably here as a Capitol Police officer and as a special agent. He was highly respected. Law enforcement is a noble calling, as we all know. It's one that is too often thankless and always demanding. And these men and women stand guard on the lines of justice and freedom, and they protect all of us who work here, as well as the countless individuals and visitors who come to the United States Capitol every day across our nation and across the world. In the face of adversity and danger, every day demands courage, diligence, professionalism, and he brought that every day. We don't take the duty lightly. It's because of Agent Holguin that so many brave Americans like him, that Congress can carry out its constitutional duties here, and that we represent the voices of our constituents, and that we can effectuate the will of the American people safely and freely. Today, family, friends, and loved ones of Agent Holguin are gathering to memorialize this hero. They'll be in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. But I wanted to come here on the House floor and acknowledge him as well. We thank them for standing by his side as Agent Holguin followed the demanding but noble path of law enforcement, and let them know that our prayers are with them as they honor this brave patriot and celebrate his life, all too short though it was, of selfless sacrifice. I yield back.
What person, the gentleman from Illinois, seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in 1848, a freshman congressman from Illinois wrote that the Constitution gives war-making powers to Congress, and the ability of one man to initiate a war places our president where kings have always stood. That was Abraham Lincoln. Today, the American people do not want another bloody, endless war, but a president who campaigned on no new wars is dragging this country and our allies into a war with little explanation and no clear long-term strategy. The president has bluntly stated that the deaths of American service members are a price he's willing to pay. Yet just 6 months ago, he insisted that Iran's nuclear program had been completely and totally obliterated. If that was the case, then what is the rationale for starting this war? Our men and women in uniform are not disposable. Americans want no part of this war. I yield back.
What purpose, the gentleman from Utah, seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to shed light on endometriosis, a chronic and debilitating condition affecting more than 6.5 million women across the United States. Despite its prevalence, it often goes undiagnosed for years. The journey to diagnosis is long, an average more than 6 years from first symptoms to definitive diagnosis. Raising awareness is the first step to change. That's why I want to thank Mary Alice Marriott Hatch for her partnership in bringing a screening of Below the Belt to Capitol Hill on March 18th. I invite all of my congressional colleagues to join us and learn more about this important issue. But awareness alone isn't enough. Investing in research, improving training for health professionals, and removing barriers to care are essential steps. With proper funding and attention, we can find effective treatments, improve quality of life, and bring hope to millions. I look forward to working with my colleagues in a bipartisan fashion to give endometriosis care the attention it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose President Trump's illegal, unconstitutional, and reckless war in Iran. We're 5 days in, and we've lost 6 brave American service members, and thousands of Americans are stranded abroad. My prayers are with their families and with everyone who's in harm's way. After yesterday's briefing, I'm more convinced than ever there was no imminent threat to America, and there is no clear endgame strategy. Americans need affordable health care, groceries, and lower gas prices, not a war that costs $220 million a day and puts our troops in danger without a clearly defined mission. That's why I'll vote for the bipartisan War Powers Resolution to rein in this out-of-control president and end his unauthorized hostilities in Iran. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I desire to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, sir. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to indicate that I attended the classified briefing yesterday. General Kane was there. The Secretary of State was there. The Secretary of War was there. I stayed from start to finish. And Mr. Speaker, after hearing from them, I have concluded that there was not, N-O-T, an imminent threat to this country, to my country, the country I love. And I also concluded something else, that we should not put our young people in harm's way, such that they're losing their lives when the president knew or should have known that there was no imminent threat. I will vote for the resolution. I believe it is an appropriate resolution, and I trust that it will pass. And of course, this is the Massey Connor resolution that I speak of, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today I extend my most sincere congratulations to Hot Springs local Dub Ballard on his 100th birthday. Reaching such a remarkable milestone is an achievement in itself, but the life Dub has lived is especially worthy of recognition. Mr. Ballard was born into a time when a chuck roast cost 22 cents per pound. He has seen our nation move and grow through times of hardship and progress, all while calling the natural state his home. With grandparents who owned a local grocery store, a mother who churned butter and raised chickens to sell, and a family farm growing cotton and corn, Mr. Ballard inherited a family legacy deeply rooted in commitment to his community. This legacy followed him into his adult years. As a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Dub has led an exemplary life. From age 6, working on his family farm, to retiring from a long-tenured career with Coca-Cola at the young age of 98. Mr. Ballard is the definition of hard work and grit, and as a valued member of the Church of the Open Door and Hot Springs senior softball team, he has certainly left an indelible mark on his community. He represents the true values that built this nation and continue to strengthen it today. May his 100th birthday be a celebration of well-lived life and a legacy that endures for generations to come.
For what purpose, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life of a friend and the service to his community in Northern California and the community I'm so privileged to represent in Contra Costa County. Stephen Roberti developed a love for service through his membership at a young age into the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 302 in Martinez, California. He served as manager of the Contra Costa Labor Council from 1988 to 1996 and was later appointed to serve as Region 9 manager at the U.S. Department of Labor, overseeing labor affairs across the western United States during the Obama administration. Stephen also worked for the United Way, Shelter, Inc., and the Contra Costa Regional Health Foundation. Stephen was a staunch advocate for working people and will be remembered for his lasting impact on the labor movement in California and his dedicated public service. Please join me in honoring this wonderful man's memory, a fighter for American workers, Stephen Roberti. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of, hold on, Mr. Speaker. I believe I had a, no, I thought I had a poster.
Start the clock again.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Cora Vigil Gomez, one of the first women on the Tribal Council for the Jicarilla Apache Nation. She lived a life of passion, self-reliance, service to the community, and hard work. As one of the Tribal Council members, she was instrumental in the lawsuit against the nation, against corporations who said that you can't tax them. She attended the United States Supreme Court hearing, and that nation established the seminal right of tribes to impose taxation to fund their government. She started an elderly meal program where she actually butchered the sheep herself and then delivered the meals. It became eventually federally and state funded and is now still serving the people of the region. In the 1980s, she was one of only 4 Native American representatives from New Mexico for the Title VI Older Americans Act, which commenced the federal funding of tribal programs for elders. I'm honored to have represented Cora Vigil Gomez and her nation as an attorney and as her representative. I honor you, Councilwoman, and am so sad for all of us that you have now passed, but so glad that we could remember and be inspired by you for generations to come. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1095 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 64, House Resolution 1095. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7744, making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Committee on Rules met and granted a rule providing for consideration of one measure. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7744 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. Additionally, the rule provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, nearly 3 weeks ago, on February 13th, my Democrat colleagues irresponsibly and vindictively shut down the Department of Homeland Security, crippling the capabilities of the very department charged with protecting the American people. Leading up to that moment, I brought forth a rule that allowed the House to concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 7148, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2026, legislation that funded the remainder of the federal government through the end of the fiscal year, with the exception of the Department of Homeland Security. Despite previously agreeing to bipartisan, bicameral approach to fund the Department of Homeland Security through the end of the fiscal year, including provisions for both funding and enhanced oversight, Democrats reversed course at the last minute and have since held this critical funding hostage, directly putting the safety and security of the American people at risk. Mr. Speaker, I return today to give my Democrat colleagues the opportunity to reverse course on this dangerous lapse in leadership and move legislation forward that provides full funding for the personnel, training, and technology necessary to protect our homeland and keep our communities safe, secure, and resilient. The Department of Homeland Security oversees agencies responsible for aviation security, border protection, cyber defense, disaster response, maritime security, and counterterrorism missions that directly impact the safety of millions of Americans every single day. Simply put, a yes vote on today's rule is a vote to consider legislation that will fully fund the Department of Homeland Security, ensuring that the agencies tasked with keeping the American people safe, from counterterrorism to cybersecurity to disaster response, are not weakened at a moment when threats are rapidly increasing. A yes vote on today's rule is a vote to stand with the men and women on the front lines of our national security, from Coast Guardsmen to TSA officers to cyber defenders, law enforcement personnel, and emergency responders who are now working every day without pay to keep our country safe. And a yes vote on today's rule is a vote to consider legislation to end this Democrat shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and restore the resources necessary to defend the American people. Mr. Speaker, the need to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security becomes even clearer when we consider the serious global threats facing our country today. For nearly 50 years, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, has called our country the Great Satan and indoctrinated generations of its people with a chance of death to America, making clear it's a commitment to our destruction. And despite repeated attempts at diplomacy, the regime has relentlessly pursued a nuclear weapon, developed its ballistic missile program, and funded proxy terrorist organizations across the world, all while its own people suffer under corruption, repression, and economic collapse. This past Saturday, President Donald J. Trump kept his promise, decisively authorizing Operation Epic Fury, a large-scale kinetic military operation targeting key regime military infrastructure and leadership responsible for incessant aggression and attacks against the United States and our allies. This moment did not occur in isolation. It was the result of decades of sustained hostility by the Iranian regime toward the United States, just as the maniacal Iranian regime was reaching the nuclear weapon threshold. To the American people, the timeline is clear. In November 1979, Iranian students backed by the regime stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and held hostage 66 brave Americans for 444 days as they beat them and subjected them to mock executions and other forms of torture. In October 1983, Hezbollah, an Iranian proxy, killed 241 American military service members, including 220 Marines and 21 other service personnel, in a truck bombing at a Marine compound in Beirut. In June 1996, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists killed 19 U.S. airmen and wounded nearly 500 others in a truck bombing at a U.S. Air Force housing complex in Saudi Arabia. Between 2003 and 2011, Iranian proxies killed at least 603 American troops in Iraq, roughly 1 out of every 6 American combat deaths in that war. In January 2016, Iranian forces seized 2 U.S. Navy boats and detained 10 U.S. sailors who were held at gunpoint, forced to kneel with their hands behind their heads and filmed for propaganda, being released 15 hours later. More recently, on October 7, 2023, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists murdered 46 Americans and kidnapped 12 Americans in addition. Between October 2023 and November 2024, Iran and its proxies carried out more than 180 attacks on U.S. forces in the region, killing American service members and wounding American service personnel. In July 2024, an Iranian national linked to Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps attempted to assassinate then-candidate for president Donald J. Trump, forcing his presidential campaign, which I remember being a part of it, to charter decoy planes to evade the threat. And in recent weeks, Iranian representatives continued to lie and negotiate in bad faith, stalling peace talks as they prepared offensive military threats against American forces. This pattern of aggression makes crystal clear that these are not isolated incidents. They instead represent a sustained and deliberate campaign by the Iranian regime to target the United States and undermine our national security. This is precisely why decisive action by our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump, was necessary. By destroying Iran's military capabilities, its missile capabilities, dismantling its naval strength, and ensuring that this regime can never obtain a nuclear weapon, President Trump and his administration have acted to protect the American people and defend our national interests. This level of action is only possible because of the strength of the United States military. During his first term, President Donald J. Trump rebuilt our military to a level many thought would never be possible. Through historic investments, a renewed focus on modernization, and the restoration of military readiness, he ensured that today we possess the strongest and most capable military humanity has ever seen. And it is that peace through strength, rebuilt and restored, that made decisive operations like Operation Epic Fury possible. demonstrating to our adversaries that the United States has both the capability and the resolve to act swiftly, effectively, and without hesitation to protect the citizens of our country. Mr. Speaker, during this operation, 6 Americans bravely sacrificed their lives to keep our homeland safe, and may we forever remember and honor their legacy of selfless service to these United States of America. But the threats facing our country today do not stop at distant battlefields. They can reach our networks, our borders, and our communities here at home. While Iran's aggression is often discussed in terms of conflict in the Middle East, we must not forget that the regime and its proxies also pose a direct threat to the American homeland. Our Homeland Security and intelligence agencies have warned that Iran and its affiliates maintain the capability to conduct cyber attacks against our utility services, direct espionage campaigns within our borders, and potentially inspire or direct violence within the United States, targeting critical infrastructure, financial systems, and other essential networks on which millions of Americans rely. That is why President Trump's Department of Homeland Security plays such a vital role in coordinating intelligence, strengthening cyber defenses, securing transportation systems, and protecting the American homeland from emerging threats. Mr. Speaker, border security is homeland security. At a time when hostile regimes and terrorist networks continue to threaten the United States, we cannot ignore the risks posed by an unsecure border and inadequate vetting of individuals entering our country. Ensuring that terrorists, traffickers, and foreign operatives cannot exploit weakness in our immigration system is a fundamental responsibility of the Department of Homeland Security. While security at our southern border has drastically improved and more than 600,000 criminal aliens have been deported under President Trump's administration, millions of unvetted illegal immigrants who entered our country during 4 years of the porous open border under Biden administration still remain in the United States today. Among these illegal immigrants are members of violent transnational gangs, some of which have ties to Iranian-backed terror networks who threaten the safety of American communities. At a time of heightened global tensions and increasing threats, the presence of even one dangerous individual within our borders poses a serious risk to America. If we look at results here at home today, we have seen real progress in safety and security under President Trump, proof that his approach works and can be trusted abroad. Under President Trump's leadership, fentanyl deaths fell by 34% in 2025 as trafficking across our southern border was cut in half. Violent crime has declined nationwide, with homicides experiencing one of the largest single-year drops on record. In cities where enhanced enforcement has taken place, the results have been even more dramatic. Murders here in Washington, D.C. have dropped 60%. Chicago saw its lowest number of murders since 1965. Memphis saw 200 fewer murders and a 40% decline in shootings, and New Orleans' homicide rate reached its lowest level in 50 years. Mr. Speaker, these outcomes exemplify what strong leadership and commitment to law and order can achieve. But maintaining that progress requires a fully functional Homeland Security apparatus. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to make one thing clear for the record and for everyone who's watching today, despite what some of my Democrat colleagues may be telling their constituents as they fear primary challenges from the left, this debate is not about funding ICE or CBP. Those agencies were already fully funded through H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which was enacted last year. This debate is about the rest of the Department of Homeland Security. The agencies responsible for counterterrorism, cybersecurity, disaster response, aviation security, maritime security, and other critical missions that protect the American homeland. By refusing to fund the remainder of the Department of Homeland Security, my Democrat colleagues have left critical Homeland Security missions vulnerable at a time when threats against our country are increasing. And the consequences of that decision are already being felt. Due to the Democrats' Homeland Security shutdown, our country's cyber defenses remain weakened, leaving critical infrastructure like hospitals, water systems, and energy grids more vulnerable to attacks from adversaries like Iran. Due to the Democrats' Homeland Security shutdown, our Coast Guard faces disruptions to essential missions like search and rescue, port security, and drug interdiction, while service members in harm's way are left without the full support and pay that they deserve. Due to Democrats' Homeland Security shutdown, TSA officers who service airports like Hartsfield-Jackson, Atlanta International Airport, as well as other airports across our country, are forced to work without pay, hurting morale, straining staffing, and increasing the risk of security gaps, delays, and disruptions in our airports. And due to the Democrats' Homeland Security shutdown, FEMA is stretched to its limits, jeopardizing disaster response, recovery efforts, and preparedness as severe weather threatens communities across the country. Passage of the resolution today allows the House of Representatives to consider, debate, and pass legislation that ends this Democrat shutdown and fully funds the Department of Homeland Security, ensuring that agencies charged with protecting the American people are equipped with the resources necessary to carry out their critical missions without disruption. Mr. Speaker, protecting the American people should never be a partisan issue. Regardless of party, every member of Congress has a responsibility to ensure the agencies tasked with defending our homeland have the resources they need to do their jobs. It should really be that simple. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on House Resolution 1095 because it allows this House of Representatives to carry out its most fundamental duty to govern, to safeguard the American people, and to confront the serious threats facing our country today with strength, clarity, and resolve. A yes vote today allows us to end the Democrats' Homeland Security shutdown and protects our homeland. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, 6 Americans are dead and bombs are falling on our consulates and bases and allies because Trump started what he has now said could be a, in his words, forever war. This is the same president who I quote, "I'm not going to start wars, I'm going to end them," unquote. This is a president who has said America first means no more wars. This is a president who has betrayed. He has betrayed those people who voted for him, expecting him to keep us out of wars. Because he started this war as a matter of choice, because he wanted to. Because we have heard over and over again that there was no imminent threat, which is the legal criteria. There was no congressional authorization. And even though Trump betrayed his own commitments, his own voters, Trump betrayed them and betrayed those Republicans who thought he was going to keep us out of war. So you would think that Republicans who control this House would bring us back into a session so we could address this war, so we could discuss, is it legitimate? What can we do? How do we exercise our Article I power? Why don't you all want to exercise the power that was given to you by your voters? But that's not what we're doing today. Instead, we are here on a rule that has one bill. And that bill is so important. That's the only thing we're going to cover. But guess what? We already did it. This is a rerun of a bad movie. It is a rerun because there is nothing in this bill that is not already in the bill that, as the gentleman pointed out, was already passed. The only thing that has changed from when we last passed this very same bill a few weeks ago was that ICE and CBP have killed, arrested, detained, and terrorized more American citizens. When we last passed this bill, Alex Preddy was alive. Alex Preddy had not been killed. Alex Preddy's Second Amendment rights were still being honored. That's what has changed. What has changed is more people have died in ICE custody. What has changed is it has gotten only worse. We have seen ICE officials have to walk back their lies about their encounters with citizens who they have shot and beat up and arrested. That's the only thing we have seen since this bill was last passed. And you know what? The reality is, the only way to get DHS funded all together in a single bill is for the White House, Senate, and House to come to an agreement. And they are in negotiations to do that. But this is the kind of thing where even though negotiations are going on, the House just wants to do the same thing over and over again. And you know what? I remember that quote of when you do the same thing over and over again with the same results. It's actually a little bit of madness. But I put up this letter because while House Republicans kind of don't understand where Americans are, this 7-year-old named Connor does. Connor sent me this letter where he says, ICE, no money. He put a whole bunch of zeros after. He doesn't realize that they get a lot more money than the $1 billion that he set out here. Because as my colleagues noted, they're already fully funded. They've got all that money from the H.R. 1. And what we suggested, what Democrats suggested, since they already acknowledge, he said it on the floor, they're fully funded, why don't we just pass a bill that funds FEMA, that funds Coast Guard, that funds these critical agencies over which there is no debate and no controversy and no need for negotiations. They rejected that amendment last night because if they really cared about funding these critical agencies, they'd say, let's fund them and let's take up the issues of how do we make sure that ICE and CBP protect Americans. Because not only is Connor worried, but a parent told me when I was back home that her child asked her two questions as they drove home from school one day. One question was, Mom, are elves real? And the second question was, Mom, what do I do if ICE comes for me? What do I do if ICE comes from you? This is a little Latina student, a citizen, somebody who has been in this country, her family for generations. But they are terrified because if you look Latino, you are at risk. And they are unwilling to put any protections in to protect our families, unwilling to put any protections in to say, don't go into our schools, don't go into our hospitals, don't go into our churches. Preserve the places where people should be able to go somewhere to feel safe. For example, in Clovis, New Mexico, ICE broke a car window at a health clinic, dragged the father away. The mother had to run into the health clinic to make sure that there were no glass shards on the baby's skin because that window had been shattered. This is the kind of activity that they are condoning. But that baby was lucky because we know that there are babies like 2-month-old Juan Nicolas in Texas who was sick in detention and sick with bronchitis and almost near death, was deported across the border without any money, without any people that he would know of. Thank heaven the goodness of the American people helped that baby out. And I could tell story after story that should make anybody who has a heart or conscience or moral values based on any of our faith traditions cry and say, this is not an America we believe in. At least 3,800 children under age 18, including 20 infants, were held in detention under the Trump administration in 2025 alone. The cruelty continues far beyond those thousands of kids. And it's not just that they killed citizen Alex Preddy and citizen Renee Good. It's a pattern and practice of ICE hurting our communities and violating the Constitution. Americans who believe in law and order, respect for constitutional rights, who don't want government overreach, they should be and are indeed outraged. But today, Republicans are once again demanding more money for the Department of Homeland Security's ICE and PBP, which they acknowledge has already been fully funded. In fact, we know that $150 billion of the money that we already sent to DHS remains available to them. But now, as we heard, they're trying to justify funding DHS by pointing to a war that this president started. Without a clear strategy, without the support of the American people. And Trump's chaos is everywhere. And Trump's chaos comes with a price. And it's Americans who pay that price. Chaos abroad, chaos Congress did not authorize, and chaos at home. And let's be clear what's happening. While families are worried about rising costs, while service members' lives are at risk, Republicans want to write another blank check to an agency that's already operating with historic, unprecedented funding. How much is this chaos costing us? That's the question we should be asking. We know just one piece of this war, 3 F-15 aircraft shot down, cost $300 million. You know what that $300 million could do? It could fund 23 years of the Gabriela Miller Kids First Pediatric Research Program, 3 years of childhood cancer and birth defects for just those 3 F-15s that they put at risk. Or the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline for a year to connect Americans with life-saving services and a compassionate counsel. 3 of those planes would pay for another year of the Community Development Financial Institutions Fund, a fund that Trump wanted to zero out. He wanted to zero out this fund, but think about it. Those CDFIs, what does that mean? Your credit unions, your places where you get your loans for your cars, for your appliances, to help with your home. That's what he's willing to do because everything comes at a cost. And they are willing to pay money for this war of choice, and that money could be better spent at home, bringing down the cost of living for Americans. And we know that 60% of Americans support redirecting ICE funding to Medicaid because people want health care and stability, not raids and abuse and chaos. Republicans keep burning money. They keep burning money. They have that $4 trillion debt from their big, beautiful bill. And we know the last time a Republican took us into war in the Middle East, it cost trillions in our deficit. They're doing it again. There they go. They're at it again. And what Democrats are asking for, before we send more ICE funding, is what all law enforcement uses: mandatory body cameras, judicial warrants before you break down somebody's door. Judicial warrants before you break down somebody's door. Every law enforcement in America does that. Why can't they? No masks. What law enforcement officers go around in masks except for theirs? No targeting of schools, hospitals, houses of worship, or polling places. Sensible, community-driven policies. And we are also asking that ICE follow the same Constitution principles that every other law enforcement agency follows. You can't just beat up, shoot, and kill people. And it's not just Democrats saying this. Catholic bishops from border states and beyond are pleading with Congress to restore protections at places of worship, schools, and healthcare facilities so families can seek care, learn, and pray without fear. If Republicans truly cared about security, they would support these kind of reforms. Why don't you want to let people pray without fear? I ask. But Trump wanted a Department of War so he could wage war. Now he wants a reckless ICE to have dangerous amounts of monies. But Americans don't have to choose between national security and safety and constitutional protections. We can have all three. It just takes courage. It takes courage over chaos, but not blank checks and not endless wars. It's time to restore accountability before we write another blank check with a lot more zeros than poor Connor could even imagine. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time.
Reserve. I'm sorry. I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I half hoped the gentlewoman from Mexico was going to rise to thank us for giving her an opportunity to rectify the wrong she inflicted upon the Department of Homeland Security 3 weeks ago, I should say, when they neglected to fund it. But based on her comments, doesn't seem that to be the case. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague from New York, a rising star in our conference and the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Andrew Garbarino.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman on the Committee on Homeland Security, I rise today in support of the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 7744. As America faces heightened threats on U.S. soil and abroad, DHS is in the midst of the second major shutdown in 6 months because of Democrats' political games. This lapse in appropriations means a disruption in our nation's disaster preparedness, transportation security, and critical infrastructure resilience when we need it most. As a lifelong New Yorker, I find it outrageous that DHS continues to be undermined by Washington's dysfunction. 25 years after the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil, I urge my Democratic colleagues to not forget why this department was established in the first place. As we speak, the vast majority of DHS personnel are once again continuing their essential missions to protect the American people without knowing when their next paycheck will be, while others have been furloughed, further undermining our preparedness. The frustrating reality is this was completely avoidable. House Republicans sent this bipartisan bicameral deal for full DHS funding to the Senate nearly 2 months ago. This bill includes funding for body cameras, support for the DHS Office of Inspector General, additional resources for training, and new transparency and oversight requirements for ICE. By holding this bill up in the Senate, Democrats are blocking funding for FEMA's preparedness, response, and recovery efforts across the country. They're blocking funding for TSA ahead of major events like the World Cup. Democrats are blocking the Coast Guard operations that we use to counter our adversaries. They are blocking our funding for our cybersecurity workforce while Iran is attacking us daily in our cybersecurity terrain. The security of our homeland is not a partisan talking point. It is an American imperative. Holding DHS hostage when lives and livelihoods are on the line or reckless, I urge our Democrats to show their Senate counterparts to support this bill and do the right thing. Thank you. I yield back.
We reserve.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much. You know what? And now that we're on the point of thank yous, my colleagues suggested that I get up and thank them for bringing this bill again. Well, I do think it is a waste of House resources to do the same thing over again, but I do thank you because we are able to make the point again to the American people about how bad ICE is. The American people agree with us that what ICE is doing is not American. It's not American to kill us. Point blank, murderers, for doing nothing more than using a phone to video what they're doing. But, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 7481, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2026, a bill which fully funds law-abiding agencies under the Department of Homeland Security and not the unlawful actions of ICE and CBP. Because we agree, we need to fund FEMA, TSA, and the Coast Guard. And there's no reason to have these important agencies tied to the funding for Trump's ICE cruelty agenda. Indeed, Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro introduced a bill to fund FEMA, TSA, and the Coast Guard. Last night at Rules, I tried to make her bill in order so the House could vote on it, so the House could say, yes, we believe in these agencies and we want to fund them. Every single Republican in the committee voted against it. So let's be honest about who is voting against funding for the Coast Guard, for TSA, and for these agencies. It is Republicans. Republicans voted against it last night, but we're going to ask Republicans once again, will you vote to fund Coast Guard, FEMA, the TSA? We will ask you, will you vote for that? Because we're going to give you another opportunity to do that. And we're going to do that because I will ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal further, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee and the sponsor of this bill, Ms. Rosa DeLauro.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the bill at issue today is not a serious legislative effort. It is political theater. Republican leadership is trying to use President Trump's aimless, costly, and illegal war with Iran to force through more funding for ICE and the Customs and Border Protection without any substantial changes that the vast majority of Americans believe those agencies need. It is a cynical effort, and it is one that will fail. If Republicans are actually serious about the threat that President Trump's war with Iran has caused, they then would move quickly to bring up my bill, which in fact, and I'll tell you what it will fund, and they rejected the amendment last night in the Rules Committee. The bill would fund law-abiding components of DHS, Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, Disaster Relief Fund, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, U.S. Coast Guard, Transportation Security Administration, TSA, the U.S. Secret Service, Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers, Science and Technology Directorate, Office of the Inspector General, and Federal Protective Services. These are the agencies that are part of what we ought to be funding, and we can fund today if the Republicans wanted to do it. And you know what, my friends? They do not want to do it because they support a lawless, reckless agencies, ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. We could set those aside for further negotiations as those negotiations continue. Unlike the bill Republicans have put forward, my measure actually has a good chance of passing if only the Republican leadership would allow it to come forward with a vote. If we defeat that previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up my bill, H.R. 7481, so that members can vote to fund the law-abiding agencies within the Department of Homeland Security. There's broad agreement on the funding of these agencies. No controversy over any of them. There is significant controversy over ICE and Customs and Border Protection because they have beaten, detained, harassed, and even killed law-abiding U.S. citizens with zero accountability. I ask my colleagues across the aisle, why not allow funding for the parts of Homeland Security that we have no disagreements over? Let's pass those. Allow that disaster relief to be replenished. Allow TSA, Secret Service agents to be paid. Allow the Coast Guard to support its service members. Let's ensure our cybersecurity measures are in place. We're going to negotiate reforms to ICE, Customs Border Protection. It's underway. What are those reforms? Which there's broad protection to support. Prohibit the detention or deportation of U.S. citizens. Prohibit operations at sensitive locations like schools and houses of worship. Thank you. Require agencies to get a warrant from a judge before you kick in somebody's door. Remove the masks. Require badges and identification. Allow independent investigations into wrongdoing. End racial profiling and end roving patrols. Let me just say what I am sick and tired of is listening to the crocodile tears that are being shed on the other side of the aisle for the federal employees who work at these agencies. They could care less. I'll give you examples. The president's budget had a $500 million cut to cybersecurity. Where were they when that happened? Where were they when President Trump and Kristi Noem talked about dismantling the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agencies? Where were they on all of these bills where they had their guru, Elon Musk, said 1,000 people could go from the cybersecurity agency. Not a peep out of them for there. It is disingenuous. They know it. The public knows it. And in fact, they want to support ICE. They want to support CBP, but they don't want to support the federal employees. Vote no on the previous question. I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to my colleague from Florida, a member of our freshman class, one of the best educated members of our conference, and a champion debater, Mr. Randy Fine.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today angry. I rise angry by the stunning disparity between the priorities of the two parties. This week, Republicans' #1 priority is to reopen the Department of Homeland Security because our homeland is under threat. Whereas Democrats, as we'll see this afternoon's #1 priority, is to stop and protect those who would endanger our homeland. The U.S. Coast Guard is actively in operations in Bahrain, protecting the United States. And every one of those brave individuals is not being paid. But not only that, the DHS Office of Counterterrorism and Homeland Threats is not being paid to look after those who would threaten us in the United States. What's changed in the last 3 weeks? Let me give you some examples. Today is March 4th. 2 days ago, in Michigan Islamic scholar and expert in Islam, Hassani Rajabali, said the following about the killing of Khomeini. Why do we keep hearing our leaders? This is someone in America referring to Khomeini as our leaders. Why are we hearing our leaders are being killed and the other side does not? It will come. Don't worry. Mahdi will cut tentacles of the Rothschilds. We need Homeland Security to protect us from this guy. On February 28th, someone who came to Michigan in 1991, who got 2 degrees at American universities, Dearborn Heights imam, religious leader, running a mosque, Muhammad Ali Elahi, eulogized Khomeini. He would have loved to end his life this way, being killed by, quote, the most wretched hands on earth, speaking about the United States. Even Democrats believe Khomeini was a bad guy. Nothing is greater than martyrdom after 86 years of service. We need DHS to be funded to protect us from this guy. Third example, a taxpayer-funded government employee working at Henry Ford Community College in Dearborn, Ali Akbar Shadid. Trump made a huge mistake by killing our leader again, our leader being Khomeini. We are going to continue on his path. We are going to hold his blood and ideology and teach it to our children. We're paying for this. We need DHS to protect us from this guy. But that's just Michigan. State number 2, California. February 28th, someone who came from Iraq to the United States in 1994, another Muslim scholar, an expert in Islam, Dr. Saeed, a PhD, Dr. Saeed Mustafa Kwazini. I pray to exit life as a martyr. Like Khomeini, may Allah be pleased with him, not in bed, home, or a hospital. DHS needs to protect us from him. But down the road in Virginia, a mosque in Manassas, honoring what they call again our leader, Khomeini, extending condolences and glad tidings on his martyrdom. By the way, these are not being captured with a hidden microphone. They're proudly broadcasting this. In New York, Zohran Mamdani, February 20th, attended a mosque with known ties to Iran and sat there as the imam prayed for the Mahdi to kill the infidels by his sword. We need DHS open to protect us from that. And this is personal for me. In Austin, a Muslim terrorist who never should have been in this country just killed 3 people, and I will talk about him in a bit. He retweeted, commented on one of my tweets, upset about my criticism of the kind of terrorism that he so engaged in. I didn't find it. So lest any member of Congress think these threats are not real, if they can do it to me, they can do it to any one of you. But I would close with this. We hear the names of the 2 who died in Minnesota, but how do we not say the names of Ryder Harrington, Savitha Shah, and Jorge Peterson, who were killed by that man in Austin? We need the Department of Homeland Security open to protect us from them. How many Americans are going to die while the Department of Homeland Security is closed? We swore an oath to protect Americans, not to protect terrorists. We need to get the Department of Homeland Security open so that we can live up to that obligation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
And that, Mr. Speaker, is why Representative Fine is a champion debater. We reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we can get DHS open if Republicans would vote to return this bill so that we could indeed fund the FEMA, Coast Guard, and the other agencies. And let's talk a little bit about FEMA, because what we are seeing this president do is use this moment to make life more miserable for Americans. FEMA has $4 billion in disaster relief fund. Even though it has that money, DHS is shutting down assistance to victims. It's doing that even though it has the money. This is just like what Trump did last time, where he had the money for nutrition assistance to fund SNAP. And he said, no, I'd prefer that children grow hungry, even though I have the money in the bank. And this shouldn't be surprising given Secretary Noem's record. She has put roadblock after roadblock to actually let FEMA do work. She says, oh, anything over $100,000 has to come to my office. That didn't stop her from giving away several hundred millions of dollars in ad funding to somebody related to her, because this is indeed a corrupt administration. There is corruption at the highest level, and we see that over and over again. And when we want to talk about U.S. citizens harmed, let's talk about U.S. citizens harmed by our own agency. Marimar Martinez, she was a teaching assistant. She was shot 5 times by Border Patrol agent in October. She was in a car. That agent said, bragging, I fired 5 rounds and she has 7 holes. He had to recant their allegations that she had done anything wrong. George Retes, a former Army infantryman, a disabled veteran, pulled out of his car telling ICE, I'm a veteran, I'm a citizen, and he then spent time in detention. But you know what? He came to the House and was a guest for the State of the Union. We got to meet him. Peter Yazzie, Navajo Nation, our first Americans and Laguna member, detained by ICE members, told them, I'm a Native American, I have my citizen of Indian blood, detained, arrested, abused in that moment. Jose Roberto Beto Ramirez, 20-year-old member of the Ojibwe Nation, yanked from the passenger seat of his aunt's car, slammed on the hood, handcuffed and held in custody. Aliyah Rahman, a disabled social activist, having her windows broken, pulled out by force, experienced shooting pain. These are citizens. These are citizens, and they don't seem to care. It's something when you can't control it, the horrible, horrible actions, and we condemn. The terrorism, we condemn their Ayatollah, we condemn all of that. We don't control them, but we sure should control our own agents and our own agencies. And to discuss more about this bill and what all this means, I am going to yield 2 minutes to not just the gentleman, but the gentleman from Maryland who has led us and inspired us in so many different times. And I look forward to listening to Representative Hoyer for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the American people through you. So I address the Speaker and the American people. You must be confused by this debate. We have 2 relatively new members of the Congress who have spoken. I came in as Mr. Jack was speaking, and he said that we need to open DHS. We certainly have agreement on about 80% of that. But the Republicans are saying, unless you agree to 100%, we're not going to agree to opening DHS that ought to be opened during this time of war. The Secret Service could be funded
this afternoon, the Speaker just has to say the word. Because our side will vote to open up the agencies, but we have a difference of opinion with respect to two components of DHS that we believe are violating the Constitution of the United States. But we agree that we ought to open Secret Service. We agree that we ought to open FEMA. We agree that we ought to open cybersecurity. But what is your answer to saying, but if you don't do it all, we will not open those agencies and have the employees paid, who, of course, are critical employees? You don't have an answer to that, other than you want to muscle through something that has been questioned by many courts in this land. Now, let me read you a statement that was made by the border czar after a court said, you must do this. The border czar, Tom Homan, who was in Minneapolis, who, by the way, Border Patrol killed Alex Petty. Here's what the border czar said. And perhaps you don't care, but he said this: I don't care what the judges think. I don't care. Yes, we here on this floor and the Democrats on the floor in the United States Senate believe that is improper policy for law enforcement to say, to do, to act, to threaten people with by, I don't care what the judges say. Bring Mr. Laurow's bill to the floor. It will pass. It will pass this afternoon. And all of those agents you have mentioned will be funded. May I have 30 seconds? In addition to that, I don't know that I've heard it mentioned, but in your bill that you passed earlier this year, you funded DHS, you funded ICE with $150 billion. So don't get on this floor and pretend that somehow it is not funded, because that is not true. Bring this bill to the floor. We agree on it overwhelmingly. Do not allow the disagreement to undermine the agreement we have, particularly at a time of war when we ought to be united. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Speaker, just to respond briefly, first and foremost, if the gentleman had listened to my opening remarks as he suggested he did, he would know that we noted that we in fact funded CBP and ICE last year. This is about funding the Coast Guard, TSA, and this is what's today's vote about. That's why you hear the consternation. That's why you hear the consternation from the other side, is because they take bad vote after bad vote after bad vote. We're giving them a chance to rectify that today. Mr. Speaker, I now want to yield 2 minutes to my colleague, a friend before we were both elected to Congress, Mr. Vince Fong.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a bipartisan funding package for the Department of Homeland Security. It is regrettable that Senate Democrats chose to abandon a bipartisan and bicameral deal on full-year DHS funding, jeopardizing our safety and security here at home. Today, we face growing threats as our nation counters the real danger posed by the Iranian regime, as well as other adversaries around the world. It is critical that we ensure the agencies tasked with protecting our nation are fully operational and are at full strength, and they have the resources needed to neutralize any potential threats to our homeland. As congressional Democrats continue to play partisan games, they are weakening our cybersecurity operations, disrupting critical intelligence sharing, and forcing over 250,000 public servants supporting our national security to go without pay, including critical personnel from TSA, who work every day to prevent terror attacks, and FEMA, who support our communities in the wake of disasters. This is the second time in the past 4 months that TSA workers are working without pay. During the last shutdown, TSA saw increased rates of unscheduled absences and localized spikes in wait times, which are expected again during the shutdown as spring travel begins to rise. In my home state of California, we continue preparations to host major international events like the 2026 FIFA World Cup, which begins this coming June, followed by the 2028 Summer Olympic Games. The World Cup will be the largest sporting event in history, with upwards of 5 million international fans traveling to the United States. The safety and success of these global events hinge on DHS's ability to maintain mission readiness. The longer this partial shutdown continues, the weaker our ability to prepare for these events becomes. To delay any longer is to risk the lives of countless Americans and millions of international visitors alike. This week, the House will vote once again to reopen DHS and reaffirm its commitment to public safety. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to join us in voting to reopen the Department of Homeland Security so it can get back to its core mission of safeguarding American communities. And with that, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
I yield 30 seconds to my colleague from Maryland.
Frankly, these new members of Congress apparently don't know what I'm saying. We will vote to open DHS, including the Secretary's office, this afternoon, an hour from now, 2 hours from now. Bring it to the floor. Do not put in it what we all call a poison pill. And that is two components that are already funded. And Democrats and Republicans together can start paying the others today.
Gentleman's time is expired.
But for your objection to the unanimous consent.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia.
I think it's disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that the gentleman from Maryland refers to funding our Border Patrol, funding those who keep our border safe as poison pills, but that's his prerogative, not mine. I next want to yield 3 minutes to my colleague from South Carolina, a member of our freshman class, one of the highest-ranking female military officers in the history of the House of Representatives, a combat veteran, Lieutenant Colonel Sherry Biggs.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Georgia for recognizing me. America has dealt a clear and decisive blow to the Iranian terrorist regime. In times like this, we have to stay vigilant here at home. Rogue terrorists look for ways to strike back and create chaos, and in some cases, they already have. And right now, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down. Think about that. At a time when the threat of terrorism is real and it's rising, those on the other side of the aisle have left the agency responsible for protecting our homeland just hanging out to dry for nearly a month. Americans should not be alarmed, but they should take note of who prioritizes American safety. DHS secures our border. DHS works to stop terrorist threats. DHS supports the law enforcement officers who keep our communities safe. And letting it stay shut down, it's reckless. Stop the partisan games and protect Americans. Mr. Speaker, this issue is personal for me. I am a lieutenant colonel in the Air National Guard, and I still currently serve. And should I be called up, my go bag is packed and ready. Serving as a medical crew director in the back of an aircraft in hostile environments, I've looked wounded service members in their eyes as I cared for them. As a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, I've seen these warriors return home with tremendous weight and trauma on their minds, in their hearts, and the weight of the world on their shoulders. So when we talk about supporting and praying for our troops, this isn't theoretical for me. I've lived it. And quite honestly, it's why I'm here in Congress. Our men and women in uniform, they deserve a Congress who has their back. Mr. Speaker, when some of those on the other side second guess and even go as far as telling our military to disregard their orders, that's not leadership. Under President Trump's leadership, America dealt a decisive blow. For nearly 50 years, the Iranian regime fueled terrorism. It backed proxy militias and threatened Americans and our allies. Their chants of death to America have never been symbolic. They've been backed by violence and a relentless pursuit of nuclear weapons. President Trump made it clear that Iran would never obtain a nuclear weapon. He gave their leaders a chance to negotiate. They chose deception. They chose delay. And when diplomacy failed, the president acted to protect the American people. That sends a message far beyond Tehran. Russia is watching. China is watching. Every adversary testing Americans' resolve is watching. There is peace through strength. It protects American lives, and it keeps our country safe. And I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from MSN Now entitled, open quote, Kash Patel's latest firings ousted agents with expertise in Iran, close quote.
Without objection.
So we also know that the Trump administration, in addition to getting rid of those with expertise in Iran, he also appointed a 22-year-old to head DHS's counterterrorism office. When you talk about making America less safe, it is the Trump administration who is making America less safe. It is the Trump administration, by going to war in Iran after promising he would not do that, that is making America less safe. And we can also talk about how he is also betraying not just his promise of no foreign intervention in wars, but he's betraying his promise to lower costs. Because now we are seeing gas prices surge. Americans know this. It is this administration, it is the Trump administration that is making your gas prices go up. It is his tariffs that are making your gas prices go up. He is costing you money, and he's making your world less safe. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my colleague, a member of our freshman class who traveled earlier this year to Central America to review the threats to our national security these transnational gangs posed. The distinguished gentleman from Utah, Mr. Mike Kennedy.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Georgia, Mr. Jack, for the privilege of being able to speak on this really important topic today. I rise in support of the rule to put a stop to yet another Democrat Schumer shutdown and fund the Department of Homeland Security at this critical time. We all know, and Democrats know, that shutdowns are bad for the American people. That's been true regardless of which party has caused them. Democrats have now shut down the government twice in the span of 4 months, holding the American people's safety hostage and their policy demands. We've just heard Democrats admit responsibility for this nonsensical shutdown on this floor today. House Republicans negotiated in good faith with House and Senate Democrats and produced a clean, bipartisan funding bill for all the departments. That's how this process is supposed to work. ICE is already funded and operational. Exposing this Schumer shutdown is a political stunt more than anything else. What has actually been left without funding is the Coast Guard, TSA, and FEMA, these agencies that keep us safe when disaster strikes. The agencies on the front lines of American safety are now in limbo over a political standoff that never should have happened. And even more troubling is the fact that the agency tasked with keeping Americans safe from terrorism is defunded when we face terrorist threats from Iran. Mr. Speaker, I say to my Democrat friends and colleagues, stop the games, end this shutdown, and with that I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Reserve.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record the February 2026 PBS News article, Poll. Nearly 2/3 of Americans say ICE has gone too far in immigration crackdown.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'd inquire whether my colleague is ready to close.
I am.
Gentlelady from New Mexico.
Mr. Speaker, we just heard from another Republican say that ICE is already fully funded. So what they should do is take up the Democratic proposal to fund the other agencies. They've acknowledged it over and over again today. So all we need to do to fund the TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA is to take up our proposal. They are refusing to do so, and when they refuse to do so, they are causing the shutdown. Because I must say it again, what we Democrats are asking is simply that ICE follow the Constitution. So not only are they inflicting harm on FEMA and TSA and others, they're refusing to follow the Constitution. They are refusing to have their law enforcement comply with law enforcement everywhere. And that's why Democrats are saying no. We are with Americans when we say this terror that ICE has inflicted on Americans has to stop. And we are also saying that Congress should do its job and step in and say, we insist that they not violate our Constitution. We should step in and do our job of saying, we insist that Congress discuss and decide whether we should enter into a costly war in the Middle East, which is what they are allowing to go forward. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and to vote against the rule and vote for the Democrat proposal to fund FEMA and the Coast Guard. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, the rule I have presented today enables the House of Representatives to carry out its responsibilities and to govern in an orderly and responsible manner for the American people. And as a reminder, a yes vote on this rule enables us to consider legislation that will fully end the Democrat shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and allows us and this body to restore funding for the agencies responsible for protecting the American people. A yes vote on this rule ensures the men and women serving on the front lines of our Homeland Security, from Coast Guardsmen and TSA officers to cyber defenders, law enforcement personnel, and emergency responders, have the resources and support they need to carry out their critical missions. A yes vote on this rule strengthens the security of the American homeland by restoring funding for the agencies responsible for counterterrorism, cybersecurity, aviation security, disaster response, and maritime security at a time when threats to our country are increasing. And as I made clear earlier, a yes vote on this rule ensures that the rest of the Department of Homeland Security can continue its vital work, even as ICE and CBP have already been funded through H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. And finally, a yes vote on this rule allows the House to fulfill its most basic responsibility to govern and to ensure the safety of the American people is never used as a political bargaining chip. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of leaving the Department of Homeland Security unfunded are too serious to ignore. This rule allows the House to act to restore full funding and to ensure that the agencies tasked with protecting the American people can carry out their missions without further disruption. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I request the ayes and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the resolution, if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules and pass Senate 723 and H.R. 6472. This is a 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. No.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Gavel. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the noes are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 723, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 723, an act to require the Bureau of Indian Affairs to process and complete all mortgage packages associated with residential and business mortgages on Indian land by certain deadlines and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 384, the nays are 40. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6472 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 421, H.R. 6472, a bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to provide for in-state tuition rates for certain residents of Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, America and Samoa, and the United States Virgin Islands, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 351, the nays 72. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Directing the Committee on Ethics to preserve and publicly release records of the committee's review of violations or alleged violations of Clause 9 as it pertains to acts of sexual harassment and Clause 18 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. Whereas there is no place for sexual harassment or unwelcome sexual advances in the House of Representatives. Whereas Clause 9 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House provides member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House may not discharge and may not refuse to hire an individual or otherwise discriminate against an individual with respect to compensation, terms, conditions, or privileges of employment because of the race, color, religion, sex, including marital or parental status, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, age, or national origin of such individual, including by committing an act of sexual harassment against such individual. Whereas Clause 18A of Rule 23 of the Rules of House provides a member, delegate, or resident commissioner may not engage in a sexual relationship with any employee of the House who works under the supervision of the member.
The House is not in order. The clerk will read.
Whereas Clause 18A of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House provides a member, delegate, or resident commissioner may not engage in a sexual relationship with an employee of the House who works under the supervision of the member, delegate, or resident commissioner, or who is an employee of the committee on which the member, delegate, or resident commissioner serves. Whereas Clause 18B of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House provides a member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House may not engage in unwelcome sexual advances or conduct towards another member, delegate, resident commissioner, officer, or employee of the House. Whereas sexual harassment and unwelcome sexual advances by members, delegates, or resident commissioners in violation of Clause 9 and Clause 18 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House affect the safety, dignity, and integrity of the proceedings of the House of Representatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Committee on Ethics shall, 1, preserve all documents and investigative materials related to any violations or alleged violations of Clause 9 as it pertains to acts of sexual harassment, Clause 18, or any other clause to the extent of an act of sexual harassment, unwelcome sexual advance, or sexual assault constituted a violation or alleged violation of such clause of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House by a member, delegate, or resident commissioner, and 2, not later than 60 days after the date of the adoption of this resolution, make publicly available all final reports, or in such cases where there is not a final report, the most recent draft report, conclusions, recommendations, exhibits, and attached or accompanying materials with the personally identifiable information of victims, alleged victims, or witnesses redacted related to the committee's investigations into violations or alleged violations of Clause 9 as it pertains to acts of sexual harassment, Clause 18, or any other clause to the extent of an act of sexual harassment, unwelcome sexual advance, or sexual assault constituted a violation or alleged violation of such clause of Rule 23 by a member, delegate, or resident commissioner.
The resolution qualifies. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Garbarino of New York moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my motion and I yield back.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. On the motion, the question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 357, the nays are 65, with one answering present. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Good morning.
What's that? You still.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 972, an act to amend the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area Act to adjust the boundary of the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motion to suspend the rules if a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered, or if the vote is objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed question at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.Res. 1099.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Resolution 1099, resolution reaffirming Iran remains the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the measure, and the House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The House will come to order, and without objection, the unanimous consent is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this resolution is very simple. Reaffirming that Iran remains the largest state sponsor of terrorism. Why is Iran the largest state sponsor of terrorism? Why is that something that is said? Why must we reaffirm this? Because they have spent the last 47 years targeting and attacking the United States of America every single chance that they have. April of 25, Houthi terrorists attacked USS Harry Truman, causing a U.S. fighter jet to sink into the ocean. June of 25, Iran-backed militias attack at least 3 U.S. bases in Syria, 2 bases in Iraq. January of 24, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists kill 3 U.S. service members and wounded more than 40 more in a drone attack against Tower 22 at a military base in Jordan. Before that, Iran-backed militias wounded 3 U.S. service members in an attack at Erbil Air Base in Iraq. Before that, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists killed 46 Just prior to that, President Biden unfroze $6 billion of Iranian assets. That doesn't make them the largest state sponsor of terrorism, but I just thought it's an interesting point to put into the timeline. Before that, an Iranian drone attack killed an American contractor, wounded 5 U.S. service members, and another contractor in a drone strike on a coalition base in Syria. Before that, IRGC captain orchestrated the killing of an American citizen in Baghdad. Before that, Iranian rocket attack killed an American citizen in Iraqi Kurdistan. Before that, Iran-backed militias wounded 2 U.S. service members in a series of rocket and drone attacks against U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. Before that, an Iran-backed militia fired a rocket at coalition forces in Erbil, Iraq, wounding a U.S. service member and 4 U.S. civilian contractors. Before that, Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists killed an American civilian contractor and wounded several U.S. service members in a rocket attack at K-1 Air Base Kirkuk, Iraq. Before that, Iran held 10 U.S. Navy sailors at gunpoint on their knees on the deck of an Iranian boat. Before that, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists killed an American citizen and his wife in a drive-by shooting. Before that, Iran-backed Hamas terrorists killed 2 American citizens serving in the IDF. And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. Pages and pages and pages of Iran killing Americans. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by saying something that should not be controversial at all in this House. In fact, it's been the position of this House throughout. The Iranian regime is a malign, nefarious, and deadly actor. It has supported terrorist groups, armed militias across the Middle East, slaughtered its own people, quashed dissent, and threatened Americans and our interests for decades. Members of both sides of the aisle know this. Congress has said it many times before. In fact, during my years in Congress, this body has passed dozens of resolutions and laws recognizing Iran as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. There's no dispute there. This is not a dispute. So, let's be honest about what this resolution is. It's not new policy. It's not new information. It does nothing to protect a single American service member or ally. I think it's about politics. Maybe it's a stunt because of what we're going to debate right after this. I don't think this accomplishes what Chairman Mass or the Republican thinks it does, because in no way does this have any effect on the War Powers Resolution debate later today. You can agree, and we all do, and we all know that Iran is bad. But we also should agree that the president should come to Congress if he wants to make the case for war. These two truths are not incompatible. For decades, Republicans and Democrats have worked together to counter Iran's dangerous behavior. We have imposed layer after layer of sanctions, disrupted terrorist financing networks, strengthened regional partnerships, and worked with our allies to constrain Iran's nuclear program. Unfortunately, President Donald Trump has often upended or ignored bipartisan work. For example, when he pardoned the founder of Beyonce, an enabler of the Iran regime that allowed his company to be used to fund Iran's terror proxies. Past efforts were designed to contain and deter Iran's threats while protecting Americans' interests and avoiding a broader regional war. But today we find ourselves in a very different situation. At President Trump's own behest, the United States is now engaged in direct military conflict with Iran, a conflict that was initiated without congressional authorization and without a clear explanation to the American people for what the end game is. So let me be clear. No one in this chamber doubts the danger posed by the Iranian regime. But recognizing that threat does not mean abandoning our Constitution. It does not mean Congress should surrender its responsibility to debate and authorize war. And it certainly does not mean we should walk blindly into a conflict with a deadly serious adversary, but without our own serious or clear strategy for what comes next. But the stakes here are not symbolic. They aren't talking points. American service members are in harm's way. The Middle East is on the brink of a wider conflict. And the consequences of a war with Iran could shape the region and American security for decades. So instead of debating yet another resolution stating something we all already know, this body should be asking some real questions. What are the objectives of this war? What is the strategy for preventing regional escalation? And what is the plan for the day after? What will this cost the American people? Because the American people deserves those answers. And Congress deserves a vote. Our constituents are waiting to hear. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague across the aisle for the agreement that we have on this. To quote my colleague just now, there is no dispute that Iran remains the largest state sponsor of terror. And he may not expect me to agree on this, but I would also agree with him on this point. There is absolutely nothing that this resolution is going to do to protect any American or any American service member, nor any previous piece of paper, strongly worded letter, or anything else that this body has done has been successful in protecting America from the largest state sponsor of terror. It is only two actions. Number one, President Trump putting Qasem Soleimani into about 5 separate pieces on the side of an Iraqi tarmac. And number two, the actions that President Trump has taken in this operation to destroy every single piece of Iranian military hardware that can reach out and touch an American or has reached out and touched an American. Those are the only two things that will protect America from this imminent, this ongoing, this undisputed threat. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Brian Mast. I'm grateful to support the resolution of Chairman Brian Mast. Over the weekend, the world watched President Donald Trump take courageous action against the murderous regime in Tehran, eliminating Khomeini with senior Iranian regime leaders, the architect of decades of terror, repression, and aggression, killing thousands of Americans and allies over the years. The removal of this brutal dictator marks a pivotal moment in the long struggle against a regime that has destabilized the Middle East and threatened global security for more than 4 decades, oppressing the great people of Iran. Additionally, with the removal of the Syrian dictator Assad, who has fled to Moscow appropriately to be with war criminal Putin, we now have a new government in Syria with Ahmad al-Shara. And with that government, President Donald Trump is leading the effort, bipartisan, to give Syria a chance, give the Middle East a chance for peace and prosperity. And again, it's bipartisan working together. My appreciation of the courageous decision by President Donald Trump to remove the dictatorship in Tehran is personal. I have 4 sons who have served overseas facing the Iranian IEDs, drones, snipers, and missile attacks. Alan served in Iraq field artillery with cross-country convoys receiving a combat action badge. Ed was a Navy doctor in Baghdad. Julian was a signal officer in Egypt with Bright Star, and Hunter served as an engineer for a year in Afghanistan. The American people have never forgotten the crimes of the Iranian regime. From the 1979 seizure of the embassy in Tehran and the disgusting hostage crisis that led to 52 Americans captive for 444 days, freed by President Ronald Reagan, to decades of sponsoring terrorism through puppets as Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthi, Iranian leadership has consistently chosen mass murder over peace and prosperity. President Trump is sending a clear message that those who threaten the United States and our partners and allies will ultimately be held accountable even after 47 years. While Operation Enduring Freedom marks an historic strategic victory, all comes at a solemn cost. 6 brave American service members have lost their lives, with many wounded. We mourn their sacrifice. These men and women stood in the front lines of freedom to destroy the Iranian missile threat, sinking the Iranian Navy, and by personally ending the Iranian nuclear capability. As the Iranian people look to the future, the American people stand with the Iranian people for freedom, peace, and prosperity. Today, we honor the courage of our troops, reaffirm commitment to our allies, and recognize the leadership of President Donald Trump in confronting a maniacal regime. America remains vigilant, resolute, committed to defending freedom wherever it's threatened. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve. I have no further speakers.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Intelligence, my colleague, Mr. Mills.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 47 years. I'm going to say it again. 47 years. That's how long this evil regime has waged war, not only against the West and our allies, but Americans. Whether it be the Beirut bombing, whether it be the hostages, whether it be the violation of our own sovereign territory on our embassies, make no mistake about it. It was Iran and their regime who actually had waged war against America far longer than the strategic strikes to eliminate the imminent threat that this regime posed. You know, my colleague from Florida has pointed out all the different occasions in which this regime has targeted Americans. But let me point out the fact that not only are they engaged in the illicit trade and drug trafficking of Captagon, not only are they going ahead and leveraging sanctioned oil to countries like China and others to fund these proxy militias, but we're talking about the worst of the worst. The Houthis over in Yemen, Hamas, who indiscriminately murdered, raped, and the barbarism that they showed on October 7th there in Israel. Looking at Hezbollah under Hassan Nasrallah, who is responsible for not only the slaughtering of Christians in Lebanon, but the targeting of Americans with the expansion of their militias in Iraq. Hashd al-Shabi and Asali al-Bin Haq in Iraq, responsible for more attacks against American troops and contractors, as well as for rocket attacks on our embassies than any other. The list goes on, Mr. Chairman. We can talk about the fact that we want to go back to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 responsibilities of declarations of war, but I would argue that my colleague on the left has also voted for the authorized use of military force as an abdication of those roles and responsibilities. I would also argue the fact, as the chairman had talked about, while you're right, a piece of paper isn't going to change things, it sends a clear message that this body stands unified and acknowledging that this state sponsor of terror will not have a reign any longer, thanks to President Donald J. Trump and the decisive action to guarantee that their nuclear enrichment program will not continue to thrive, their mid-range ballistic missiles, their long-range ballistic missiles, and their ICBMs will not threat American lives any longer. Our service members who are deployed in the region can sleep peacefully at night knowing that they're not going to have Shahed 136s or other attack drones killing them in their sleep. But I'd also go ahead and iterate the fact that I can guarantee that the 6 new Gold Star families and those 6 new heroes will be proud to know that we haven't forgotten and that we're going to continue to acknowledge that this evil regime is the greatest state sponsor of terror. I ask my colleagues to support this resolution, and I thank the chairman for giving me this time. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Apparently it's Florida Day. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to another gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I approach this debate from a very simple perspective. I think when people say they want to kill you, you should believe them. For 47 years, the Iranian government, in their version of this hall, on the streets, on television, anywhere they can find, has yelled, "Death to America." But they don't just yell it, they actually do it. Over those 47 years, it's estimated that 1,200 Americans have been killed by those saying, "Death to America." Not all of those were military. On October 7th, Hamas, directly funded by Iran, killed 46 Americans. 46. We hear a lot about how bad they are. We can agree they're bad, but there's always a but. But we shouldn't do anything, I guess. Well, again, I believe that when someone tells you thousands of times over 47 years they want to kill you, you should believe them. This resolution makes a simple premise that we cannot allow Iran to get nuclear weapons. Why? Because of the second thing Iran seeks to do, create missile capability to deliver those missiles to the United States of America. And we have to stop them from creating the missile shield, the drones, the shorter missiles that they can use to overwhelm our forces in the region that gives them a shield to continue to deliver those weapons. We have a choice. We can say, well, they say death to America, but they aren't really going to do it. Or we can realize they've given us 1,200 reasons over the last 47 years to believe them. I hope this passes unanimously. It certainly should. It's 3 lines long, this resolution. It says that the House of Representatives declares it is the policy of the United States that Iran continues to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism. That is all it does. And if you believe like I do, when people say death to America, you should believe them, then you should vote for this, and this should be an easy vote. I thank the chairman for bringing this up today, and I hope all of my colleagues will support it. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Montana. Mr.
Gentleman is
Zinke.
recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while we all in this body mourn the deaths of our 6 heroes, we should remember earlier, as a deputy commander of the Special Forces of Iraq, I lost many friends as a result of Iran sponsoring weapons targeting. One of them was Command Sergeant Michael Stack, killed by Iranian weapons and targeting on April 2004. We should also recognize that Gaza, the murder of over 2,000 innocent civilians in unspeakable ways, would not have happened without the direct support of Khomeini and his evil regime and partners, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis. Iran is an evil empire, not the people, the Khomeini regime, which controls their great Iranian people and does not allow prosperity. This resolution is pretty simple. For us all to recognize that evil exists. And the Khomeini regime is the epitome of evil. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Zinke.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I made it very, very clear that there's no disagreement in Congress that Iran is a bad actor. It is a state sponsor of terror. I've said it over and over again in my career. I think every member of Congress has said it over and over again. That's really not what this current resolution is really about. This resolution really is a stunt meant to try to cast a shadow on the imminent Iran war powers resolution debate that's going to follow this. This came up today, just last minute, to try to throw it in specifically because of the debate. Both things can be true, Mr. Speaker. Congress can recognize that Iran is a bad actor, as we've have done multiple times. And the President of the United States cannot unilaterally drag our country into war without congressional deliberation, debate, and authorization. The Constitution of the United States of America says that only Congress can declare war. So that's what the next debate will be all about. Do we want to live up to what we took an oath of office and take a vote for the American people to see where everyone stands and to be sure that we are not giving away our power to the executive branch of government, that we in Congress are going to do our job that the Constitution states that we should do. If the Constitution wanted one person to make that decision, it would have so stated. So yes, I will be voting for this resolution, absolutely, 100%. I have for so many other similar resolutions over the years. But I plan to also do my constitutional duty, to take my responsibility, not to give it away to the executive branch of government, not to shrink from my responsibilities. I plan also on voting for the war powers resolution on Iran in the debate immediately following this resolution, which we've passed numerous times in this House. And so it's a stunt, but unfortunately that's where we are as opposed to doing real business. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to close, but I'm going to respond to some of these comments as well. My colleague has said things that we agree on. Iran is a bad actor. Iran is a state sponsor of terror. He said there's no dispute about these things. My colleague has also said that he will vote for the upcoming war powers resolution. There's not a resolution that's coming before us that gives the president any authority or authorizes the military to defend the United States of America in any way, shape, or form against that threat that there is no dispute about, that bad actor, as it was characterized, that state sponsor of terror that everybody agrees on. There is no war power resolution coming that says, go out there and under these parameters, defend the United States of America. President Trump is utilizing his Article 2 authority, his constitutional Article 2 authority, to defend the United States of America against that imminent threat that we agree upon. My colleagues ask is that the president do nothing to defend the United States of America. My colleague talked about this resolution that outlines all of these historical actions and that we affirm Iran is the largest state sponsor of terror. It says it does nothing and acknowledge he's voted on resolutions just like that many times. That's true. And nothing has happened until we have President Trump willing to utilize his Article 2 authority to defend the United States of America against an imminent threat. I urge passage of this resolution affirming that Iran is the largest state sponsor of terror, because apparently many of our colleagues have forgotten that they have voted on that, have forgotten that that's the case, have forgotten that that's the enemy that comes against us, have forgotten that they pose that imminent threat against us every single day, utilize every single opportunity that they can to attack Americans. I will close with this. I thank President Trump for the first time, avenging every single American that has been killed by the hand of Iran. That was not the purpose of this operation, but it is the purpose of my personal thanks. Thank you, President Trump, for avenging every service member that was killed by the hand of Iran, every contractor, every civilian that has been throughout the Middle East, every person wrongfully detained, every single person killed by that hand of Iran. Thank you, President Trump, for finally stepping up and defending the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1099? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion
Speaker, I
to reconsider
request
is laid
that the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I'll let you know in 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of March 3, 2026, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 38 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 38, concurrent resolution directing the President pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution to remove United States Armed Forces from unauthorized hostilities in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Pursuant to the order of the House of March 3, 2026, the concurrent resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 60 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Trump administration exhausted every single diplomatic effort that they could with Iran, as did previous administrations. Iran would not see reason. Operation Epic Fury is a legal and necessary exercise of Article 2 authority to address the imminent threat posed by Iran. And, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in Donald Trump's own words, in the Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's own words, the United States is at war with Iran. The question is, did Congress authorize the war as the Constitution requires? Did the president present anything before Congress? Did the Congress have any debate? Did any administrative authority come before the House Foreign Affairs Committee to testify? The answer to that is no. The question is, was there any imminent threat requiring the use of force? The administration has not presented one. In fact, the word imminent does not appear even once in the administration's own war powers notification. Can't find the word imminent. Did the Trump administration even bother making the case to the American people or to Congress? Just 8 days ago, during the State of the Union, the most visible platform as a president has, he could have laid out the rationale for military action as other presidents have. Instead, Iran was just a footnote in a record long speech. This is a war of choice that was launched by this administration without authorization, without clearly stating objectives or a defined endgame, and without explaining how they intend to keep Americans safe. The chaos unleashed will not be born by the president's family. It will be born by our men and women in uniform who will face retaliation from Iran and its proxy networks. It will be born by innocent civilians at heightened risk of attacks from Iran's aligned terrorist cells. It will be born by American families paying more for groceries, for electricity, for gasoline, all for Donald Trump's war of choice. Americans woke up on Saturday to the news that the United States is again at war in the Middle East. They don't know for how long, because the president has not articulated a clearly defined endgame. Military action without a defined strategy invites escalation, mission creep, and failure. We should have learned this lesson already. Why? We should have learned it, or where? From Iraq, from Afghanistan, and Vietnam. As Benjamin Franklin once said, when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. This war powers resolution is simple. This is not a vote on the authorization for use of military force. This simply demands that the President of the United States come to Congress, as our Constitution demands, to seek authorization for what he himself has described as a war. Just abide by the Constitution. We all bring our hands up and swear when we're sworn and say, we will abide by the Constitution. You would think that the President of the United States would do just that. This war powers resolution does not prevent the United States from defending itself. It does not stop the president from responding to an imminent attack. It does not limit us from protecting our troops. You know, I've served in Congress for 28 years. And I've been in this chamber as this body has done its most sacred and serious work, deliberating whether to send our American service members into harm's way. It's a difficult vote. It's a serious vote. Without question, the hardest vote that I've ever had to take. But that's my responsibility. I took a pledge to the Constitution that I would follow it. You know, I was here for the vote after 9/11 to go into Afghanistan. A heavy decision. The president brought information in. We had dialogue, we had conversation, we had debate. We did something else. In the House Foreign Affairs Committee, we had hearings. We had administration officials come in. I wasn't even the ranking member or the chair or anything else. I was just a member of the committee. I could call the administration and say, I need to speak to a deputy secretary or the secretary. And they would come into my office and we would have this dialogue to determine whether or not we were going to go into this war. Has that happened now? For over a year. For all the times. Not once have we had a hearing in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. We've asked to have individuals that were negotiating. Unfortunately, some of them are not employed by the State Department, et cetera, like Mr. Kushner and Mr. Witkoff, who all are friends of the president's, basically real estate negotiators, who they were just a half an hour in Geneva flipping back and forth from two major negotiations. And if it was serious, I wouldn't have been in the White House when the president was supposed to have been honoring individuals after we had lost the lives of 6 service members, talking about curtains and how I redecorated the White House. This is too serious a decision for me. I would hope for the President of the United States also. So, getting the facts, in Iraq, the Secretary of State came before and testified, went before the UN, talked to the American people. Now, I disagreed because I didn't see the connections after I got the information on Iraq, so I voted no. I agreed on Afghanistan, but the point here is the president obeyed the Constitution because he came to Congress first and allowed the members of Congress to make a determination. What has to stop, because what has happened year after year in my time here, I've watched Congress gradually relinquish its authority on matters of war to the executive branch. We've allowed overly broad authorizations for the use of military force to remain on the books. We have permitted presidents of both parties to commit forces without a vote. This war with Iran is the most extreme example of that abdication. The framers rejected the idea of a king, meaning one person making a decision without consultation, without giving any reason to this body. Absolutely rejected. We're not under an authoritarian government, like Russia, for example, where Vladimir Putin, he can go to war. He doesn't have to worry about the Duma. They're not a body that has the responsibility that we have in this Congress. So he can go on and fight a war that he created without worrying about being or having to talk and being accountable to anyone. Our founding fathers did not want that. They didn't want a king. That's why we were created as a body. And it's long past time for us to reclaim and stand up for that authority. For I tell you, even though he may want us to think he is, Donald Trump is not a king. And if he believes the war with Iran is in our national interest, then he must come to Congress and make the case. Show the facts. Show what the intelligence says. Come to Congress and allow us to ask the questions. We've had 3 scenarios. The so-called Gang of 8 met once. Then they got another phone call right beforehand. Then the so-called Gang of 20 met once. That's all we've heard from the president. So I oppose this war of choice. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? Each member here must make clear with their own vote where they stand on that decision. The president has initiated hostilities without a clear mission, and without a coherent strategy, and without a defined end game. And some members of Congress may decide after they see everything, we may not see it together in the same way. But the evidence and the case comes here, and then we take a vote. And as was the occasion for me back in 2003, I voted one way, the majority voted another way. President had the authority. Another time, I voted the way the majority voted. But each time they came to us. And that's what this debate is about. And that's what we need to do. Now, Mike, as I see this, the president has initiated hostilities without a clear mission, without a coherent strategy, and without a defined end game. So this is an open-ended, undefined military engagement is precisely what the War Powers Resolution was designed to restrain. We are not the Iranian parliament. We are not a rubber stamp Congress, or at least we shouldn't be a rubber stamp Congress. But in this scenario, we see whatever this president wants, my colleagues on the other side will just rubber stamp it. We should be a co-equal branch of government. And our duty is not optional. It was written in the Constitution. The framers gave Congress this authority because they believed no single person should have the power to take this nation to war alone. So today, we either defend the principle or we surrender it. I choose to defend the Constitution and defend the principle and do my job that I put my hand up and swore I would. Hard votes, easy votes, I'll take them all because that's what I swore an oath to do. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
My colleague talked about choices. Defending yourself is a choice. It's a choice that not everybody makes. Some people, instead of defending themselves, curl up into a corner and cry and turn their eyes. Some people stand up and they step into the fight and they make the tough choice of going through the battles that it takes to defend yourself. I will thank again President Trump for defending America from an imminent threat that no other president has had the guts to stand up to. What is that imminent threat? What was that imminent threat? That President Trump is doing his duty, his constitutional duty, his Article 2 authority to defend America against. I will tell you, it is something that almost every single member of Congress has literally agreed upon up until President Trump decided to defend America. Previously, almost every member of Congress voted to call Iran the largest state sponsor of terror. And tomorrow we will cast a vote on what was just debated about reaffirming that they are the largest state sponsor of terror. Nearly all members unanimously voted to condemn their continuous funding of terrorist proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. What does that mean? It means they give them money, they give them weapons, they give them training, they give them direction on where to find and how to kill Americans, and then they reward them for doing that. Almost every member of Congress has voted unanimously to condemn that. It was almost a unanimous vote calling their nuclear program a massive threat to the United States of America. My colleague over there voted in the affirmative on that. Almost every one of us voted to designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. Those votes, they didn't just happen for no reason. We have seen Iran as an imminent threat against America, not just for the last 4 days, not just for the last 4 months or 4 years, but for the last 40 years. Why do they continue to be an imminent threat? Because they have never faced an imminent response until President Trump. Instead, we told them, when I say we, I could say America, but really it was my Democrat colleagues that told them this, told them how much uranium they could enrich instead of they can't do it, period. We told them when they could have a nuclear weapon instead of no. And on top of that, again, I say we because it's the America, but it was really my Democrat colleagues, gave them pallets of cash. That's a fact. Me especially, many of my other colleagues, I wouldn't take this away from anybody here. No one wants to see our military go into combat or war or conduct combat operations or battle or whatever word somebody wants to use to describe it. I do not want to see conflicts end in casualties. I wear many names on my wrist of friends that I have lost. But Iran's terror, which has caused the death of thousands of Americans, it has to stop. They don't warn us when they're going to kill our Americans. They are an imminent threat. They look for a surprise. They look for an opportunity, any weakness, any moment that they can go out there and attack us. They are an imminent threat. There has proven no other way to stop this imminent threat. Not by negotiation, not by accord, not by summit. So let's talk about this imminent threat. 3 U.S. soldiers killed at Tower 22 a year and a half ago. Sergeant Sanders, Sergeant Moffett, Sergeant Rivers. Imminent threat. Countless civilian vessels targeted by Iranian drones. That is what an imminent threat looks like. This one just pisses me off beyond belief. 10 U.S. Navy sailors captured and held on their knees at gunpoint by the Iranian Navy. Imminent threat. The October 7 attack, killing 1,200 civilians, including 46 Americans. supported by Iran. Again, that is an imminent threat. Very personal to me. Iran's killing of an estimated 1 in 6 American service members in Iraq between 2003 and 2011. Imminent threat. Beyond that, U.S. fighter jets lost, sunk off one of our carriers in the Red Sea because of Houthi attacks. That is an imminent threat. If you ask an American whether they want war or combat, you can ask me that question. I would say no. I don't want it. I've been in it. I don't want it for my children. But we do want President to stop Iran's imminent threats. If I said, do you want combat? Anybody with sense would say no. What do you want us to do if there's 10 American Navy men and women put on their knees at gunpoint by Iran? We want you to take care of that. Do you want us to go into combat? No. What do you want us to do if there's 3 American service members killed at Tower 22 by that imminent threat? We want you to take care of that. This is what taking care of that looks like. President Trump has been clear, consistent, and transparent. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And he made every effort to address this through diplomatic means. Let me quote directly from a resolution that Democrats overwhelmingly supported, including my colleagues. The House of Representatives declares it is the policy of the United States to use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Leader Jeffries voted on it. Ranking Member Meeks voted on it. Speaker Emeritus Pelosi voted on it. Did they not believe it when they voted on it? Did they not read it? Did they not understand? Use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. We all know Iran poses an imminent threat to the United States. The only difference now is that President Trump is sitting in office. Right now, our military is shooting down Iranian missiles and drones that are targeting Americans in the region. If Democrats had their way and this resolution passed, they would force United States military to pack up. Stop shooting down missiles. Tell every American sheltering in place, every ally fighting against this regime, that America is no longer there to help. And while this does not fit the narrative of my Democrat colleagues, President Trump had the authority to do so under Article 2 of the Constitution and the War Powers Resolution Act to get the job done. And he has been transparent with this Congress. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, Director of the CIA Radcliffe, all conducting now 3 specific briefs, making our objective clear. Destroy every single piece of Iranian military hardware that can reach out and touch Americans or has been used to reach out and touch Americans. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All I say, Mr. Speaker, is that if Iran has been an imminent threat for 47 years, the word imminent then loses all meaning. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader in the United States House of Representatives, from Brooklyn, New York, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
The minority leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Queens, the great state of New York, the once and future chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks, for his leadership and for yielding. I rise today in strong support of the American people, in support of our men and women in uniform, in support of the United States Constitution, and in support of this War Powers Resolution. As we gather here today on the floor of the House of Representatives, there are mothers and fathers across this country who are in mourning, confronting the heartbreaking loss of their loved ones in uniform. My prayers are with the families of the 6 American service members who have been killed overseas in Donald Trump's war of choice. We're thankful for their heroism, their bravery, and their patriotism, and may their memories always be a blessing. Mr. Speaker, every member who serves in this chamber has sworn an oath of office. It seems as though many of my Republican colleagues have forgotten that. So let me remind you in part as to what it says. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So help me God. In this remarkable country, the greatest nation in the history of the world, we don't swear an oath to a king, to a political party, or to a man bent on desecrating the Oval Office. In the Congress, in the courts, and in the military, we swear an oath to the United States Constitution. Mr. Speaker, when the framers drafted that glorious document, they feared the rise of a monarch, a demagogue, a tyrant. Today we are here on the House floor because the Constitution, the binding document that makes us all Americans, is being trampled on by a wannabe king. As members of the House of Representatives, the branch of government who the framers decided would be the closest to the American people, to reflect the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations, the fears, the concerns, the anxieties, the life experiences, and the passions of the American people. We have a solemn obligation, Democrats and Republicans alike. We are all guardians of the American people and of the Constitution. We swore an oath that compels us to ensure that this president's modern-day injuries and abuses come to an end. We're at war now in the Middle East, spending billions of dollars to bomb Iran, when Republicans refuse to find a dime to make health care affordable for the American people, to make sure that everyday Americans can go see a doctor when they need one. This war has not been authorized by the people's representatives here in this glorious House. Article 1 of the Constitution explicitly provides Congress with the sole authority to declare war. There is nothing ambiguous about that. The framers made that decision because they were concerned about kings who throughout time plunged their people into unnecessary wars, impoverishing them or imperiling their lives by sending them off to a foreign conflict, often to pillage the resources of others for the benefit of a tyrant and his family. Sound familiar? That's why the power to declare war was given explicitly to the House and to the Senate, given to the people's representatives. Abraham Lincoln, as a member of this House in 1848, once profoundly observed the provision of the Constitution giving the war-making power to Congress was dictated, as I understand it, by the following reasons. Kings had always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending generally, if not always, that the good of the people was the object. This our convention understood to be the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions. And they resolved to so frame the Constitution that no one man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. Then Congressman Abraham Lincoln, Republican Congressman, 1848. That is why we have advanced this War Powers resolution today. Donald Trump intentionally refused to get authorization from Congress for this war of choice, a war that has now exploded to more than 10 countries across the Middle East. The President has not even, Mr. Speaker, bothered to offer a coherent answer to the most basic questions that any commander-in-chief should address when making the solemn decision to take us to war. Why are we doing this? What are our objectives? How will this all end? Mr. Speaker, if this military action, this war, is so principled, why is the President unwilling or unable to make his case directly to the American people? If the tremendous cost to American taxpayers in terms of sacred human lives and our nation's precious resources is so justified, why does the President's rationale, why does the administration's rationale change every single day? Now, make no mistake, Iran is a bad actor. They must be confronted for their nuclear aspirations, painful human rights abuses, and repression of its own people, including the slaughter of thousands of civilians during the recent protests. It is the leading state sponsor of terrorism. It is a brutal regime that presents a serious threat to our allies in the Middle East, including Israel, Jordan, and the Gulf states. But the President has a responsibility to justify plunging America into another war that will cost more American lives and billions, if not trillions, in taxpayer resources. That's the President's obligation. And he has fallen woefully short of that responsibility. Now, the Trump administration has offered at least 5 different reasons to justify the war, all of which are built on deception and misdirection. First, Donald Trump claimed that the U.S. would attack Iran to protect the demonstrators who were risking their lives to demand democratic change. He even urged them weeks ago to rise up and seize state institutions. But as the regime cracked down brutally, killing tens of thousands of their own citizens, the President did nothing. Even as Donald Trump urged ordinary Iranians to take greater risks, there was never a viable military option for defending unarmed protesters against a brutal police state without sending hundreds of thousands of American troops into Iran. It was an empty pledge to the Iranian people that the current bombing campaign does nothing to undo. Second, Donald Trump and his advisors claim that Iran's unwillingness to negotiate away its nuclear program left no choice but for us to attack. Now, this is the very same person, Mr. Speaker, who told the country last summer that Iran's nuclear program was completely and totally obliterated. The same administration whose Department of Defense has said that the Iranian nuclear program was set back several years, and whose State Department said Iran isn't even enriching uranium today. Mr. Speaker, was the Commander-in-Chief confused in June, or is he confused right now? was not long ago when America could be sure that we were preventing Iran from pursuing a nuclear weapon. The Iran nuclear agreement successfully did that until Donald Trump recklessly decided to pull the plug because he suffers from Obama derangement syndrome. The president has spent much of the past year trying and failing to restore the same negotiated safeguards he abandoned for partisan political reasons. And because of his failure to negotiate the guardrails that he destroyed, he has now taken us to war. Third, President Trump claims that Iran poses an imminent threat to the United States through its development of intercontinental ballistic missiles that could perhaps someday reach our shores. If Iran is actually on the verge of having that capability, the president should provide the evidence. But no such evidence has been presented to this Congress or to the American people. We can only assume that it does not exist. Fourth, Donald Trump said that he wanted to achieve regime change. Now, Donald Trump is an individual who promised Americans on the campaign trail that launching regime change wars in the Middle East has been one of the most foolish and costly things that the United States has ever done. Those are Donald Trump's words on the campaign trail. Candidate Trump said that if elected, he would never get our country into an endless regime war. President Trump has now done the exact opposite. Regime change wars are among the most expensive things that we can undertake. And yes, Secretary Hegseth, for decades, they have failed to accomplish their objective. Vietnam was a regime change war. Afghanistan was a regime change war. Iraq was a regime change war. And despite the incredible bravery of our heroes and patriots, because of failed policy decisions, they didn't work out. Even if the Iranian regime were to fall, we have no way to control what comes next, which most experts believe would be the Iranian Revolutionary Guard-led government rising up and being just as repressive and antagonistic as the current theocracy, and perhaps even more committed to the acquisition of nuclear weapons. Fifth, and most recently, Donald Trump said, "I had a feeling Iran would attack," as some sort of rationale for going to war. Donald Trump had a feeling that Iran would attack. The United States government has initiated a war, put American lives at risk. 6 patriots have already been killed. Thousands of American citizens are stranded in the Middle East, and he's plunged the entire Middle East into a war and chaos over a feeling. It's outrageous, it's unacceptable, it shocks the conscience. The last few days, 6 service members have died, and the Trump administration has acknowledged that more of our heroes are going to be killed. We have no concrete justification for why we are putting American troops in harm's way and spending billions of dollars on a foreign war while the affordability crisis rages here at home. A crisis Donald Trump said he would fix on day one, but instead, Republican policies have made worse. Taxpayer dollars should be used to drop grocery prices, drop housing costs, and drop health insurance premiums, Instead, Donald Trump is spending billions of taxpayer dollars to drop bombs in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, the president's war is unwise, it's unpopular, unauthorized, unlawful, and unconstitutional. And in the United States, we serve the rule of law, not the rule of man. James Madison once wrote in 1788, "The accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny." Our Constitution requires the president get approval from the Congress before launching a war. That has not happened. And that's why this bipartisan resolution, led by Democrats, is on the floor of the House of Representatives today. In their wisdom, the framers believed that they had made it impossible for a president to do what Donald Trump has just done, and that no other president has done before, launched a major war in the Middle East without the approval of Congress. That's what Donald Trump's time in office has been all about. Failure after failure, betrayal after betrayal, disaster after disaster. In his return to the presidency, Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump has left America less prosperous, less safe, and less free. He has hurt us again and again, failed us again and again. And now, by launching this unauthorized war of choice, setting fire to our Constitution. The American people deserve better. And as Democrats, we're committed to continuing to fight to use your taxpayer dollars to lower the high cost of living, to fix our broken healthcare system, and to clean up corruption. And we stand on the floor here today to make sure that those taxpayer dollars are being used in ways that are designed to make life better for the American people, not launching another endless war in the Middle East that is destined to cost more American lives and waste billions, if not trillions, in taxpayer dollars. We are here to stand up for the American people. We are here to stand up for our men and women in uniform. We are here to stand up for the rule of law and the United States Constitution. We will not rest until we end this national nightmare and continue America's march toward a more perfect union. Vote yes on this war powers resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard a lot there. I didn't hear any discussion of Article II authority. I heard a lot of reminiscing, but I didn't hear any reminiscing about Libya either. There you go. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Chairman Emeritus of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaker, in 1979, the Islamic Revolution began, and a dark veil of terror descended upon the Middle East. Since then, Iran has operated as the nucleus of the world's most dangerous terror network. When the withdrawal from Afghanistan set the world on fire, the regime grew even more emboldened, fanning the flames of chaos and violence beyond its borders. From that moment onward, China, Russia, and Iran have been locked together in an unholy alliance, which seeks to destroy Western values and upend the global balance of power. Iran has played a key role in these malign efforts, arming Russia with lethal drones to massacre Ukrainians and fueling China's military machine through illicit sales of oil. Its terror proxies, Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah, have sown terror and instability across the world. This is a regime that values martyrdom over prosperity and chaos over peace. Their legacy of American bloodshed in Beirut and the USS Cole, to harboring terrorists after 9/11, to backing Hamas's unprovoked October 7 attacks that killed 46 Americans. A regime this murderous can never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Thanks to President Trump and Operation Epic Fury, the dark shroud that covered the Middle East for nearly 5 decades has now been lifted. And the people of Iran, who have suffered so greatly at the hands of the Ayatollah, finally have a chance for freedom. This is an historic moment, one that could finally put the Middle East on the path to peace. In my judgment, Iran's decision to hit our partners was a severe miscalculation, turning the Gulf nations against Iran. Meanwhile, the regimes of the so-called allies, Russia and China, have abandoned Iran. Iran is isolated and now an island, and normalization between Israel and the Arab nations, as envisioned in the Abraham Accords, is now at hand. Despite these truths, congressional Democrats are seeking to force President Trump to halt Epic Fury mid-operation, risking the objectives of this critical mission solely for political purposes. Now is not the time to tie the hands of our commander-in-chief, and it's also not the time to hold up DHS funding. Even before Operation Epic Fury, the threat landscape was at an all-time high. President Biden's open border allowed more than 700 Iranian nationals to enter our country, and more than 18,000 known or suspected terrorists. As a former chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, I know all too well sleeper cells can execute foreign-inspired or directed acts of terrorism within our borders. And we have already seen that happen in my hometown of Austin, where 3 people were tragically killed over the weekend at the hands of the terrorists. Operation Epic Fury confronts this threat head-on, severing the tentacles Iran has wrapped around the globe to strangle peace and spread terror. The Ayatollah's reign of terror began with weak leadership from President Carter. It will end with strong leadership from President Trump. This war powers resolution is ill-timed and ill-advised. Congress must stand with the president and our military to finally close, once and for all, this dark chapter of history and pave the way for lasting peace. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The
Not
gentleman
yet.
from New York is recognized.
I didn't reserve yet.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I got to say I heard one of the craziest things from my colleague just a couple minutes ago, that if something has been going on for 40 years, it can't be imminent. It can't meet the definition of imminent if it's been going on for 40 years. That's one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. If every day I walk out of my house and get my tail kicked by somebody, that is the exact definition of imminent. It will happen tomorrow. It will happen the next day and the next day until you finally step up, grow the spine, and prevent it from happening. One of the most absurd arguments I've ever heard. Now I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, now it is my great honor to yield 2 minutes to a person who is the greatest speaker in the history of the United States Congress, the first woman, the distinguished Speaker Emerita, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his kind words, but more importantly, for his leadership in bringing us together today and his great statement and that of our distinguished leader, Mr. Jeffries, that we heard earlier. I stand here as former leader, but also as one with 30 years of experience in intelligence. And I think this is a very important debate for us to have. But there are two debates going on here. One is a debate as to the Constitution of the United States. The other is whether Iran should have a nuclear weapon, which we all agree they should not. But that doesn't mean the Constitution of the United States should be a casualty of that because you want to take a shortcut to the war. I rise in mourning for the brave service members who have given their lives in this conflict. We honor their ultimate sacrifice, and we pray for them, their families, and all who are injured in it so far. I had some veterans, Mr. Speaker, in my office earlier today on 2 different occasions, and we talked about the fact that having 6 people killed so early at the beginning of a conflict, initiation of hostilities, is unacceptable. What is our plan? What do we have in mind for them? So again, we all agree Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, and to that end, that's why I'm so proud of what President Obama did with this. He was masterful in diplomacy in forging an agreement that verifiably prevented Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I have this book of statements from our colleagues who told the president we need to see the substance of the agreement, we need to see the validation and proof of it all, we need the communication to the American people. The president respected the Congress and came and gave reasons, and this is for an agreement. And this president won't even come and give us the data for an action of war. So let's be clear, this is not a debate about the merits of the war. That's another debate. It's a debate of the Constitution of the United States. The beauty of the Constitution, central to it, is the separation of power.
I yield the gentlelady another 30 seconds.
Okay. Essential of power, Article 1, and in that Article 1 is, very importantly, the power of the Congress to declare war. So, but again, let us be serious about our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution as we protect and defend the people of our country. That is our responsibility. That is what we will do. I urge our colleagues to vote in support of the Constitution, then go on to the debate of whether we should go into Iran or how we go into Iran. And I think that there'll be some mixed views on that, but that's a different subject. I urge our colleagues to honor your oath of office, honor the vision of our founders, honor the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform who've gotten us here today. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman reserve? Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 quick points. Just number 1, it is Article 2 of the Constitution that gives the President the authority to defend us against the imminent threat of Iran. I would say that if the Iran nuclear deal was so masterful, why didn't they bring it before Congress and the Senate, before the Senate? And the final point that I would make is this. Again, last Congress, 354 members of Congress, including 150 Democrats and Speaker Emeritus Pelosi, who just spoke, all voted to say, use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. That was their vote. And I am proud to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Chairman, my good friend, Mr. Mast, for yielding and for his leadership on highlighting the error of removing the United States Armed Forces from a conflict. It will bring an end to a 47-year engagement. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it, the Iranian regime is the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and despite extensive diplomatic efforts, the regime refuses to give up its nuclear weapon ambitions, its ballistic, cruise, and anti-ship missile production and proliferation, or its support of terror. As Secretary Rubio said yesterday, quote, Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things, end quote. When these murderous despots tell us what they want, that they want to eliminate us from existence, which they have said time and time again over the past 47 years, and now in a relatively short time frame, they attempt to sprint to the finish line by significantly hardening their conventional defensive posture, expediting the development of nuclear weapons, and showing their desperation by slaughtering thousands of their own people. It's clear that we have reached the point of no return, a point after which it's too late to respond. We all know that we wouldn't be here today if the president's name wasn't Donald Trump. Democrats have been calling for the U.S. to take action against Iran until Donald Trump did so. Last month, Democrats sponsored H.R. 7380, the Iran Act, chastising the Iranian regime for repeatedly shutting down internet connectivity and impeding the Iranian people from communicating during emergencies and exercising internationally recognized human rights. And earlier this year, the Democrats sponsored H.R. 5912, the Disrupt Act, would require the executive branch to, quote, develop a whole-of-government strategy to disrupt growing cooperation among the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the People's Republic of Korea, which are the foremost adversaries of the United States, and mitigate the risk posed to the United States. This Democrat bill even states that the partnering of these four U.S. adversaries, quote, reinforces threats posed by each such adversary individually. Seems pretty clear to me that the Democratic rhetoric is argued in favor of cracking down on the brutal Iran regime, of course, until President Trump was the one to initiate the regime's demise. President Trump has a duty to protect Americans and the United States interests both at home and abroad. The administration engaged in earnest diplomacy to mitigate the Iranian threat. It became crystal clear, however, that the Iranian regime used the diplomatic process to buy itself time to reconstitute its ballistic missile inventories and nuclear weapons program. As the threat neared its apex, a point beyond which mitigation would be impossible, President Trump lived up to his duty as commander-in-chief and took decisive action. On March 2nd, President Trump notified Congress, consistent with the oft-criticized War Powers Resolution of 1973, of military action used to address this threat to the American people and American interests. In other words, the President has clearly acted consistent with precedent and has prosecuted this military action in a transparent and forthcoming manner, holding multiple press conferences and sending his cabinet officials and operational experts to provide multiple classified briefings on the status of the ongoing conflict to all members of Congress, as well as appropriate committees and their staffs. Mr. Speaker, passing the measure today would do nothing to keep America safe. It would do nothing to strengthen Congress, and all it would do is put America's safety and that of our allies at risk. It would allow Iran to once again rebuild its murderous regime and terrorize the world. Vote no. I thank Chairman Mast for his partnership and his leadership, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes and 30 seconds to the esteemed gentlewoman from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the whip of the Democratic caucus, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding. Donald Trump has taken America to war without authorization, without explanation, without a strategy or an exit plan. 6 brave service members have already given the ultimate sacrifice. Others have been wounded, and Americans are stranded across the region. And what do we hear from our commander-in-chief? He shrugs and says, that's the way it is. And how about that ballroom? The American people do not want their sons and daughters shipped to another war in the Middle East when they don't even know what the mission is. They want a country where their children can do better and reach higher than their parents did, where they don't just survive but can actually get ahead, where a doctor's appointment is not a luxury. And what are they getting instead? Republicans have been raiding their health care, their Social Security, their veterans' benefits, all to enrich the billionaire class. Illegal tariffs jacking up prices, secret police murdering Americans in the street, a corrupt DOJ that covers for pedophiles while denying their victims justice. But today, you can stand with Americans who are entitled to know what the objective of this war is, what the cost will be. They deserve to know the sacrifice will not just fall on working and military families, but will be shared by the wealthy and the powerful. Today, you can join us in telling the President that the Constitution is not just a suggestion, that our country belongs to its people, to the American people, and that the power to declare war belongs to the people's representatives, and that 250 years later, whatever Donald Trump may think, that America still has no kings. I yield back.
Yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Rogers.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. The intelligence is clear. Iran was attempting to rebuild its nuclear program. Iran was developing missiles that could place American bases in the region and our homeland at risk. The rapid expansion of Iranian missiles and drones posed an immediate threat to U.S. forces and partners in the region. And Iran's missile and drone arsenal acted as a conventional shield to its nuclear program. Faced with this threat, the president sought diplomatic solutions. But the Iranian regime refused to abandon their pursuit of a nuclear weapon. They refused to limit their ballistic missile arsenal, and they refused to rein in their terrorist proxies. Only when it became clear that Iran would not agree to a peaceful resolution did President Trump take decisive action and lawful action to protect the American people. As Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth have repeatedly explained, this is a limited military operation with clearly defined objectives. Those objectives are, number one, to destroy the Iranian missile, drone, and defense infrastructure posing a threat to U.S. forces and partners in the region. Number two, to degrade Iran's industrial capacity to produce additional drones and missiles. And number three, to destroy Iranian naval assets with the capacity to threaten U.S. forces and the free flow of commerce through the region. Achieving these objectives will ensure Iran can no longer threaten the U.S. or our allies. Past administrations have allowed the threat from Iran to grow and fester to the problem we have now. President Trump took decisive action to end the threat and restore the credibility of American deterrence. At this time, we should be focused on ensuring our warfighters have the resources and capabilities they need to succeed in this operation. We should not pass any resolution that will end this critical operation before achieving these military objectives. Doing so would needlessly risk the lives of American service members and American allies. I ask all members to pray for the safety of our men and women in uniform and honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. I also urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah, I'm happy to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky and the sponsor of this important resolution, the Honorable Representative Thomas Marcy.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from New York. Mr. Speaker, James Madison wrote to Thomas Jefferson in 1789, "The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive branch of power is the most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature. The Constitution is clear. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of our Constitution provides Congress initiatory powers of war. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of our Constitution gives the President operational powers of war to wage that war. Even if this body were to pretend that the 1973 War Powers Resolution supersedes the clear language of the Constitution, the President still has not met the conditions required by that law itself. The 1973 War Powers Resolution states plainly that the President may only introduce U.S. armed forces into hostilities pursuant to 3 conditions. Either 1, declaration of war, 2, specific statutory authorization, or 3, a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States. None of those conditions exist today. Iran has not attacked the United States, Congress has not declared war, and Congress has not granted specific statutory authorization. Beyond the constitutional question, here lies an even more important one. Why are we going to war with Iran? We owe our military service members a clear mission. And American families in my district want to know, How's this is going to help them pay for groceries? How does this make them any safer in their schools or in their neighborhoods? How does this help them pay for housing? Have we learned nothing from the laundry list of wars and regime change experiments we sparked across the Middle East that have racked up a total of at least $8 trillion of debt in Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan? A sustained war with Iran will not stabilize the region. It's already ignited the region. It will radicalize new generations of terrorists, and it will send more swarms of refugees into Europe and the United States. Iran is not Venezuela. The Ayatollah was not a president. He was a religious leader from a region notorious for radical Islamists. And the United States and Israel turned him into a martyr. And in the process of doing so, we've already expended billions of dollars, and more solemnly, 6 American families must now lay to rest their sons and daughters. And for what? This administration can't even give us a straight answer as to why we launched this preemptive war. The president says we had to strike first because an Iranian strike was imminent. Meanwhile, the Department of Defense conceded there was no evidence of an imminent Iranian strike. Some told us this war was about nuclear weapons, but 6 months ago, we were assured our last strike on Iran decimated their nuclear program. So which is it? I think the most candid answer came from the Secretary of State, who told the press that Israel forced our hand and dragged us into this war again. And that truth is the very reason why it is Congress that must decide war. If American lives are to be risked and American blood is to be shed, that decision must be debated and voted on by the representatives of the American people. And that debate is meant to be arduous. And that vote is meant to be hard. I have a theory. I think my colleagues don't want to go on record because we have a terrible track record of meddling in the Middle East. They don't want their name associated with this when it doesn't turn out well. But Congress cannot be bothered with its constitutional duty because for many in this chamber, it's easier to simply allow someone else's sons and daughters to be sent to combat without their vote. And to be clear, we aren't even here to declare war today. All we're voting on is a war powers resolution to reassert the Constitution, that Congress must decide questions of war. And if Congress wants war, then the Speaker should hold a vote to declare it. Some say Congress authorizes war when we pay for it, when we pass the budget bill. Here's the problem. We haven't taken on the hard work of defining the mission for our sons and daughters who are going to fight. That's not in the budget bill. It never is. And to the men and women who are engaged in combat, I sincerely thank you, and I pray for your safety. It is for you that I wrote this resolution. It is for you that all of us are here on this floor working so hard to force this vote so that you will have a clear mission that you deserve, so that you will know when you achieve it, you can come home. And with that, I urge support for this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields, and the gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge not supporting this resolution, but I am thankful that my colleague at least started to talk about that there is an Article 2 authority. He actually discussed that. And when is something an emergency? That's what a real debate can be. I've laid out very clearly a number of reasons why I believe in national emergency, why I believe that threat is imminent. A number of things that have happened. My colleagues over there said, well, something can't be imminent if it's been going on for years. To me, that would be the definition of imminent if it's been ongoing for years. But at least my colleague was willing to have that debate, although I disagree with him and urge not passing his legislation. I am pleased to now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Africa, Mr. Smith.
I thank you, the distinguished chair, for yielding.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, Iran has held the world hostage with its nuclear threats, unbridled violence and hate, the pervasive use of torture and rape, and Nazi-like anti-Semitism. Iran is the world's worst state sponsor of terrorism. All diplomatic initiatives to secure peace, justice, and reconciliation with the Iranian dictatorship have been fruitless. President Trump is a man of his word and means it when he says Iran must never be permitted to acquire a nuclear weapon. Despite ample warnings and admonishments to negotiate seriously, which it has never done, Iran has defied U.S. diplomacy to end its decades-long quest to procure nuclear weapons and cease its despicable violence against Americans, Israelis, and the Iranians themselves. Among the many egregious concessions made in 2015 by President Obama to the Iranians was to get a deal included the removal of a treaty obligation that would have ended Iran's missile program and prevent the production of ballistic missiles that are today raining down on Americans, our military in the region, the Israeli civilians, and our friends in neighboring countries. In the debate on the House floor in 2015, I stood right here and said, Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei criticized the call for Iran to end its ballistic missile program, characterizing it as a stupid, idiotic expectation, claiming that the Revolutionary Guard should definitely carry out their program and not be satisfied with the present level of missiles. Khamenei said they should mass produce those missiles, and mass produce they have, killing thousands and putting millions more at risk. It is estimated that Iran produces 100 missiles each and every month. I would remind my colleagues that the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action signed by China, France, Germany, Russia, and the UK, and of course the United States, the P5+1, had a sunset date of October 18th, 2025. I remember asking for, during debate in committee and on the floor, sunset? Did anyone think that in 2015 that Iran would somehow matriculate from a brutal dictatorship to a democracy in those 10 years? I mean, that provided the Iranians the incentive to wait us out, because then everything would be lifted, even in that flawed deal. Let me also point out to my colleagues that the Trump administration has refused, I say again, refused, to have the United States bullied by Iran. And the distinguished chairman before went through one instance after another where they have killed Americans. Even when they bombed us in Lebanon, there was a young man in the Marines from my district who was killed in that brutal act of war by the Iranian dictatorship. So I just say I'm against this resolution. May God bless and protect our courageous service members, as well as the IDF soldiers who are fighting this tyrannical Iranian dictatorship with incredible courage, professionalism, skill, and tenacity. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm delighted to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, the co-sponsor of this important resolution, Representative Ro Khanna.
Gentleman's
Ranking
recognized.
member, for your leadership. The world needs a new moral vision. America needs a new vision. We are seeing militarism erode the soul of our nation, leading to a regime change war in Iran and utter human devastation in Gaza. Simply put, we have lost our way. We are back to the law of the jungle, where might makes right and where the Middle East descends into a Hobbesian war of all against all. President Eisenhower warned that every warship built, every bomb deployed, every missile launched is a hospital and school foregone. A world in arms, he said, is stealing the hopes of our children. Today, this vote on Iran is not a procedural vote. It is a profoundly moral vote. It is a vote to direct our resources towards healing our own people, towards health care that saves lives, jobs that restore dignity, housing that shelters families instead of raining destruction on other nations. It is a vote to renew an America that leads once more through diplomacy, statesmanship, and principle. An America that strives to end cycles of violence rather than ignite them. An America that cooperates with other nations rather than bullying them into submission. An America committed to confronting child poverty, the climate crisis, and illiteracy to advance our shared humanity. An America that is respected in the world again. The world needs an America that finds its moral center, Mr. Speaker. Let us rise to this historic challenge. In this body, let us declare with courage and clarity that we reject this illegal and unjust war in Iran. Let us choose moral renewal over further moral decay. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you why not to trust what was just said as the gentleman walks out. Here's what he voted for: Iran's ongoing nuclear escalation poses a serious threat to the United States and its partners. That's literally what he voted for. Use all means necessary to prevent Iran from attaining a nuclear weapon. To me, that seems pretty damn imminent. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Europe, Mr. Self.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Chairman. I rise here in response to my colleague from across the aisle. I thought we were talking about the War Powers Act and not the Democrat social programs. That's what I'm going to do. President Trump's decision to strike Iran is not starting a forever war. It's ending a forever war. For half a century, the Islamic Republic of Iran has cast a shadow over the Middle East and trapped the region in a dark age. When the regime chants death to America, death to Israel, they mean it. The Islamic Republic is responsible for the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans, thousands of Israelis, and tens of thousands of their own people, including up to 30,000 in just the last few weeks. Iran has slaughtered more Americans than any other terrorist regime in the world, and they will continue to kill Americans until they are stopped. Iran is the #1 sponsor of terrorism in the world by non-state actors, something that's not even contemplated by the War Powers Act. The regime funds, trains, and equips countless Islamic terrorist groups, including the Houthi rebels in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and many others across Iraq, Syria, and elsewhere in the region. For years, Iran has leveraged these terrorists to wage war against and kill Americans and countless civilians throughout the region. Just last weekend, in my home state, a gunman horrifically killed 3 innocent people and injured 4 others in Austin, Texas, while reportedly wearing a sweatshirt that read "Property of Allah" and a shirt with the Islamic Republic of Iran flag on it. While law enforcement continues its investigation into connection with the Islamic Republic, Americans must understand the enemy is within the gates. The current regime in Iran is the poster child for Islam and Sharia law, a culture of violence and domination that is totally incompatible with individual freedoms, our Constitution, and our heritage. Islam is an existential threat to our constitutional republic. By conducting this joint operation with our partners in the region to defend against tyranny, we are defending Western civilization. Furthermore, the Iranian people have overwhelmingly demonstrated a clear will to overthrow and change the radical regime. Tens of thousands of civilians have sacrificed their lives as a testimony to this point. By giving the green light to epic fury, President Trump is giving the Iranian people a fighting chance to alter the course of history in the Middle East and the world. As the Article 2 branch, the President is undertaking his constitutional duty as Commander-in-Chief to defend the United States from a tyrannical, murderous Islamic regime. Finally, I would also like to note that since the War Powers Act was enacted, every president, both Republican and Democrat, has argued that this law is unconstitutional. Instead of airing personal grievances with the President, the American people and our service members would be better off if Congress focused on reopening the Department of Homeland Security to prevent attacks on American soil.
30 seconds, please.
And support the President in executing his Article 2 duty. While I agree that this body should engage in discussions about the War Powers Act, this is not the appropriate time. U.S. troops are currently in harm's way, and they need to have our full-throated support, full stop. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, an esteemed member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Warren Davidson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Warren Davidson, and I love this country with a soldier's passion. More than 30 years ago, I enlisted in the infantry. My chain of command later helped me earn an appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point. I was commissioned as an infantry officer serving in the 75th Ranger Regiment, the 101st Airborne, Rakkasans, and the Old Guard. Then and now, I swore an oath to support and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Make no mistake, Iran is an enemy of the United States. As our military engages them, they do so justly. Unfortunately, they are not yet doing so constitutionally, and that's why we're here today. For some, this debate will be about whether we should even be fighting in Iran. For me, the debate is more fundamental. Is the President of the United States, regardless of the person holding the office, empowered to do whatever he wants? That's not what our Constitution says. Is he empowered to do whatever he wants for 60 or 90 days? That's not what the War Powers Act says. Is there any limit to executive authority whatsoever? I rise in support of this War Powers Resolution today because the moral hazard posed by a government no longer constrained by our Constitution is a grave threat. The threat to a government no longer constrained by the plain meaning of words is not new for Democrats. Recall that Democrats needed help answering, what is a woman? Unfortunately, Republicans now want to claim they can't answer, what is a war? This debate isn't even new. Democrat President Harry Truman obstructed a vote on the Korean War, pretending it was instead a, quote, UN police action. Republican Senator Taft from Ohio insisted in vain that Congress should not shirk its duty to vote on declaring war or at least to authorize the conflict. Instead, Congress then, as it has in the past, passively cut checks to fund the war that they refused to authorize. This dereliction of duty is commonly mocked as an example of constitutional avoidance, and it contributed to the passage of the War Powers Act. President Trump's America First message was supposed to be a rejection of the globalist war machine, whose endless wars have left America less free, less safe, and more burdened by debt. On the other hand, President Trump has been reluctant to embrace war and has been incredibly successful in diplomacy. In this case, war may well be necessary, but it is far more pressing that we restore a government small enough to fit within the Constitution. We can afford a government that small and no other. America is a republic, not an empire. So I encourage everyone to honor their oath and support our Constitution. Vote yes on this resolution. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields, and the gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Chairman of the Subcommittee on South and Central Asia, Mr. Huizenga.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Mast. And my friend from Ohio, my Republican friend, knows I deeply respect him, his service to our country, and his consistency, frankly. That's something that we're not seeing from many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and that is to be commended. We have a different opinion on whether this is legal or not. We all know that the reason we are here is that for nearly half a century, the Iranian regime has terrorized the globe with acts of cowardly violence through its own forces and proxy militias, namely Hamas, the Houthis, the Hezbollah, whom they have provided military, political, and diplomatic and monetary aid. They have killed approximately 1,000 Americans and maimed thousands of others, both Americans and Arabs, with roadside bombs and other IEDs. We've seen all the videos online with drones and missiles hurtling into malls, hospitals, and hotels. This has to stop. During his first term, President Trump imposed a maximum pressure campaign in response to President Obama's lack of action regarding Iran, and that crippled Iran's ability to raise revenues from its oil operations and fund their terror network. How do I know that, Mr. Speaker? Because as a member of the Financial Services Committee where all of those sanctions originated, I worked on those very sanctions. However, years later, the Biden administration found those moves too far and harsh on Iran and refused to enforce those sanctions. Sanctions are only as good and useful as their willingness to enforce them. During this period, Iranian crude production topped 3 million barrels a day, greater by more than a factor of 7 during the maximum pressure campaign, allowing the Iranian regime to continue to finance its brutality internationally and domestically. Congress attempted to reverse course by passing legislation to codify the maximum pressure campaign measures. That's why the House of Representatives passed my bill, the No U.S. Financing for Iran Act, by an overwhelming bipartisan majority during the 118th Congress to cut off the Iranian regime from the U.S. financial system. My friends who voted for that seem to forget. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle tend to forget that the Iranian regime directed an assassination attempt against the current president of the United States. And whether you like President Trump or not, no sitting president should be allowed to be a target by a foreign country without consequences. Peace through strength does not mean another open-ended war of the past. Operation Epic Fury is a defensive action using overwhelming force to protect the American people from an imminent and growing threat. Additionally, it cannot be ignored that Iran was producing conventional drones and ballistic missiles at an alarming rate until just this past weekend, and to provide a protective layer of defense for its nuclear ambitions and nuclear weapons development. The Trump administration has clearly defined.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm sorry, for how long? 30 seconds. The Trump administration has clearly defined the mission, the objective, and the timeline. It's notified and briefed Congress on these operations. Simply put, Iran cannot, under any circumstances, possess the capabilities for having nuclear weapons. The Biden administration's official policy towards Iran summed up in one word: don't. That phrase underpinned one of the most ineffective foreign policy agendas in the 21st century. Give me a break. I urge my colleagues to vote against this resolution, hoping to score political points by tying the president's hands in the face of danger. It is time that we defend our liberty, our freedom, our neighbors, and this great nation in the face of Iran's systematic terror. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm now proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the ranking member of the House Financial Service Committee, the Honorable Maxine Waters.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. I am especially concerned about Iran's stockpile of enhanced uranium, which could be used at any time. I want you to know that the president has said, I want that the nuclear capability of Iran had been obliterated. However, prior to the first Trump administration, the U.S. was able to monitor the status of Iran's uranium under an agreement called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JPOA. The U.S. negotiated this agreement with Iran in 2015, but Trump withdrew from the JCPOA in 2018. Now we have no way to track the status of Iran's dangerous uranium stockpile. This war must be stopped. I urge my colleagues to vote for the resolution.
Gentlelady Yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think the last speaker just said she was worried about Iran's uranium stockpile and that it could be used any time. That seems pretty damn imminent to me, too. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Intelligence, Mr. Mills.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman is right. We just pointed to the 3 key things that you need in order to have lethal force against the United States. One is intent. I think that Iran and the regime has made it very clear when they're chanting death to America, the thousands of lives that they've changed with either maiming or killing American troops or civilians abroad. But also likelihood. We know that they're able to build 100-plus missiles a day. They know they had ICBMs. We've now found out they had the hypersonic ballistic capabilities as they've targeted over 6 different countries. But you know, the thing that we talk about, the JCPOA, as it was just mentioned, Resolution 2231, where the administration tried to come up with an idea of a negotiation that led to diplomatic and peaceful solutions. But it was continually violated by this regime, as even the General Secretary Ban Ki-moon and Gutierrez had pointed out multiple times, as the Iranian regime sent mid-range ballistic missiles to the Houthis and into other areas to continue to attack Americans and the West. But the hypocrisy is what I really want to point out here, not the fact that we already understand the Article 2 authorities that the president has, which is well within the bounds constitutionally, not to mention the fact that this body, before I came into Congress, was already abdicating the roles and responsibilities under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11, when they started doing things like AUMFs. But let's point to things like what we saw in Libya. It was very clear in 2011, as we see here in military intervention, that it was without prior congressional authorization, relying instead on a UN Security Council resolution and legal justification from the Department of Justice that argued that the administration had limited non-ground troop missions and doesn't constitute hostilities. Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what we have here, no ground troops. But it also goes on further to justify, under the United Nations mandates, international mandates, and the legal justification, to say that because they were focused on protecting civilians, not sustained fighting, and didn't involve ground troops. Well, I don't know about you, but I think 40-plus Iranian civilians peacefully protesting for a change, being brutally murdered, being raped, being tortured, being slaughtered, being hung from cranes, being persecuted and imprisoned. I think President Trump stopping this after 47 years was protecting civilian lives. I think it's established that we had no boots on the ground. And I think that we have demonstrated the imminence, the likelihood, and intent of an evil regime to try and go ahead and attack Americans and threaten our way of life. With that, I yield.
I don't quite reserve yet. I would just let the Speaker know I think the gentleman about to speak on the other side, Mr. Raskin, also voted to say Iran's ongoing nuclear escalation poses a serious threat to the United States and its partners, and to use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. He must have thought it was pretty damn imminent, too. I now reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
I proudly yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, the Honorable Representative Jamie Raskin.
Gentleman is recognized. I thank the Speaker and the ranking member. Yes, use all lawful and constitutional means. I heard one of our colleagues across the aisle just say, well, yes, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 does give Congress the exclusive plenary comprehensive power to declare war, and not the president, and we could be debating it, but the president's already taken us to war, so it's too late. It would undermine the cause for us to debate it. What a humiliating, self-defeating argument for a member of the Article 1 branch of Congress to be making. Don't you understand? That destroys our power to declare war. If any president can plunge us into a war and thereby defeat our exclusive plenary power over it. The framers weren't fooling around when they did that. They knew that the kings were constantly plunging their people into wars of deception, conceit, plunder, imperial avarice, fantasy. Constantly, the kings were doing that. They didn't want to leave it up to one person to decide whether or not to send a whole country into war and to put our sons and daughters at risk. That is an awesome, solemn responsibility that must be vested in the representatives of the people, all the people, which is why both the House and the Senate are involved in it. So whether you think this war is the most brilliant strategic breakthrough and moral cause since World War II, or you think it's an absolute strategic blunder built on lies like the last wars in Iraq or the war in Afghanistan, which cost thousands of lives and more than $1 trillion, wherever you are on that policy question, can we not agree as members of the Article 1 branch that it's up to us? We've got to vote on it. We've got to debate on it. I'm hearing very interesting, good arguments all over the spectrum on this. That's why it's reposed in the representatives of the people to decide it. Not Donald Trump, not J.D. Vance, not Tulsi Gabbard or anybody else in the executive branch. It's our decision. Everybody should be voting yes on this resolution. Reserve. Gentleman from New York, reserve. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard it brought up many times that we get to vote to declare war. We do. But it is enshrined in the Constitution that the president gets to defend the United States of America because of national emergencies. These kind of emergencies that the last gentleman voted to say, use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. That seems like an emergency to me. I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, chairman of the Subcommittee on Middle East and North Africa, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, President Trump launched military operations against the terrorist Iranian regime alongside our ally Israel, killing the Ayatollah and many of his top lieutenants in the IRGC and the Council of Clerics. This operation came after almost a year of negotiations to reach a diplomatic solution to end Iran's nuclear ambitions, its ballistic missiles program, and funding of terrorism. But time and again, we were left empty-handed because of the regime's unwillingness to honestly negotiate in good faith. After exhausting all potential diplomatic means, only then did the president initiate Operation Epic Fury. And it's also important to point out that this engagement is not a new war. The Iranian regime has been at war with America for 47 years. They have been attacking Americans, our military, and our allies and our partners. They advocate for death to America. They hate us. They hate America. They hate Israel. They hate Europe. They hate the West. They massacre their own people for simple public dissent and peaceful protest. They send money to Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and other terror proxies around the world with the express interest of killing Americans and Israelis. They funded the October 7th terrorist attack that murdered and kidnapped not just Israelis, but Americans. And now, the Ayatollah and his conspirators paid the ultimate price. This is the maximum pressure campaign President Trump advocated for. This is how we secure our national security so that Americans can be free and safe, and our allies in the Middle East be free and safe. The long-term strategic benefits here in regards to peace and stability are immense. The only way to ensure peace and economic prosperity in the Middle East is to eliminate the single greatest threat to it. As far as the War Powers Act goes, the President is fully compliant. Congress was notified. Congress was briefed. The fact is, the President has 60 to 90 days to conduct this operation. And if Congress sees fit at that time, we will address it. But to try and unilaterally end this operation puts our national security at risk, puts our troops at risk, and puts our allies at risk. Iran is belligerently striking Arab partners as we speak, hitting civilian sites, trying to kill American soldiers, and in fact, they have killed 6. Many of my colleagues said nothing when Barack Obama engaged in a 7-month campaign in Libya, and in fact, when a War Powers resolution was on this floor, many opposed it, including Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader.
The gentleman's time has expired.
30 seconds, please.
Gentleman,
the fact is
recognized for 30
that
seconds more.
when you look back, presidents of both parties have acted under Article 2 and without the express authorization of Congress, and the former Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, said it best when she said that Barack Obama could conduct the operation in Libya for 7 months and did not require congressional authority. Stop being hyperpartisan hypocrites and acknowledge the simple fact the President is legally justified. Vote no on this War Powers resolution.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct your comments to the chair. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
And I'm honored to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Representative Jim Himes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for the recognition. I've been listening closely to this debate since it began. The arguments being made by half of the representatives of the people of the United States, the arguments as to why they should abrogate their constitutionally mandated duty are bizarre to me. Most of the arguments have been something that is not an argument, that Iran is evil, that they hate the U.S., that they mean us ill. The majority will find no argument over here that that is true. But oddly enough, the founders, when they wrote the Constitution, they didn't say you shall declare war only when it's not clear that the belligerent is evil or means us ill. It was a categorical demand that the representatives of the people, because blood and treasure would be consumed, that the representatives of the people not just be informed, but that they provide authorization. Now, I've heard the majority say that the danger was imminent. I'm the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, and I can tell you with authority that in the last 10 years, Iran's ability to create mayhem, while still very substantial, is at an ebb. The president himself said that the nuclear capabilities were obliterated, his word. Hezbollah has been largely rolled up in Beirut by the Lebanese armed forces. We have a pretty good sense of what the Houthis are capable of and how to counter them. So if the argument is imminent, that's absurd. There was no imminent threat to the United States Friday or Saturday of last week. And by the way, the argument that my friend from New York just made, which is that Obama did it, that's beyond absurd. I wasn't here when Obama did it. We weren't asked to vote on it, but I remember telling the vice president at the time that our Constitution demands congressional assent. Congress was not notified. It was not briefed, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that the Constitution is clear that with 6 dead Americans, with our treasure being consumed, we must approve this action.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Vote yes.
30 more seconds.
It's not about informing. And by the way, this Congress was not informed. 8 members of this Congress were informed. It is about, and set aside, if you will, for a moment, the Constitution. Should the representatives of the people authorize an action that will kill many of those people and that will consume blood and treasure? Our framers certainly said the answer to that question is yes. Let's not abrogate our constitutional duty or our constitutional power. Vote yes on this resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York. Gentleman from New York. Reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Let's poke a few holes in the intelligence ranker's story here. At an ebb, they've been knocking jets off our aircraft carriers. They've been attacking in places like Syria and Iraq. They killed 3 U.S. service members at Tower 22 in Jordan, but he can say it's at an ebb. And let's poke one more hole in this. As ranker of the Intelligence Committee, he did not vote to say that Iran's ongoing nuclear escalation poses a serious threat to the United States and his partners. That seems like an odd thing that the ranker of the Intelligence Committee wouldn't vote for. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this dangerous and misguided war powers resolution that would weaken our country and serve as a gift to our enemies. The radical terrorist regime in Tehran, the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, has targeted and killed thousands of Americans since 1979. The United States, Israel, and all of our allies are safer because the Ayatollah is dead. Since the taking of our hostages from our embassy in 1979 to the infamous 1983 Beirut barracks bombing that killed 241 U.S. Marines, to the attack on the USS Cole that left 37 Navy sailors dead, to the maiming and killing of thousands of U.S. military members during the global war on terrorism, the Iranian terrorist regime has always posed a grievous threat to the United States, and Operation Epic Fury is neutralizing that threat, and it's been a tremendous success. President Trump promised that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. He is acting on that promise to make the world a safer place, and he is complying with the law in doing so. Not just in complying with the notification requirements of the War Powers Resolution, not only through the consultation provisions, and not only with routinely updating the Congress, but also under the Commander-in-Chief powers. As a legal matter, the President of the United States doesn't need the permission of Congress to engage in hostilities to protect the American people. The Commander-in-Chief clause gives the President the exclusive power to command the military in operations approved by Congress, and it also gives the President substantial independent power to direct military operations so long as the President does not infringe on the exclusive powers of the Congress. And what are the exclusive powers of Congress? The declaration power. We have been silent on that. And appropriations, the power of the purse. This Congress has appropriated funds to defend the country, and we increased appropriations through the reconciliation bill this year. The NDAA is the policy of this Congress, which identifies Iran as a threat to our country. The Constitution was clear that Congress has the sole authority to declare war, which changes the legal status of the country. But the framers did not think that the language meant that the President and Congress have to work together all the time to turn the keys of the war power. The founders were practical men. They understood that Congress is slow to act. And Alexander Hamilton argued in Federalist 70 that energy in the executive is essential for national security, unity, secrecy, dispatch, and decision. And he contended that a single president is vital for defending the country. So Congress's real power is not just the declaration of power, it's the power of the purse. So if my friends want to constrain the president, they have the authority to do it through the appropriations process. They do not have the constitutional authority to constrain the president from defending this country and defending our national security, advancing our national security, and ridding the world of this menace. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, ranking member on the Africa Subcommittee, Representative Sarah Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I rise today as a voice for my generation and for my community in San Diego, the biggest military community in our country. When presidents from both sides of the aisle have taken military action, it's our service members, our young people who are sent into harm's way. They sacrifice their bodies, their mental health, their time with their loved ones, and even their lives for us. And while they're willing to make those sacrifices, we in Congress should be damn sure it's worth it. And too often, it's not. Too often, wars last longer and cost more than promised. Too often, regime change plans go awry, like we've already seen with the deaths of 6 service members, hundreds of civilian deaths, and rising gas prices. My colleagues will try to claim that voting for this war power resolution hurts our service members, but the opposite is true. We owe our service members a real debate before we send them into harm's way. Voting yes is a vote for our military, to ensure that their sacrifices won't be in vain. And if any of my colleagues vote no, they should come to my district, look our service members in the eye, and explain why they believe debating before we risk their lives is a bad thing. I hope every single one of my colleagues votes yes on this war powers resolution for our service members. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Iranian terrorist regime has been at war with the American people for nearly 50 years. Countless terrorist attacks, countless American men and service women injured, and a persistent danger to the United States of America. President Trump's actions are a long time coming, well-meaning and well-deserved. I had the opportunity and the privilege to serve with the United States State Department during the Iraq surge, where I participated in putting together a joint U.S.-Iraqi interagency team to suppress Iranian-backed militia groups in Baghdad. These were very, very bad guys. One of the things that they did was use what's called an explosive-formed penetrator. Al-Qaeda and the Sunni groups would bake a lot of explosives on their roof and make big bombs. What the Iranians would do was make a special kind of bomb with a copper plate that would get an explosive, and it could punch right through our armor. One day, on a trip to Sadr City, I watched a massive what's called an MRAP, armored personnel carrier, explode in front of me from an Iranian bomb, and watched as that hulking metal burned to a crisp as American servicemen and women sought to deal with the aftermath. This terrorist regime has killed thousands of their countrymen, killed Americans across the Middle East, and it's time for them to come to an end. This is a partisan political maneuver by the Democrats, and they should be ashamed for what they're doing to put our servicemen and women in danger. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. I just would remind the gentleman this is a Massey bill. Yes, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Representative Jerry Nadler.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution and of reasserting Congress' constitutional responsibility. As the gentleman from Florida stated, the President has the power to react to an attack on the United States. He does not have the power to start a war. President Trump's illegal strikes against Iran are dragging the United States into another costly war in the Middle East. To be clear, I shed no tears over the Ayatollah's death. His brutality was responsible for the deaths of scores of his own people, and he directed terrorist proxies around the world. But his removal is unlikely to bring about the revolution and regime change the President seeks. We had a diplomatic agreement with Iran that did contain their nuclear threat with constant verification, but President Trump tore up that agreement. This unnecessary attack is a clear violation of the Constitution. Kings often plunge the nations into wars for plunder or avarice. The Constitution gave the power to decide on war or peace to Congress so that no president could act as a king. That is precisely what the President is doing. We must pass this resolution to chastise President Trump and to reassert what the Constitution provides, that only Congress can decide to commit this nation to war. I urge members to vote yes, and I yield
Gentleman's
back.
time has expired. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities against the President. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I inquire how much time each side has left.
Gentleman from Florida has 15 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from New York has 21 minutes remaining.
Very good. Pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I believe in symbolic things at times. It was 47 years ago that Iran began chanting death to America. I don't think it's symbolic that the 47th President of the United States is the first to do something about it. But only one number away from that is 46. And that's the number of Americans that, thanks to Iran, were killed on October the 7th, 2023. I don't think Iran had a meeting where they debated whether they should support Hamas to go and do that attack. They did it, and now we are in the position that we are in. You know, there was a press conference not too long ago where the speaker was asked, "You're saying that the president did not need authorization initially and still does not need any authorization from Congress?" And the Speaker of the House answered that question, yes. That was Nancy Pelosi when asked about an attack on Libya. President Trump is doing exactly what he is authorized to do, protecting the United States by making sure a terrorist regime cannot attack us using nuclear weapons. And while there may be some who want to wait until we're nuked to have that discussion, I'm not one of them. I support the president. I support his judgment. He has not let us down. He has defined the mission in clear, compelling, and concise ways to make sure they don't get nukes, to make sure they can't develop intercontinental ballistic missiles, and to make sure they don't have a military shield to support them as they do that. We don't have to have a debate before he does that sort of thing. That's what our framers intended. And the fact of the matter is I wouldn't trust some of the people in this room to have that debate if we wanted to put handcuffs around him before he did that. The president is doing the right thing. We should stand by him. We should trust Trump because he's not letting us down and he won't let us down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the House Foreign Affairs Committee's ranking member on the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, Honorable Representative Joaquin Castro.
Gentleman is recognized.
Americans do not want and cannot afford another war in the Middle East. On Saturday morning, Americans woke up to the shocking news that our nation was at war again in the Middle East. There was no public justification, no vote to authorize this war in Congress. And why this war? Why now? If they say it's about Iran developing a nuclear weapon, well, just last year, President Trump claimed Iran's nuclear program had been completely and totally obliterated. In fact, Iran is further from perfecting a nuclear weapon now than it's been in years. Some claim it's to disable their ballistic missile capability, but Iran doesn't have a single ballistic missile that can reach the mainland United States, and we don't expect them to for many years. Is this about terrorism? It's true that Iran has helped finance and supply groups like Hamas and Hezbollah over the years, but they too are much weaker, much less capable after 2 years of conflict. So why now? Well, Secretary Rubio told us himself. He said that Israel was going to strike Iran, which would have triggered Iranian strikes on U.S. forces in the region. But rather than pick up the phone and tell Benjamin Netanyahu to stand down, the President of the United States buckled and decided to join their war. How is this America first? For 25 years, a generation of American service members and their families have sacrificed so much because of regime change wars in the Middle East. President Trump is now asking yet another generation of Americans to sacrifice in the hope that this time it will go differently than Iraq, Afghanistan, or Libya. This is Donald Trump's war. This is Benjamin Netanyahu's war. Your vote today will determine whether this is your war too. I urge you to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York, reserved. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Let's be clear about what's happening right now. The United States is confronting a regime that has spent decades chanting death to America. A regime whose proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, just to name a few, has been responsible for the deaths of hundreds and hundreds of American troops. A regime that is working relentlessly towards a nuclear weapon. A nuclear-armed Iran would not just threaten the Middle East, it would threaten the entire world, and yes, civilization as we know it. And now, at the very moment when decisive action is being taken to dismantle the threat, this resolution would tie the hands of the President of the United States. We should not allow this to happen. We cannot allow this to happen. Decisive action against the Iranian regime is about protecting America and about protecting Americans. It's about protecting our troops stationed across the Middle East. It is about protecting our citizens abroad and our allies in the region. Iran, I'll say it again, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. For too long, the Iranian regime has acted with impunity as it murders its own people, tortures its own people, destroys its own people. There's simply no justification for allowing this regime and its leaders to continue to exist. America will not wait to be hit first. We will not gamble with American lives. We will not allow the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism to obtain the most dangerous weapon on the face of the earth. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Florida, reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Representative Yasmin Ansari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Islamic Republic is a barbaric, corrupt regime that has murdered, imprisoned, and terrorized its own people for decades. As the daughter of Iranian immigrants who fled this regime, I know personally what its violence means. Members of my family and friends have been brutalized and murdered by the Islamic Republic. My grandfather was imprisoned by the regime, and my family member was beheaded by them. The horror stories go on. So let me be very clear. I have spent my entire life opposing the Islamic Republic and its brutality, and I celebrate the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. At the same time, as an American congresswoman who swore an oath to the United States Constitution, I am deeply concerned by President Trump's decision to launch an illegal war, because it is in fact illegal, against Iran without congressional authorization and without presenting a clear plan to the American people. War carries profound and deadly consequences for our troops, for the American people, and for the entire world. It's the most serious decision that a nation can make, and the American people deserve debate, transparency, and accountability before that decision is made. The Constitution is clear. The power to declare war rests with Congress. I want nothing more than a free Iran and safety and security for innocent Iranians. That requires more than force. It requires seriousness, accountability, and a real plan to support the Iranian people in determining their own future. Donald Trump has shown at every instance that freedom for the people of Iran is not his priority. Every few hours, the administration jumps to a new justification or objective for this war, but never is a democratic transition and self-determination for Iranians a part of the discussion. This was echoed last night by senior administration officials at the briefing to members of Congress. Ultimately, this vote is about the legitimacy of our democracy and of our Constitution, and that is why I will be voting yes on the War Powers Resolution.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I reserve again, I would just invite the previous speaker to explain if Iran posed an emergency, an existential threat to America. I'd be happy to hear it, but I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I now yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Representative Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support this resolution. Donald Trump is unilaterally dragging this nation into an illegal and unjustified war with Iran. As someone who survived the horrors of war, I know that bombs do not build peace or create stability. Military strikes will not make us safer. They will inflame tensions and push the region further into chaos. Every time we abandon diplomacy, we choose destruction. We know who will bear the costs of this decision: innocent civilians caught in the crossfire and young service members sent into harm's way. The American people are exhausted by endless wars built on false promises and paid for with American and foreign lives. Congress must reassert its constitutional authority. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to stop U.S. involvement in another illegal forever war. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the same comments about Venezuela, but no forever war there. And that did bring peace and stability to the Venezuelan people. So I guess we're proving the previous comments wrong. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this resolution. Directing President Trump to withdraw combat operations in Iran is not only foolish, it's dangerous. Pulling back now will solidify the regime's brutal grip on the great people of Iran and put the American troops in grave danger. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are claiming we must pass this resolution because President Trump acted without an imminent threat to the U.S. forces in the region. Are we serious? No imminent threat. Okay, Iran and its proxies have been soaking themselves in American blood for nearly 50 years. Are we to believe that their 1, ballistic missile program isn't dangerous, 2, their nuclear program isn't anything, or 3, their vast proxy network of terrorists all over the world? That's not an imminent threat to U.S. forces? Our veterans know the answer to that question. They, unlike most of us, have been fighting Iran well before the start of Operation Epic Fury. They've been under imminent threat for decades, attack after attack. Iran and its proxies have seldom passed up an opportunity to kill Americans, and the other side of the aisle knows it. The President is well within his Article 2 authorities to defend U.S. forces from needless bloodshed. To do so, Iran's offensive military capabilities must be destroyed. This is not a war of choice. This is an intervention to prevent a future full-scale war in the Middle East that we must avoid. President Trump knows this, and so do my colleagues on the other side, but the difference is that President Trump has the foresight to make this difficult but prudent decision. As we debate in this chamber, our military is quickly dismantling the Iranian threat, and when this is all over soon, we will be much safer for it. God bless and protect our armed forces, and our prayers are with the fallen and their families. We are able to stand here today because of generations of their sacrifice. Semper Fidelis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member on the House Rules Committee, Representative Jim McGovern.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, nobody is defending the Ayatollah. There is no love lost for a brutal government that sponsors terror and murders their people. Iran has been doing this for decades. Everybody knows that. And so my question is this: why wasn't Donald Trump in favor of regime change until this weekend? Why did he campaign on swearing he would never send American kids to fight and die in the Middle East? Republicans can't answer because they were against war with Iran until exactly the second Donald Trump decided to go to war. And now they're all running around sounding like neocon lunatics. America can't take this level of gaslighting. I went to the classified briefing. There was no imminent threat. I guess unless Republicans want to redefine the word imminent to mean stretching back 47 years. This whole thing is just so transparently built on lies. Republicans went from imminent threat to regime change to nukes back to imminent threat in the last 24 hours. I'll tell you what this is, Mr. Speaker. This is Iraq 2.0. I still remember the lies about WMDs. I voted against that war too. At least George Bush had the decency to lie to people's face. And by the way, no congressional vote can legitimize this because there was no imminent threat. There was no UN Security Council resolution. So this war is illegal no matter what you want to call it. And it's not Donald Trump's kids that will have to go fight and die for their draft-dodging dad. It's not the children of the billionaire Epstein class. It's working-class kids who are going to put their lives on the line. Shame on Republicans. I'm sick of this BS. We're spending billions of dollars a day on a war, and we can't even get Republicans to join us to expand health care in America. How the hell is this America first? You guys broke your top campaign promise. Good luck with that. I hope the defense contractor money was worth it. Shame on you all. The mask is off. You're all just a bunch of
Your time's
pathetic
expired.
neocon warmongers.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Vice Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Issa.
Before I begin, in addition to the disparaging of the president, Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker implied that this was about money from defense contractors. Shame on anyone who would say that. 47 years ago, I was a young captain, a first lieutenant about to be captain, when the war was declared against us. Iran has been at war with us for 47 years and at war with the world. In 1982, I was a young captain when they killed 220 Marines, their bombs, their proxies in Lebanon. To say that, in fact, this is not defense of America against the country that every day for 47 years has said, we are the evil ones and we must be destroyed. So first of all, the right to defend, going back to Thomas Jefferson, has not been a question of the Constitution. It has been an obligation of the president. So to invoke the War Powers Act as though this is not defense, and then to imply that there's any purpose other than to recognize that this pervasive threat that has killed Americans and others around the world decade after decade was getting stronger and stronger. And even though I hear that there was no UN, there was no this or that, I have visited Ukraine, where their assembled parts are killing Americans, Russians, Ukrainians, anyone they want because they're an exporter of terror. The fact is, around the world, we are at war with this country of Iran. In my ancestral country of Lebanon, today their proxies are firing on Israel in support of their hatred of the little Satan, we being the big Satan. So, am I defending the actions of the president? You betcha. And I have defended it for my entire quarter of a century here, regardless of the party. The only thing I can't defend is the idea that we have placated and empowered Iran time and time again so that today the job is harder and longer than it otherwise would be. Lastly, there is no question if we withdraw or cease at this time, we are saying to the next Ayatollah, the next supreme leader, that in fact the United States will not see this through, and we will be empowering them to spread their terror, to have more American blood on their hands as a result. I urge no on this resolution because it is not only unconstitutional, but it is so ill-advised at a time in which we are defending America. I thank the gentleman. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Issa. And I would point out that the next speaker as well, it would appear, voted to say, use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. He clearly thought there was a pretty damn imminent threat going on there, but I look forward to hearing the remarks. I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is
Also
recognized.
thought the president would follow the Constitution. I yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Representative Chris Deluzio.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from New York. I support the bipartisan war powers resolution, and we find ourselves once again in a foolish regime change war, much like the one that my generation was sent to serve in Iraq, that cost thousands of lives, $1 trillion+. And I've heard lots of justifications on the other side for why this, number one, isn't a war. Well, I heard the gentleman from New York call it a war. It's what it is. The defense secretary has called it a war. That's what this is. I've seen pointing to different authorities here and there between the laws that might justify this. The Congress has not declared war. The Congress has not provided a statutory authorization for the use of military force. And the third condition of the War Powers Resolution that could allow the President to do such a thing is that the United States is under attack. We, of course, were not under attack when the President started this war that we don't need to fight today. That's the War Powers Resolution. Those are the three bases that a president can use force under the War Powers Resolution. And let's not forget, the American people want life less of a ripoff here at home. They want health care they can afford, housing, I go on and on. What they don't want is Americans coming back in flag-draped caskets and billions of dollars spent overseas. Today, I asked Trump administration officials for the cost of this war. They can't answer the question. Those are the basic things you got to know before you send Americans to fight. We should support this resolution and put a stop to this now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership, your service, and your sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H-Con Res 38, which would limit the President's ability to protect the American people from Iran's terrorist regime. I believe that this resolution, and may be misunderstood, sends a troubling message to our troops and a perhaps interpreted welcome message to our enemy. The Wars Power Act is very clear. Enacted in 1973, requires the President to notify Congress within 48 hours of deploying forces, and the President has 60 days before he must seek congressional approval. President Trump has clearly acted within the provisions of the War Powers Act. President Obama, on the other hand, used these authorities to launch operations in Libya for over 7 months, Iraq, Syria, Yemen. President Biden invoked the same authorities for strikes against threats in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, yet no resolution to limit those presidents was brought up in this House by our colleagues. So, as Secretary Rubio said, and he described in great detail, there was an imminent threat upon the United States from Iran and our allies. Speaker Johnson also warned the idea that Congress would now take away the ability of the commander-in-chief is dangerous to the threat and the safety of the United States of America. We must remember who we're dealing with. We're dealing with Iran. It's been a terrorist state for 47 years. Its proxies range from Hezbollah to Hamas to the Houthis, and the list goes on. And directly and through these proxies, Iran has maimed and killed thousands of Americans. They orchestrated the massacre on Israel on October 7th. We know this. They are, in fact, doing their very most to continue enriching uranium to make weapons grade. According to Special Envoy Witkoff, just the other day, the Iranian negotiators opened negotiations by bragging about presently controlling 460 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%, enough for weapons-grade material for 11 bombs within 4 to 6 weeks. Because of this regime's reign of terror, their own civilians rose up and protested, Mr. Speaker, and over the last 2 months, there are reports that as many as 90,000 Iranian civilians were murdered. President Trump has strategically developed regional trust throughout the Middle East. This is why we have a strong coalition in the region to confront this threat. Today, Iran is an island thanks to the strategy of the Trump administration, the Iran of the past, one that oppresses and commits terrorism and all kinds of atrocities on its own people in the world, is history. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Representative Lloyd Doggett.
Gentleman's recognized.
From his first day in public office, President Trump has made it clear that he wants to rule America by imperial decree. He didn't want to be king just for a day in America. He wants to be king of the universe. Congress is just a nuisance that can be avoided. The courts, an occasional speed bump. And international law, that's just a suggestion to this president. In his decree declaring war on Iran, he glibly responded to the loss of American life by saying, "That's the way it is." With no clear objectives, no approval from the Congress, no commitment to keep the ground troops out, more American deaths and billions of taxpayer dollars wasted will be the way it is. And we know that in this regard, Trump is not America first. At best, he is American second, as Secretary Rubio confessed this week. Trump was too weak to follow President Bush's wise example of saying no to Netanyahu. He has dragged us into a war that has no imminent threat. He has committed us to a war that will further destabilize an already unstable region of the world. And in Trump's own words, this war will go on as long as it takes. Well, the last war like that cost 4,400 American lives and $2 trillion of taxpayer money. While certainly I do not mourn the death of any of these despots in Iran who have done so much harm, under Trump's clueless approach, we may just be replacing one tyrant with another. We already see what's happening to our embassies, our military facilities, our airports, the many Americans stranded abroad. I urge approval of this resolution to stop Trump's forever war. Unless it is approved, Trump will be here only encouraged to grab more and more power on his drive for total authoritarian one-man rule in this country and the world. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I figured something out. If my colleagues keep saying that 4 days is forever, maybe that's why they can't talk about what imminent threat means. They can't figure out the definition of these things. Imminent threat. I've done pretty well to define what makes Iran an imminent threat. They don't want to speak about that and don't even want to acknowledge it a little bit, that, hey, maybe there's even a little chance that Iran could attack us this day or this. Don't even want to acknowledge it the slightest bit. Want to paint it as though it's just black and white, no shot whatsoever, no threat at all coming from Iran, even though they voted for things to say use all means necessary to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. It's amazing to me, and we know they have difficulty defining other words as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I never heard Donald Trump say it was an imminent threat. I yield now 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Representative Jimmy Gomez.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this War Powers Resolution. This is a war of choice disguised as a war of necessity. During the last several days, President Trump offered a shifting list of justifications: regime change, retribution, helping protesters, stopping Iran's missile and nuclear weapons program, a program that Trump claimed just last year that he obliterated, and a ballistic missile program that the Department of Defense says is not going to be capable of reaching the U.S. until 2035. Then Secretary of State Marco Rubio offered another, that he had to strike first in case Iran might retaliate after a possible Israeli attack. Think about that. Not because Iran posed an imminent threat, not because Congress authorized war, but because someone else might attack. This is not a strategy. This is cherry-picking facts and lying to the American public to justify a predetermined decision to launch a war. So Americans asking 2 questions. Why are we doing this, and how does it end? The Constitution is clear. The president cannot start a war alone. So we need to make sure that the people's representatives are involved, because once troops are in harm's way,
Gentlemen, another 30 seconds.
because once troops are in harm's way, missions expand and working families get a knock on the door that changes their lives forever. The cost of this war will not just be measured by dollars spent, but in lives lost, bodies broken, and conflicts that rarely stay confined to where they began. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I reserve. I am prepared to close if the gentleman is prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Ready to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first let me be clear about what this resolution is not. It's not a vote for or against war with Iran. It's not an authorization for use of military force. It does not prevent the United States from defending itself. It does not restrict our U.S. military from protecting our troops or our assets or our interests. You may have heard some of those claims from the other side today. They are wrong. So what is this War Powers Resolution? What is it? It's simple. It simply requires hostilities to stop unless and until Congress does what the Constitution says it should do, authorize them. That's what the Constitution says. It affirms a basic principle. No president can take this action or take this nation to a war against whomever, whenever that president wishes to do it without congressional authorization. This is a war. The administration has said so themselves. We've heard many members on the other side of the aisle say this is a war. This is a war. But it is a war of choice, not a war authorized by the United States Congress. The administration's own War Powers Notification, and if you haven't read it, we'll give it to you. They do not use or mention the word imminent at all, not once. The administration has presented no imminent threat. Why? Because it cannot. My colleagues keeps using, I want to give him the definition of the word imminent. And if it was so imminent, Donald Trump didn't do anything when he was the president before. How long? How long will this war last? We don't know. The administration doesn't seem to know. Their stated objectives are expansive and shifting every day. They seem to shift. One day I heard them say it was regime change. The next day I heard them say it's nuclear weapons. Then after that it was ballistic missiles. And then we heard the Secretary of State say it's Israel was going to strike first, and so we felt we had to, otherwise that Iran would have struck first. You know, Mr. Speaker, this administration's case for war makes the Bush administration's weapons of mass destruction story look like a well-documented PhD dissertation. Now, to the members of Congress who disagree with my opposition to this war. I disagree because I've listened and I've heard and I've been working. I disagree with this war. But I say to them, if you disagree with this war, it is your prerogative. But you should vote. We should have a vote. This vote is not about whether or not you support military action. It's about whether you believe Congress should have a say. In essence, it kind of meant, should we exist? The Constitution said we should exist. We were created as a country because they was running from a king who did not want a Congress, who didn't have a Congress, who could just do whatever they wanted. And that's why the first thing that the founders said is Congress was the only one that had the power. Speaker Jeffries said, and he went back by a Republican member of the House of Representatives, Abraham Lincoln. He said the provisions of the Constitution giving the war-making power to Congress was dictated, as I understand it, by the following reasons. Kings have always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending generally, if not always, the good of the people was the object. This, our convention, understood to be the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions. And they resolved to frame the Constitution that no one man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. No one man. We took an oath. We swore to uphold Article 1 of the Constitution. Our constituents expect us to deliberate on matters of war and peace. Did we deliberate on it? No. Have we had hearings in the House Foreign Affairs Committee? No. Have we had Mr. Jared Kushner here? He was supposed to have been negotiating to talk about what they were doing? No. Have we had Steve Witkoff here? No. Have we had anyone other than, and he came for other reasons, and we were able to ask a few questions, then Secretary Rubio come? No. Have there been dialogue and conversation? You know, we got the so-called Gang of Eight that they want to say that's notification. Well, let's talk about it. We didn't never debate anything on the floor of the House. Now, how many times have the Gang of Eight met? Well, once. Speaker tries to say that's sufficient. And even in that, this imminent strike was never mentioned. We heard Mr. Himes, who was part of the Gang of Eight. The next time the Gang of Eight was heard was only a few hours before the one who wanted to be king said he was going to attack. That's the only dialogue and conversation that took place before the strike. No debate on the floor. No trying to talk to the members of Congress and, most importantly, the American people, because just before the State of the Union, when the president had the whole world, we heard a whole 2-hour speech, the longest in the history of these United States of America, and Iran was hardly a mention. If it was an imminent threat, I think he would want to tell the nation at that time that we had to do something imminently. We have soldiers who have died. And a president starts talking about curtains and reconstruction and putting gold things up because he like it. Families, gold families now, unfortunately. But it wasn't serious enough. This is a serious situation. Congress is a co-equal branch of government. The framers vested their war power in this body because they believed no single person should make this nation to war alone. And today, we either defend our principle or surrender it. I urge my colleagues to
Gentleman's
join
time
me
has expired.
in defending it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague ended with, "This is serious." This is serious. It's more serious than when my colleagues can't even acknowledge a hint of an emergency, a hint of imminence related to the threat of Iran. Nothing to see there. Even though last Congress, so many of them voted, including Ranking Member Mr. Meeks, to say, use all means necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Why would they say all means necessary? Because I guess a year ago, they believed it to be that imminent, that important. It was said by the ranking member, their bill doesn't prevent the U.S. from defending ourselves. It literally does. Let me read the text from you. Directs the President to terminate the use of United States armed forces from hostilities against the Islamic Republic of Iran or any part of its government or military unless explicitly authorized by a declaration of war. That means the President cannot go out there and defend the United States of America. It's saying the President has no Article II authority to go out there and defend the United States of America. That's literally what they're saying. He said, our hostilities must stop. But I can promise you the hostilities of Iran will not stop, have never stopped, until the United States of America makes this decision to stop them. I thank President Trump for having the courage, the strength, the resolve to stop the imminent threat of Iran from attacking the United States of America, as they have week after week, year after year, for the last 47 years. The very definition of imminent. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House of March 3rd, 2026, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, in the opinion of... Yep. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank the Thornton Fire Department, the Thornton Police Department, and every assisting first responder who rushed to the scene last week to extinguish a suburban wildfire in my district. As a former cop and Army National Guard Black Hawk helicopter pilot who fought wildfires, I am proud of these first responders and their continued dedication to protecting our communities. What could have been a devastating disaster resulted in no loss of life or homes thanks to these brave heroes. However, as the Marshall Fire, the worst wildfire in Colorado history, reminds us, suburban wildfires can become catastrophic, and emergency management funding is critical in disaster-prone regions like Colorado. I strongly urge my Democrat colleagues to vote in favor of the Department of Homeland's appropriation bill and restore FEMA funding, emergency management funding, for my constituents and for constituents around the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition? From Ohio, excuse me. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, too many Americans cannot afford their health insurance. Medical facilities are facing serious cutbacks and staff shortages. Housing is unaffordable for millions of our people, and the cost of living is getting out of hand. Instead of addressing any one of these issues, critical here at home, this weekend, the Trump-Vance administration singularly launched a regime change war on Iran. Significant U.S. military forces and hundreds of millions of dollars are being deployed without congressional authorization. As a co-sponsor of the Iran War Powers Resolution, I know that no such vote was called in either chamber of Congress prior to this profound and unprecedented military action. As Americans from coast to coast honor the sacrifice of the 6 brave service members who have already lost their lives in this war, our people have a right to hear debate before more U.S. troops and military assets are sent abroad. Billions and billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars are being expended in this war, which could last for weeks or months or years. The economic impact of closure of the Straits of Hormuz is already being felt, and yesterday the price of gasoline was bobbing up and down, up and down. The American people deserve affordability, not more foreign wars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn the Iranian regime as it threatens the United States and our ally, Israel. Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terror, bankrolling the heinous terrorist groups Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. The regime and its proxies seek to destroy America and Israel and wreak havoc across the Middle East. Let me be clear, Iran can never be allowed to obtain nuclear weapons, and the United States must always be prepared to act to prevent a nuclear-armed Iran. Our nation is eternally grateful to the brave service members who are keeping us safe, and we mourn those who have been lost in the line of duty. I hope the administration will come to Congress with a plan and work with us to counter Iran's aggression and protect our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be joined by my colleagues this evening. Before my remarks, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crink.
I thank the gentleman for yielding to me. America often faces difficult moments and difficult choices. Presidents are no different. They oftentimes have to face difficult decisions, and I hope that members of this body will think about their vote as they decide whether to support the president in this effort or not, and apply the same standard. I've always thought to try and apply the same standard, whether the president belongs to the Republican Party or the Democrat Party, apply the same standard. And I rise today in support of President Trump's action against Iran. The Iranian regime has been threatening America for nearly 50 years. It's killed countless American citizens, and it's brutally killed our service members. I had a gentleman in my district come up to me the other day. This was before the president took action, and he said, "We must take action." He said, "I have lost 20 of my friends to the Iranians, to their terror throughout the years." He'd served 24 years in the United States Army. You know, in years prior, we've had presidents use strikes against our enemies and have done it without congressional approval, because the Constitution does a couple of things. In Article 1, it gives Congress the power to declare war, but in Article 2, it gives the president the power to be the commander-in-chief. And our founders made it intentionally, they intentionally made it inherently contradict in that way. They wanted to diffuse power. They didn't want to give all the power to Congress, and they didn't want to give all the power to the President of the United States. So they intentionally did that. And presidents throughout time have used that. Thomas Jefferson, in the First Barbary War, did not come to Congress. He deployed troops in the Barbary War. In the War of 1812, the same thing was done. Although the Congress did come back and authorize and declare war, it wasn't done at first. But we've had presidents use these strikes against our enemies without congressional approval in modern times, like President Obama in Libya or President Clinton in Kosovo. And yet, for some reason, the other side of the aisle wants to make a political statement on this particular issue because of who the president is. And that's not a standard any of us should apply. I would hope, as a legislator, I wasn't here when Bill Clinton was president. I wasn't here when Barack Obama was president. But I can tell you, I had a public life then. I didn't go out and attack the President of the United States at that time. I'm here to support the men and women of the military and presidents who have to make tough decisions from time to time. For some reason, on the other side of the aisle, many want to make a political statement rather than just let the president use his legal authority as commander-in-chief as stated in the Constitution. And both Republican and Democrats presidents have attempted to negotiate deals with this Iranian regime, only to be met with lies, deception, and we've seen it time and time again. But I want to be clear. If President Trump had not acted, every American life in the region would have been in immediate peril. The president and his administration has set clear goals. What are they? To annihilate their nuclear capabilities, to annihilate their Navy, and to annihilate their missile and delivery capability. And this will save the globe from Iran's regime of terror. Now, time and time again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have claimed that any military action will draw us into a long-term war. It's going to happen, they say. Just a few short months ago in Venezuela, we had folks, well, why didn't the president come to Congress and have us declare war? Did we declare war on Venezuela? No. Are we at war with Venezuela? No. It was a one-day action that the president has the authority to undertake as commander-in-chief of the United States military. So it didn't happen in Venezuela. They told us, oh, you know, the president's going to draw us into a long-term conflict. It didn't happen in Midnight Hammer when the president ordered B-2 bombers to deliver strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. And it's not going to happen now. President Trump made every effort to find a peaceful, negotiated solution to this crisis. And Ayatollah Khamenei only sought death to America. He had no intention of negotiating. In fact, for 47 years, this regime has simply used deception and lies and deals to kick the can down the road so that they could pursue their nuclear ambitions. And they never were giving up on that. Not after Midnight Hammer, and not until this regime has been ended. Due to his death, Khomeini's death, I believe that the United States has avoided a prolonged conflict that would have killed many Americans. And I find some of my comments by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle outlandish, and I hope that they will choose. So many say they support the nation of Israel. So many can stand up and say, well, I support our men and women in the military. What's the time to choose? Will they support to choose defending our nation first instead of their political games directed at a president? Because if they choose political games directed at a president, when this president's gone, they will have damaged the institution of the presidency, and they will have damaged the honor of this House of Representatives. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Colorado. Adjacent to some of the most important military apparatuses of our country, USAFA, where we share a border. It's I appreciate his focus on such a strong need for our military. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank you, take this opportunity to express my excitement, which I don't often say, my excitement this tax season. Not words I oftentimes say, nor do many Americans, but there is reason to be excited this year in the wake of passing incredibly important pro-growth tax policy last summer with the House Republicans and led and then signed into law. This is historic relief, and the thing that I wanted to highlight is that what we're providing for working families and everyday Americans. And in that, there's one specific thing that I wanted to highlight, and that's Trump accounts. The new investment accounts for children. Invest America has been an initiative for several years. It's been a thought and an idea for even longer, decades even. But we were able to get this signed into law, and it will be enacted and started later this year. I'll talk a little bit more about the process in which this is and what this actually is, but this is transformational investment for kids in every zip code. Doesn't matter if you live in an apartment in a big city or on a country road out in rural America. Your kids will have access to something that most people don't take advantage of until they are well into their career. Trump accounts allow parents, guardians, and other custodians to establish a new type of tax-advantaged individual savings and investment account for children. As part of a special pilot program, every American child born between January 1st of 2025, so more than a year ago, and December 31st of 2028, they are eligible to receive an automatic $1,000 deposit from the U.S. government into their account, giving every newborn a stake in the future success of the American economy. Parents can also contribute up to $5,000 per year and employers up to $2,500 per year. State, local, and tribal governments, as well as charities, can also contribute. We're already seeing significant interest in this program, including an incredible contribution of $6.25 billion with a B from Michael and Susan Dell and their family private foundation. That contribution is going to be geared towards those children that were born in the last 10 years. So the initiative that we passed this year will be focused on the next 4 years. But what Michael and Susan Dell have done is they have contributed over $6 billion to start these accounts and seed them with money for children essentially ages now 2 through 10 in neighborhoods and communities across our country, to be able to get them started so they have this investment account that they will, that essentially, like I mentioned, well into their career, I think it gives them a 30-year head start on their retirement. At the very heart of this policy is the goal of providing opportunities for Americans at that very early age. Good government policy empowers the individual, and it nurtures and encourages the best of human ingenuity and, of course, human progress. That's exactly what these investment accounts aim to do. The United States boasts the world's strongest economy. Thanks to strong capital markets and household investments, we can contribute to our community, society, and economy, improve our overall quality of life, and seek financial realities better than ones from which we came. However, wealth and opportunity gaps prevent millions of people from taking advantage of the capital markets that could help build household wealth. Capitalism is the gateway to opportunity and helping our youth realize the power of compounding interest and how it could change their lives, and these accounts will play a key role in it. The fact that you have, at the age of, say, 4, I have a 4-year-old, the fact that Frankie will have an account that's tied to him, and he will be able to monitor that till and when he's 10, he'll understand it a little bit better. He's not going to understand it right now. But think about when he goes to a 5th grade class and the teacher says, hey, everybody, pull out your investment account. Good chance that they've all signed up for it. If we've done our jobs, we have 435 members of this body. If we do our jobs of communicating this benefit to our constituents, this will grow and this program will be wildly successful. And they're going to be able to say, hey, look, this started at X and now it's at Y. And they have something that they can easily, they have an extra $20 that month for some chores that they did. They're going to put an extra $20 in there. A grandparent is going to say, hey, every grandkid gets $2,000 this year. That is the best investment in their kids. Instead of buying an extra pair of shoes sometimes, they're going to be able to put money directly into their future, into ultimately their retirement. This historic new savings tool, more Americans will be saving. They will be investing and building a solid financial footing. These accounts have the potential to help children accrue tens of thousands of dollars by the time they reach adulthood. That can make the difference in so many lives when they come to paying for college, building their first home, starting their own business. And what I'm most hopeful for, and what I will continue to put the focus on, is as they save for their own retirement. I think typical IRAs or Roth 401ks or anything of the Roth IRAs, anything of the like, typically maybe 30 years old when you start your first one. Think about starting that 30 years earlier. And it's a small amount of money to start, but that's going to grow for 30 years where they wouldn't have otherwise had that. This is a game changer. These accounts will come online July 5th of this year, 2026. But here's the important part. Parents can create an account today for their children. Those born between 2025 and 2028 will have their account seeded with $1,000. But again, every child under 18 can have an account. To be an American is to win life's lottery. We live in the greatest nation in the world with tremendous freedoms and unparalleled opportunities. We have the ability to trace the American dream from childhood through retirement, and these accounts will help more people achieve it. I'm really excited about these accounts, what this means to the next generation. It's good for Utahns, it's good for working families, and it's good for our country's future. I urge everyone to take advantage of this and sign up today at trumpaccounts.gov. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Martin Hogan for being named the Grand Marshal of Savannah's 202nd St. Patrick's Day Parade. Mr. Hogan was chosen from hundreds of nominees to lead the parade and represent the community. Savannah's annual St. Patrick's Day Parade is one of the largest festivals in the country and has been taking place for more than 200 years. Each year, the fountain in Forsyth Park is dyed green and thousands of people travel to Savannah to celebrate. Mr. Hogan hopes to bring back deeper meaning to the holidays, focusing on the importance of the St. Patrick's Day feast, not just the mischief and fun, and there is plenty of that. He is a logistics and trucking professional who has many years of experience and has made significant contributions to the community. Mr. Hogan is a dedicated and hard-working individual who is more than qualified for this role. We're excited to see Mr. Hogan represent the city of Savannah with honor and with distinction. Aaron Gobra. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Dr. Linda Davis, the beloved special education teacher who was tragically taken from us on February 16th of 2026. A native of Beaufort, South Carolina, she made her home in Pooler, Georgia, bringing warmth and positivity to every community she touched. In her first year at Hess K-8 school in Savannah, Dr. Davis taught young students with special needs, greeting each with an infectious smile, patience, and belief in their potential. For nearly 18 years, she devoted her career to education, creating nurturing spaces where every child felt seen and valued. Colleagues recall her kindness and her ability to make everyone feel that they truly mattered. A devoted wife, a mother of 5, sister and mentor, Linda loved dancing, singing, and family. A life taken too soon by an individual fleeing ICE who never should have been in our country in the first place. May we cherish educators like Dr. Linda Davis who shape brighter futures one child at a time. Thank you, Linda, for your beautiful spirit. You are deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Visit Savannah as it celebrates its 50th anniversary. This marks a significant milestone for the city's journey in becoming a major tourist destination. Visit Savannah began its work by attempting to attract drivers off the interstate. Now the organization has grown into a major contributor to the major growth of Savannah's tourism industry. Visit Savannah attracts around 16 million visitors each year, generating billions of dollars in economic impact. Savannah is Georgia's 3rd biggest city and now one of the most popular places to visit. Visit Savannah has generated $4.1 billion in direct spending annually. The city's tourism has not only generated over 28,000 local jobs, but also improved infrastructure and advanced the culinary scene across Savannah and Chatham County. We thank Visit Savannah for 50 years of dedicated and impactful service to Georgia's 1st District. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the remarkable 20-year tenure of Stephen C. Anderson as President and CEO of the National Association of Chain Drugstores. Mr. Anderson has announced his retirement from NACDS effective at the end of this year. Under his leadership, NACDS transformed from a challenging period into one of the nation's strongest and most respected healthcare trade associations. He guided the organization through the 2008 financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, rebuilding its foundation for long-term strength, contributing to America's recovery, and elevating the organization into a trusted source for research and policy. His tenure has shaped pharmacy's vital role, helping shift community pharmacies from underappreciated to essential frontline providers of care. His efforts led to landmark PBM reform legislation, helping to deliver transparency and accountability. Steve's legacy is one of unity, of innovation, and commitment to advancing pharmacy's mission and serving communities and families. We thank Steve Anderson for 2 decades of transformational and dedicated service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize American bobsledder Elma Myers-Taylor. After making Team USA for the 2026 Winter Olympics, which made her a 5-time Olympian, Elena went on to bring home the gold medal in women's monobob. A Douglasville, Georgia native and George Washington University graduate, Myers exhibits true sportsmanship and grit, highlighting outstanding American athleticism. Since 2007, she has been a dominant force in bobsledding. In 2009, she secured a silver medal in the two-woman bobsled at the FIBT World Championships. She won a bronze medal at the 2010 Winter Olympics and a silver medal at the 2014 Winter Olympics. In 2010, she also helped the U.S. win its first women's bobsled world championship title by beating 3 German teams. In the 2018 Olympics, she continued her storied history of success, winning another silver medal. This year, though, she added to her titles of oldest Olympic bobsled medalist, mother, and comeback athlete, finishing her event in 3 minutes 57.93 seconds and earning that of Olympic gold medalist. We are all so proud of Elena, and how she has represented both Team USA and the wonderful state of Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the relaunching of Miss Sophie's Restaurant. The restaurant, located in Pooler, Georgia, was relaunched under new ownership at the National Museum of the Mighty 8th Air Force. Miss Sophie's was first founded in 2006 by Hazelhurst, Georgia native Terry Bell and her husband, Steve. It will now be owned and operated by Kay Heritage, the founder of Big Bond Bondage, and an award-winning restaurant that has been featured on Food Network's Diners, Dive-Ins, and Dives. The new owner will be joined by her partner and executive chef. Together, they are known for their love of quality food and hope to continue Terry's vision and honor her legacy in Pooler, continuing a tradition that the community loves by serving classic Southern lunch favorites. We thank Kay Heritage for her hard work and dedication, and we are excited to see Miss Sophie's continue serving the people of Pooler. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bland Farms in Glenville, Georgia, for winning the Grower of the Year award from the Vidalia Onion Committee. This award has been given continuously since 1991 and is a testament to the long history of onion farming in the Vidalia area. For almost 80 years, Bland Farms has been producing high-quality Vidalia onions now consumed around the world. Their family-run farm has been instrumental in expanding the distribution and recognition of official Vidalia sweet onions. In 1995, Bland Farms entered the frozen market, quickly becoming the nation's third-largest distributor of frozen onion products. In the past few years, Bland Farms has implemented cutting-edge technology to improve cold storage and quality assurance of their products. I would also like to recognize the work of the Vidalia Onion Committee for its dedication to upholding quality and expanding access to our official Georgia state vegetable. Vidalia sweet onions have protected status, an official growing area in South Georgia, and strict quality control. The Vidalia Onion Committee works tirelessly to uphold these standards. Once again, I would like to congratulate Bland Farms on their exceptional work this past year. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Andrew Jones, the legendary center fielder for the Atlanta Braves, who has been elected to the National Baseball Hall of Fame as part of the class of 2026. This honor celebrates the extraordinary talent and athleticism he brought to baseball, especially during Atlanta's golden era of dominance, making him the 8th member of the Braves' 1997 team to be elected. Mr. Jones exemplifies Georgia's fighting spirit. He burst onto the scene as a 19-year-old, homering twice in his first World Series game in 1996, becoming the youngest ever to do so, and helping fuel 14 straight division titles. A 10-time Gold Glove winner, 5-time All-Star, and powerhouse with 434 home runs, he inspired generations while proudly carrying the torch from Willie Mays, who once declared him the best center fielder he'd seen. Mr. Jones' induction on July 26 is a triumph for Braves Nation and our great state of Georgia. Go Braves. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Donald Chase, who has been elected chairman of the Georgia Peanut Commission. The Georgia Peanut Commission was founded in 1961 and represents more than 4,000 peanut farm families across the state of Georgia. Mr. Chase was chosen to lead this historically vital organization as the #1 crop in Georgia, succeeding Joe Botiford due to his long experience as a grower and prior service as vice chairman. In his own words, 2026 marks a year of change for the Commission, yet its core mission remains steadfast, delivering real value to every Georgia peanut farmer. He and the board pledged that their commitment to ensuring farmers' investments yield meaningful dividends through smart research, promotion, and education. Mr. Chase's leadership will help safeguard and strengthen Georgia's position as the nation's top peanut-producing state. Best of luck to Chairman Donald Chase and the Georgia Peanut Commission. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Cecil C. Holt, Jr., who sadly passed away at the age of 87 earlier this month. Born in Ambrose, Georgia, Cecil built something extraordinary from humble beginnings. In 1965, he founded Holt's Bakery, into which he poured his heart, unmatched work ethic, and entrepreneurial spirit, growing it into a business that became iconic across South Georgia. What started with him and his beloved wife, Lucille, has grown into a family tradition that has delighted generations. Even after a severe heart attack, his innovative spirit never failed. He continued inventing, always living by his catchphrase, never give up. In Waycross, Holt's Sweet Shop stands as a shining testament to his vision, serving as a cherished spot where locals still line up for the best goods around. His sweet shop locations, like Waycross, keeps his legacy alive, sweetening mornings and bringing smiles to hundreds of faces a day. He leaves a family and a community forever enriched. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the gracious life of Sandra Walkers Parker, who sadly passed away on February 3rd. Ms. Parker was born in Brunswick, Georgia, as the eldest of 7 children. She lived in Darien for 57 years, graduating Darien High as vice president of her class and receiving the highest honor of valedictorian. Ms. Parker worked for the state of Georgia for 35 years in both the Department of Family and Children's Services and the McIntosh County Chamber of Commerce. For more than 70 years, Ms. Parker was an active and devoted member of Crescent Baptist Church, holding the roles of Sunday school teacher, pianist, and treasurer. Ms. Parker will be remembered for her kind, generous, and honorable heart, serving her family, her state, and her church diligently and compassionately. We pray for her family and friends in this time of grief, but find comfort in the fact Sandra has walked through the pearly gates. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Rear Admiral J. Clark. On February 5th, Rear Admiral Clark assumed command of the Carrier Strike Group 1 based in San Diego, California. Rear Admiral Clark is a Pembroke, Georgia native and graduate of Bryan County High School. He was previously the director of Navy's Culture and Force Resilience Office and commanding officer of the USS Roosevelt, among other prestigious positions. His continued service to our nation is indicative of South Georgia's broader commitment to serving our country and its Navy. Carrier Strike Group 1 has a deep history of protecting our Pacific coast and broader interests abroad. Recently, CSG-1 conducted strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen, protecting American shipping in the Red Sea. Today, we celebrate Rear Admiral Clark's achievement and wish him and Carrier Strike Group 1 the best in their next deployment. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Fernando Foster, the newly elected president of 100 Black Men of Savannah, whose leadership promises real progress for our children. After 15 years of devoted service, including 3 as vice president, Foster began his presidency on January 1st. A respected mentor and community advocate, he brings both deep experience and bold vision to this historic organization dedicated to empowering African American youth. Foster's agenda is centered around a transformative initiative known as the 100 Reads program, which seeks to enhance literacy among children in Savannah. This program is designed to engage students through innovative reading strategies, fostering a love for literature while improving educational outcomes. By prioritizing education, Foster and the 100 Black Men of Savannah aim to combat the challenges faced by many young learners in the area. He is determined to reverse declining literacy rates and spark a lifelong love of reading. I congratulate President Fernando Foster for his focus on literacy as the foundation of opportunity and his resolve to inspire Savannah's next generation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize former Dog and current Los Angeles Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford on winning the NFL Most Valuable Player Award. In the closest race since the 2003 co-winners, Stafford beat out Steve McNair and secured the honor, becoming the oldest player in NFL history at the time of his first MVP. In 2006, Stafford became the first true freshman quarterback to start for the Georgia Bulldogs since Quincy Carter. While at Georgia, he sported number 7 and finished his 3 years at Georgia with a 3-0 record in bowl games and a 6-3 record in rivalry games. While playing college ball, Stafford won many awards and honors, including SEC Freshman of the Week and the MVP of the 2009 Capital One Bowl. When entering the NFL, Stafford became the first overall pick of the 2009 draft, and since then has played for the Detroit Lions and the Los Angeles Rams. We are incredibly proud of Stafford and look forward to the great things he does next. Once a dog, always a dog. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize former Georgia Bulldog assistant coach Mike McDonald for leading the Seattle Seahawks to a Super Bowl 60 victory. He is the third youngest head coach in NFL history to win a Super Bowl. Coach McDonald attended the University of Georgia in 2010, studying finance and graduating summa cum laude. He started his coaching career as a graduate assistant at Cedar Shoals High School in Athens before joining the Georgia Bulldogs coaching staff as a graduate assistant. Coach McDonald joined the Baltimore Ravens coaching staff in 2014, becoming the defensive coordinator for the Michigan Wolverines in 2021, and then returned to the Ravens in 2022. In 2024, Coach McDonald was hired by the Seattle Seahawks as their head coach. We are proud to see a Georgia Bulldog succeed on the biggest stage in football. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize two-time Super Bowl champion Ernest Jones IV on his recent Super Bowl win over the New England Patriots. Before becoming a starter for the South Carolina Gamecocks, Ernest had a standout high school career in Waycross, Georgia. After college, he was drafted in the 3rd round of the 2021 NFL Draft, with his career being a testament to persistence and resilience. He started out in Los Angeles before bouncing through some trades and found his home in Seattle, where his regular season stats included 124 tackles and 5 interceptions. Jones is one of the league's most disruptive linebackers. The Seahawks' victory marked his second championship title and showed the dedication and drive of the Georgia-born linebacker. This win is more than just another ring. It's a heart-filled demonstration of a journey filled with personal adversity, including the loss of his father last year. Georgia is proud of Ernest Jones and wishes him continued success in his football career. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate 3 talented students from Augusta University, Lahari, Avery, and Anna. These talented young leaders have rightfully earned their spot in the Georgia Legislative Internship Program for the 2026 session. These students are immersed in the state capitol, gaining hands-on experience in the legislative process and public service. Lahari, a junior from Cummings studying criminal justice, is eager to see how bills become law and how these laws directly impact real people. Anna, a senior political science major, is thrilled to shadow legislators, monitor meetings, and observe the policymaking process up close under the Gold Dome. And Avery, a junior political science major from Lawrenceville, has long been drawn to history and government. These students are forging lifelong networks, meeting Georgia leaders, and discovering how laws shape lives and livelihoods. This service represents the highest form of public service in our great state. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor two brave Gwinnett County police officers who ran toward danger in the name of serving their community. On February 1st, officers Pradeep Tamang and David Reed responded to a routine fraud call at a Holiday Inn near Stone Mountain, Georgia. Invited into a hotel room by Kevin Andrews to discuss the matter, they were ambushed. The suspect opened fire, striking both officers. In the exchange, one officer returned fire, wounding the suspect, who survived and now faces justice. Tragically, Officer Tamang, who joined the force just last year, succumbed to his injuries and passed away. He is a hero. Corporal Reed remains in serious but stable condition, fighting for recovery. We owe them our deepest gratitude for their courage and sacrifice in keeping our communities and our state safe. May we never forget those who put their lives on the line for us all. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kendria Lee, Assistant Vice President for External Affairs at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia. Kendria has been named an Emerging Leader recipient in the 2026 Leadership Forum by Leadership Southeast Georgia. This recognition honors outstanding individuals who demonstrate exceptional impact, vision, and dedication in advancing community and institutional goals. Ms. Lee exemplifies this through her leadership, community engagement initiatives, and by fostering partnerships with economic development agencies, stakeholders, and regional leaders to align the university's mission with broader goals. She is a proud Double Eagle alum with an MBA and a BBA in Information Services from Parker College of Business. Kendria has graduated from Leadership Georgia and holds board positions with Synovus, Goodwill Southeast Georgia, and Junior Achievement of Savannah. Ms. Lee's passion for building meaningful connection and executing impactful initiatives is an inspiration to all. This honor reflects not only her expertise, but her unwavering collaboration and commitment to elevating Georgia Southern University and Georgia's communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Greg Parker, who has been given a 2026 Legacy Leader Award by the Southeast Georgia Leadership Forum. Greg is the founder and executive chairman of Parker's Kitchen, a convenience store chain that has earned the honor of Convenience Store Chain of the Year and is known for high-quality food service, strategic growth, and cutting-edge technology. On top of building a successful business, Greg has been recognized as Food Service Leader of the Year, Tech Executive of the Year, Citizen of the Year, and Entrepreneur of the Year, among many other accolades. While Greg's business impact is significant, his love and admiration for his community is even greater. Greg has donated more than $30 million to make a transformative impact across Georgia and South Carolina in 4 key areas: education, hunger, healthcare, and heroes. We are honored to have a leader like Greg advocate for Georgia's communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kay Ford as a recipient of the 2026 Legacy Leader Award. Ms. Ford is the definition of a driven and committed leader, currently serving as chair of Bank South's advisory board for the Savannah market. She has held numerous senior-level positions within retail banking and private wealth management, including becoming the first female chair of the Savannah Economic Development Authority Board in its century-long history. Throughout her career, Ford has served on a wide variety of community-driven boards, like the Savannah Fund for Excellence in Education, St. Mary's Home, and Senior Citizens Incorporated. Her passion for engaging and contributing to her community is a testimony to the servant leader she is, tireless, inclusive, and invested in making her community stronger. From business ventures to community involvement, Kay Ford has left a positive impact on the Southeast Georgia community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and memory of Sandra Collins, who passed away on January 29th at the age of 81. A lifelong member of St. Philip Monumental AME Church in Savannah, Sandra lived a life rooted in deep faith, integrity, and kindness. Her moral strength and compassionate concern for her fellow Georgians inspired countless others and shined in her devotion to family and friends. Sandra served her community with dedication, lending her talents to the boards of the Georgia Association for Primary Health Care, the Savannah Branch NAACP, and the Savannah chapter of the American Businesswomen's Association. Known for her love of travel, she explored 6 continents and 45 states, yet her great legacy was always close to home. She maintained a generous spirit that made the world better through simple acts of fairness, intelligence, and warmth. Though we grieve her passing, we celebrate a life of faith, service, and love. Sandra Collins will long be remembered and deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Judge Krista Goodwin Cannell, who was appointed as the 6th Superior Court Judge of the Augusta Judicial Circuit. Judge Cannell returns to the same circuit where she began her legal career. Judge Cannell earned degrees in biology and political science from Converse College. She later received a master's degree in healthcare policy and a Juris Doctor degree from Mercer University. Judge Cannell served as an assistant district attorney in the Columbia Judicial Circuit, prosecuting felony and misdemeanor cases. She was also a partner at the Cannell Law Firm, where she handled civil, domestic, and criminal defense matters. With more than 25 years of legal expertise, Judge Cannell brings profound knowledge and expertise to the bench. We are confident she will continue to strengthen the courts of the Augusta Judicial Circuit with integrity and dedication. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Judge James Kigger for his recent appointment as Superior Court Judge for the Douglas Judicial Circuit in Douglas County. Judge Kigger has 34 years of legal expertise, previously serving in the Douglas County Public Defender's Office. Prior to his service as a public defender, he practiced with a general law firm in Valdosta, Georgia. Judge Kigger graduated with honors from Valdosta State College and earned his Juris Doctor from the University of Georgia College of Law in 1991. He and his wife Brenda live in Douglasville, Georgia, and have 2 children, Atticus and Barbara. Once again, I would like to recognize Judge Kigger for his extraordinary service to the Georgia legal system and congratulate him on a well-deserved appointment. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Pamela Bettis on her appointment as judge of the State Court of Henry County. Pam was sworn in on February 3rd, 2026 by Governor Brian Kemp. Judge Bettis brings over 35 years of distinguished service in criminal justice. She began as a Henry County Deputy Sheriff in 1990, then served as a patrol officer, undercover narcotics agent, criminal investigator, and leader at Clayton State University Police. A Georgia State University graduate with a BS and MS degrees in criminal justice, Pam earned her JD from Emory University School of Law in 2005. She advanced as an assistant solicitor general, co-founded the law firm Bettis and Howard in McDonough, and was appointed Solicitor General by Governor Nathan Deal in 2018, earning Solicitor General of the Year in 2020. A lifelong Georgian and 20-year Henry County resident, Judge Bettis embodies unmatched commitment to justice, to accountability, and humble service. Congratulations to Judge Pam Bettis on this well-deserved elevation. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reflect on the recent speech given by our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, a fellow Floridian who spoke to the world at Munich about the path for freedom in the 21st century. He spoke with clarity, strength, and even at times humor to paint a vision that we can all embrace. Our transatlantic alliance faces both strain and opportunity. The United States and Europe are not merely strategic partners. As Secretary Rubio said so well, we are bound by history, culture, sacrifice, and a shared belief in liberty. Ours is not a temporary arrangement of convenience, but a partnership of a shared civilization that has shaped the modern world. History teaches us something important. Alliances endure not through sentiment, but through seriousness. They thrive when nations are confident, self-reliant, clear-eyed about the future challenges before them. Today, I want to speak about the renewal of the West and how that renewal reflects the best traditions of American diplomacy. Traditions embodied by some of our great secretaries of state: John Quincy Adams, William Seward, George Marshall, and James Baker. Each faced a fractured world. Each acted boldly. Each understood that American strength, wisely applied, could shape a more stable international order. The United States is a nation born in European political tradition. Our constitutional order, our philosophy of rights, our understanding of sovereignty all trace their roots back to this continent. When we say America and Europe belong together, we are not describing a temporary security arrangement. We are acknowledging a shared inheritance. But shared heritage does not excuse complacency. The lesson of the last several decades is clear. Alliances weaken when economic foundations erode, when clear defense burdens fall unevenly, and when world leaders avoid hard conversations. A renewal of our alliance requires candid, honest conversations. In what form will those conversations take? Secretary Rubio started that conversation in Munich. As a history teacher myself, I trust we will look to the actions taken by some of our finest secretaries of state when they serve both their president and our nation. John Quincy Adams. After the War of 1812, John Quincy Adams recognized that America was fragile. The great powers of Europe were organizing themselves at the Congress of Vienna. It would have been easy for the young United States to be pulled into European alliances and, unfortunately, European rivalries. But John Quincy Adams, a former Massachusetts senator and diplomat who helped negotiate the Treaty of Ghent that ended the War of 1812, understood something profound. American strength depended first on national independence and economic resilience. And as George Washington warned in his farewell address, away from entangling alliances. As Secretary of State of our fifth president, James Monroe, Adams negotiated the Adams-Onis Treaty, securing Florida, my home state, from Spain and clarifying American borders along the Atlantic Ocean. And later, in 1823, he crafted what became known as the Monroe Doctrine, a declaration that the Western Hemisphere would not be subject to European recolonization. The lesson? America should not go abroad in search of monsters to destroy, but neither should it allow others to define our destiny. That balance, strength without recklessness, independence without isolation, is deeply relevant today. When we insist on fair trade, secure supply chains, and reciprocal defense commitments, we are not retreating from the world. We are doing what Adams did, ensuring that American sovereignty underwrites American diplomacy. William Seward, a former governor and United States senator from the state of New York, Seward was appointed Secretary of State by his own political rival, President Abraham Lincoln. There, Seward guided the United States foreign policy during the Civil War and adroitly kept Great Britain out of our tragic conflict. After the war in 1867, Seward approved the purchase of Alaska. While his critics in the press mocked it as Seward's folly, those critics would soon be proven wrong. Today, we know that acquisition was strategic brilliance. Seward saw beyond immediate criticism. He understood geography, trade routes, and long-term power competition. He expanded America's footprint in ways that would matter for generations to come. He believed deeply in a commercial expansion as a tool of diplomacy. The lesson here, great statesmanship requires the courage to invest in long-term national power. Today, securing critical supply chains, revitalizing domestic industry, and preventing adversaries from dominating strategic industries is not economic nationalism for its own sake. It is modern statecraft. Seward understood that economic strength is strategic strength. General George Marshall. George Marshall led our American military during World War II. As the United States Army Chief of Staff, though not in the direct field of battle, and thus not as well known as some of the famous generals and admirals of World War II, it was Marshall whose strategic leadership, in concert with Franklin Delano Roosevelt, proved decisive in defeating both the Japanese and the Germans in World War II. 2 years after the conclusion of the war, President Harry Truman appointed this wartime leader as Secretary of State, our chief diplomat. As Europe lay in ruins, the United States could have turned inward. Instead, Marshall proposed the European Recovery Program that we now know today as the Marshall Plan. The genius of Marshall was not charity, it was clarity. He recognized that American prosperity required European stability. He understood that free societies require functioning economies. And he insisted that the Europeans take responsibility for designing their own recovery. The Marshall Plan was not a blank check. It was a partnership. Marshall demanded coordination, reform, and seriousness from Europe. In return, the United States invested heavily. Due to these actions, nations on the brink, like Greece, my home country, stayed free, and NATO proved to be the alliance that blocked the evil of communism. The lesson: strength begets strength. When we call today for greater European defense spending, for fair trade balances, and to bring industry home, we are echoing Marshall's insistence that a partnership must be reciprocated. Secretary of State James Baker. In the final years of the Cold War, James Baker navigated one of the most delicate diplomatic transformations in modern history. After serving as Chief of Staff and later Secretary of the Treasury under Ronald Reagan, Baker served as Secretary of State under George H. Bush. During his time, when the Berlin Wall fell, Germany reunified, and the Soviet Union collapsed, these circumstances, these changes could have triggered chaos. Instead, through disciplined diplomacy, Baker helped manage NATO expansion, reassured allies, and negotiated arms control arrangements that prevented instability. Baker's approach was pragmatic, not ideological. He listened. He negotiated firmly. He protected American interests while recognizing the dignity of other nations. The lesson here: diplomacy must adapt to new realities. The institutions built after World War II were vital, but institutions cannot become frozen monuments. They must evolve to address new forms of economic competition, technological disruption, and geopolitical rivalries. Reform is not rejection, it is preservation through adaptation. So today, in conclusion, we confront the issues highlighted by our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. economic fragmentation, technological competition, supply chain vulnerability, military imbalances, and political polarization. The temptation too often is denial or even an overreaction. But the better path, the Adams path, the Seward path, the Marshall path, the Baker path, and hopefully the Rubio path that we can follow is disciplined renewal. That means restoring industrial capacity, ensuring defense reciprocity, reforming global institutions rather than abandoning them, maintaining alliance unity grounded in sovereignty. When we call on Europe to invest in more of its own defense, we're not weakening NATO, we are strengthening NATO. When we insist on true fair trade, that does not hollow out our middle class, we are strengthening democratic legitimacy. When we call for reform in global institutions, we are ensuring that they reflect the realities of 2026, not 1945. Each of these secretaries of state that I've highlighted understood something enduring. America must be strong at home to be credible abroad. Adams secured borders. Seward expanded territory. Marshall built alliances. Baker managed transition. None confused cooperation with dependency. None confused sovereignty with isolation. The United States remained committed to Europe, but commitment does not mean complacency. It means candid conversations about defense spending. It means honest assessments about economic policy. It means joint responsibility for the future of Western civilization. We stand at a threshold of what can be the new century of Western strength if we choose seriousness, not political correctness. The West succeeded in the 20th century because it combined economic dynamism, military preparedness, cultural confidence, and institutional flexibility. Those traits must define us again. The path forward is not nostalgia, it is renewal. When future historians look back at this moment, they will ask, did we retreat from our responsibilities? Did we allow economic complacency to erode democratic stability? Did we allow alliances to drift into imbalance? Or did we act with the clarity of John Quincy Adams, with the foresight of William Seward, with the strategic generosity of George Marshall, and with the disciplined diplomacy of James Baker? The answer depends on whether we remember the core principle that unites them all. American diplomacy works best when it combines strength, reciprocity, and long-term vision. The United States and Europe belong together, but belonging together requires effort from both sides. Let us rebuild industrial strength. Let us renew defense commitments. Let us reform institutions, and let us move forward together. And let us do so with the vigor worthy of the statesmen who came before us, and now the vision offered by our United States Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and our President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.